Heads up, while I tried to keep them light, this video will inevitably contain some spoilers for the Bionicle story. If you have not experienced it for yourself yet, I'd highly recommend doing so before watching this video. I've heard there's a really cool website with all the comics and movies and stuff, made by a really cool dude, who's 6'4" by the way. Link in the description. If you grew up in the early 2000s, you probably know this guy. The red one. The cool Bionicle with the fire sword you'd see in a TV commercial every once in a while, and maybe even owned yourself. Bionicle was an interesting experiment. A toy line driven by an entirely original story, where the story was not merely a glorified ad for the product, but was meant to be an engaging narrative product itself, same as any other Brooker movie. Over its 10-year run, the Bionicle line released 4 movies, 29 novels, dozens of comics, and a whole lot more, much of it written by a man named Greg Farshtey, but we'll get to him later. First, for the established fans in the audience, let me ask you a simple question. Who is the true villain of the Bionicle story? If you're someone who's only vaguely familiar with the story, maybe you watched the movies as a kid or read some of the comics but never dove in too deep, you probably guessed the Makuta before the fact that I emphasized true like that made you reconsider. If, however, you're someone who's kept up with Bionicle since the franchise was put on ice, you can probably guess who I'm talking about. It's pretty common knowledge at this point that Velica, a minor character introduced in 2006, was being set up as the twist villain indirectly responsible for much of the conflict of the Bionicle story, as well as the true final boss to be fought after Makuta was defeated. This twist was never realized, however, as after 2011, Greg Farshtey no longer had the free time to continue the Bionicle story, and the serials featuring Velica's rise to power were prematurely cancelled. What's less common knowledge is the reason you probably guessed wrong, because Greg was actually planning on doing the secret twist villain thing twice. Makuta is not the true villain of the Bionicle story, and neither is Velica. The Earth Tribe is. No, not this Earth Tribe. This Earth Tribe. According to Greg, the Earth Tribe was an Agori civilization hailing from the jungles of Boda Magna. Despite not once being mentioned in the actual published text of the Bionicle story, Greg has stated that the Earth Tribe was ultimately responsible for the Core War and the Shattering, the cataclysmic events that set the entire story into motion. Greg has also claimed that the Earth Tribe had their own Element Lord, the Element Lord of Earth, bringing the total number of those to 7, a number explicitly contradicted by published materials. One Earth Tribe Agori, Terra, was planned to appear in the 5th Bionicle movie, but that was ultimately cancelled with the line as a whole. Given that the Earth Tribe is never mentioned in anything Greg actually published, and given that their existence seemingly contradicts things he did publish, well, I'm sure you can imagine there's quite a bit of debate around whether or not the Earth Tribe is actually canon, whether or not it could be said to actually exist in the world of Bionicle. There are an average of 20,000 words in each of the 29 Bionicle novels, and almost that many, at just under 17,000 words, on the topic of the Earth Tribe's canonicity on their BS01 discussion page. BS01 is the Bionicle wiki, if you didn't know. But let's take a step back before we dive into all of that and ask ourselves, how did we get here anyway? What is canon, and why does anyone even care?
Please sign to verify this is everything you've ever said.
This is absurd.
Sign this too.
Chapter 1. How we got here. Let's start with another ostensibly simple question with a painfully long answer. Who created Bionicle? For a while, this was actually kind of a mystery, apparently even to some of the people who were involved in the process. The clearest look we've gotten so far, though, comes from Alistair Swinnerton in a blog post published in 2015, and apparently amended in 2022 with some further clarifications. Bionicle was originally going to be called Boneheads of Voodoo Island, a concept dreamed up by writer Bob Thompson, toy designer Martin Reiber Anderson, and advertising artist Christian Faber. Swinnerton, eventually with input from Thompson, refined the basic concept of robots living on a tropical island into roughly the Bionicle story we got, assembling the first story Bible, which was recently released on the Biomedia Project, by the way. Check it out if you haven't yet.
The key LEGO creators of Boneheads were Bob Thompson, who had become head of story, and Martin Reiber Anderson, then a mere toy designer. He very quickly became creative director, thanks to Bionicle. The third of the four official co-creators was Christian Faber, creative director of Danish advertising agency Advance, who created the amazing graphic look of the whole project. I discovered many years later, only in 2021 in fact, that the original Bonehead story also originated with him. I'd always been told it had come from Martin. In fact, the story I received came from Bob, via Martin, but it seems actually originated in an idea of Christian's.
Once Bionicle took off, Bob, Alistair, Christian, and Martin became the heads of the story team, which did exactly what it said on the tin, outlining the world and story of Bionicle going forward. But of course, there's one more name Bionicle fans think of when they hear the words Bionicle story, probably more so than any of the guys I've talked about thus far, and that name is Gregory Todd Farshty. Greg was the editor of the LEGO magazine back when Bionicle launched, and as part of that role ended up being the writer for DC's Bionicle comics, distributed inside LEGO magazine. While Greg didn't write the original outline of the Bionicle story, nor was he even aware of where the story was headed, his was the name on the comics, so his name was the one fans thought of when they thought of that story. And considering that these comics were the most widely distributed comics in the world at one point, yeah, there were a lot of eyes on Greg's name. As time went on, Greg's influence within the story team seemed to grow. Alistair helped outline the Bionicle story through Mask of Light in 2003, but left shortly thereafter to pursue other projects. Bob stayed on until 2005, as did Martin, but once they were gone, the only person left from the era before the story Bible was Christian Faber. The exodus of the original story leads coincided with a shift in how that story was told, which further solidified Greg's role as the de facto story lead in the eyes of fans. You see, until 2003, the Bionicle story was conveyed through several different forms of media, none giving you the full picture. There were animations, comics, games, both flash and handheld, in-universe newspapers, I guess. But with the first Bionicle movie on the horizon in 2003, LEGO apparently decided some streamlining was in order, and the Bionicle Chronicles series of novels was born. The first three were written by Kathy Hopka, expanding on the story of the Toa told in Greg's comics. You probably saw them at a book fair when you were a kid. Scholastic eventually wanted a fourth novel in this series, and so Greg wrote Tales of the Masks, consisting of 5 entirely original short stories. As Greg was already writing the comics that the novels expanded on, LEGO apparently decided he would be the best person to write the forthcoming Adventures series of novels, and so his became the sole name attached to this new, streamlined version of the Bionicle story. The final piece of this puzzle is engagement. While Greg has remained adamant that he was never in charge of the story, the people who were in charge didn't really talk to fans about that story. Greg, on the other hand, has been an open book since pretty much day one, answering tens of thousands of fan questions since 2003. These questions were often just clarifications about things Greg had written into his comics or books, but their sheer volume, coupled with the fact that they were really the only direct engagement anyone got from the story team, solidified Greg as the visionary behind the Bionicle story in the eyes of the vast majority of fans. And when Greg would occasionally expand on the lore of the franchise in these Q&As, or accept a fan's idea into that lore, well, that's where it began. That's when his word, the word of God as TV Tropes calls it, became the canon. The term canon is religious in origin, with the earliest concept of canon most of us are familiar with being the biblical canon. The standard Bible contains 66 books, but many more have been considered for inclusion throughout history, including several more Gospels. These non-canon books are collectively the Apocrypha. Perhaps the best known today is the controversial Gospel of Judas, in which Jesus implies he's the son of a higher, true God, not the more bloodthirsty God depicted in the Old Testament, who's essentially just Lucifer, a lower god that rebelled against his maker. Before writing this video, I sent out a survey to the Bionicle community on this very topic, with the first question being, how would you define the word canon? Rather than just read you a textbook definition, let's look at some of the more interesting answers. The events within a story that are agreed upon as having actually happened, with the voice of the authors taking precedence before the voice of those who interact with the story. The set of fundamental information regarding a series/piece of media regarding its setting, characters, story, and its themes required for keeping consistency and being a very important basis for building more things onto them. Canon is effectively the same as historical consensus, whereas we understand how events took place through various sources, but it also might be understood that sources can be misleading or need some additional interpretation, which is why we might see different interpretations of the same villages in Imnog and Imnog 2, since they are told from two different perspectives. A collection of texts that are agreed upon to be factual. In the case of an IP, it reflects information that the license holder states is true to the story they wish to tell. There are multiple tiers of canonicity depending on how heavily the license holder is involved in the product, with supplemental and obscure media being less canonical than primary texts. The idea of having a canon is both easiest to describe and most useful when you have numerous authors contributing to one shared world or story. The best example of this may be the Star Wars franchise has two distinct canons. The Legends canon, consisting of all Star Wars media from before the Disney buyout, and the unhelpfully named Canon canon, which consists of the original 6 movies, the Clone Wars TV show, and then everything Disney made themselves. These two canons are almost completely distinct from one another, with the events of the Legends books set after Return of the Jedi having absolutely no bearing on Disney's sequel trilogy. Occasionally, Disney will bring over a well-liked aspect of the old canon, most notably this guy, but even those elements will often be reduced to their bare essentials and then built back up in some new form. Back when George Lucas was in charge, when the Legends canon was the only canon, well, there were actually already multiple canons. Or rather, there were different levels of canon, denoting how essential a certain story element was to the overall picture. The highest tier was G canon, for anything George Lucas made himself. C canon was the continuity canon for anything in the expanded universe, such as the numerous novels. S canon was secondary for older media that didn't really fit the shared vision of the later EU, and finally there was N canon for non-continuity, the stuff that blatantly contradicted important story elements and should thus be disregarded entirely. So now that we've more or less defined what canon is, how do we define what is canon? The Homestuck epilogues succinctly define canon like this.
The day we went through that door and claimed our reward, we passed a threshold between continua marked by differing degrees of relevance, truth, and essentiality. Those are the 3 pillars of canon.
So there we go. A pretty simple way of quantifying canonicity. Let's take these pillars and look back at something from Star Wars again. Say, Han Solo's death. We'll start with truth because it's the most straightforward. Han Solo's death is pretty clearly true, as the stuff that happened to him will kill a person several times over, and the subsequent media has all respected it. He didn't just randomly show up in, like, Season 2 of Resistance or something. It's definitely relevant to both the other characters and the audience, as some number of both are emotionally affected by it. And it's undoubtedly essential, as killing Han defines Kylo's mental state going into The Last Jedi, which leads to him killing Snoke, which leads to basically everything that happens in The Rise of Skywalker. So with all that considered, we can pretty safely say, it's canon. Sorry to any hashtag real Solo heads in the audience, your man is dead. At least until he somehow returns. Let's compare this to something that's definitely not canon, like, as much as I hate to admit it, Skippy the Jedi droid. In case you weren't aware, that red astromech droid that dies right as Luke's trying to buy him was actually Force sensitive, and he killed himself because he had a Force vision that if Luke took R2 instead, the Empire would fall. But is that really canon? Well, it's probably not essential. R2 knew he needed to find Ben Kenobi one way or another, and Ben knew Luke was the key to redeeming Anakin. One way or another, it probably would have worked out, even if Luke initially took home Skippy. Is it relevant? Again, not really. Did any of the fans or other characters think twice about this droid, and why he happened to die at just the right time? No, probably not. A bad motivator is a perfectly acceptable explanation for what we see happen. And finally, is it true? Well, his name is Skippy, supposedly. I think it's pretty clear this comic was meant to be taken as a joke. Sorry to any hashtag real Skippy heads in the audience, but your boy is not Skippy. He's just R4D5.
Black you, now that it is all over, I think I can finally say that. I love you.
The feeling is mutual, Hughie, but our love cannot be.
What is it, baby?
Our relationship isn't real, because Greg F. said it wasn't canon in the Bionicle storyline.
Are you freaking serious?
Perhaps no three words are uttered more between Bionicle fans than these. Love isn't canon.
Alright, so when Bionicle started, Huki and Maku, who as I recall were named Huki with a U and Maku with a C, back then, had some feelings for each other. Then there were hints of Jala and Holly liking each other. Then the subject was dropped. What happened there? Simply a path Lego cared less about, I suppose? The whole Bionicle romance thing was something that got inserted without the approval of the story team as a whole, which is why it was purely on the web. I never felt it belonged to Bionicle, and essentially refused to acknowledge it in my stories.
Perhaps no Gregism has ever been so controversial as the inescapable, the monolithic, love isn't canon. Only 73.3% of survey respondents said they value canon, and 55.4% said Greg should still get to dictate what is and isn't canon, but 76.9% insisted that yes, love is canon, regardless of what Greg says. Even the most educated of scholars, reigning from atop the knowledge towers of Kometru, cannot accept this facet of Greg's reality. Love is canon. But is canon even real? Chapter 3. Is canon real? So let's sum this all up in a way that makes sense. Canon is, essentially, the belief that some criteria, perhaps relevance, truth, and essentiality, define a correct way a fictional world works, and a correct way things happened in that world, and the literal words on the page can either be accurate or inaccurate approximations of that. Let's take a step back for a second. You could say that all written works exist along a spectrum, from fiction to non-fiction. At the non-fiction end, we have your average history book. It is, ideally, just a straightforward account of events that verifiably happened in the real world. A little further down the line, we have historical fiction. Stories like, say, the Titanic movie. Jack and Rose may not have been real people, but the Titanic was a real ship, which did sink more or less as we saw in the movie. Many of the side characters were actually real too, though their interactions with Jack and Rose specifically were obviously not. A bit farther down the line, we might have something like, Ridley Scott's Alien. The characters in this movie are humans from our Earth, but the whole thing is set in the far future. We have no idea if any events like this will ever actually occur, whether there will ever be a Nostromo, or if a creature like the Xenomorph even exists anywhere. Bionicle is all the way at the other end of this spectrum. It is pure fiction. Its world and its logic, its characters and their motivations, and all its events are made entirely out of whole cloth. There is no island of Matanui anywhere in the known universe, and a lot of the things that happen in this story don't even fit within our understanding of physics. So it's reasonable to assume these events never could happen, even in an infinite multiverse. So with all that being said, the concept of canon starts to seem a little weird, right? The canon events didn't happen, and the non-canon events extra didn't happen? How does that work? What does that even mean? If the Bionicle story is 100% fictional, shouldn't all the parts of that story be equally fictional? Some writers try to have fun with this discrepancy. Some SCPs, for example, most notably all but one of the SCP-001 proposals, are intentionally labeled decoy entries in-universe, to avoid making too much of a mess of the Foundation's already quite loose canon. Bionicle, however, does not do this, leaving any media not considered canon to just be disregarded outright. But why? Why does it matter if things that are already fictional have inconsistencies, or multiple interpretations of the same event or character? Let's dive a little deeper, and try to figure out why people care about this so much. Chapter 4. Is canon just death of the author? La Morte d'Arthur is a 15th century compendium of stories concerning King Arthur. Wait, no, sorry, that's The Death of Arthur. Sorry. La Morte de la Tour, better known by its English title The Death of the Arthur, is a 1967 essay by Roland Barthes. This topic has already been covered extensively by others, so I won't dwell on it too much here. But basically, Barthes believed that literary works should be analyzed and interpreted outside the context of any authorial paratext, i.e., outside the influence of anything the author said either about the text or not before or after it was published. Once the text is published, it is its own entity, and should be treated as such. In her video essay on this topic, Lindsay Ellis discusses several authors, but the one most relevant here is probably she who must not be named. The author of the Harry Potter series, like Greg Farshtey, has been an open book for years, answering fan questions about the lore of the world she created, and occasionally expanding on that lore unprompted, to mixed results.
Hogwarts didn't always have bathrooms. Before adopting Muggle plumbing methods in the 18th century, witches and wizards simply relieved themselves wherever they stood, and vanished the evidence.
Her gross idea of how wizards went to the bathroom is mostly harmless, but there is still a potentially insidious side to what's happening here. As Lindsay Ellis put it, she believes she's still the master of her universe, long after the Harry Potter series has been completed. When an author or fans think of authors this way, the words on a page are not just words on a page. The world described by those words exists, and the author is its host. Thousands of fans asked Greg tens of thousands of questions because, as far as they were concerned, Greg had the authority, in perpetuity, to define the world of Bionicle for them. I guess you could say the concept of canon, at least as the Bionicle community sees it, is the anti-death of the author, an immortality of the author. The author is the entity worth focusing on, not the text. The text is merely a facsimile of something within the author, something that can always be understood better. Any inconsistency in the world or story is not an artifact of the messy creative process, it's a misrepresentation, something for the author to correct later. Barthes believed this was a fundamentally wrong way to engage with a work of literature. The image of literature to be found in contemporary culture is tyrannically centered on the author. His person, his history, his passions. Criticism still consists, most of the time, in saying that Baudelaire's work is the failure of the man Baudelaire, Van Gogh's work his madness, Tchaikovsky's his vice. The explanation of the work is always sought in the man who has produced it. So I couldn't really find a good place for this, but I wanted to talk about it anyway. Remember a few minutes ago when I confused The Death of Arthur and The Death of the Author? That was actually an elaborate bit, because The Death of Arthur could be said to have been one of the first non-religious works concerned with the concept of canon. Thomas Mallory took the disparate myths about King Arthur and Merlin and the Round Table, compiling and editing them into one cohesive story, creating The Death of Arthur. He basically did for King Arthur what me and Terraganuva and that anonymous guy on Tumblr all tried to do for Bionicle. Okay, where was I? Oh, right. Authorial, or should I say Arthurial, intent. Chapter 5. Is canon just director's cuts? If canon is a manifestation of authorial intent, perhaps the best-known form alternative canons can take is the director's cut, a usually extended version of a movie more in line with the director's vision of what that movie should have been, usually before studio execs got their hands on it. And no director's cut is better known than the Star Wars Special Editions. The original 6 Star Wars films pushed the boundaries of filmmaking, pioneering advancements in visual effects that have shaped the way movies are made today. Lucas's fascination with the advancement of his industry was a double-edged sword, however, as every advancement he made would be retroactively infused back into his earlier works, and so the original Star Wars trilogy has been updated more times than I can count. George would sometimes change his mind about something multiple times, such as when he first updated Luke's lightsaber to have a bluer blade, then a green blade, then back to a blue blade. And how did people feel about these changes? Well, I think Harmy's Despecialized Edition and Project 4K77 speak for themselves. Lucas is undoubtedly a genius filmmaker, but his endless meddling with the classics he created has alienated a lot of his fans, and for good reason. In the original cut of Star Wars, Mos Eisley was a sad, sleazy dump because...
You will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy.
But as Lucas got more and more comfortable with CGI, the Special Edition populated Mos Eisley more and more, turning it into a bustling metropolis filled with fantastical creatures getting up to some very goofy antics. And George's changes were not limited to additions. New CGI shots were implemented to replace some of the shots made with more crude methods, effectively erasing the work that went into these once revolutionary VFX from history. And let's not mince words here. The new effects are bad. The old ones were crude, yes, but the new ones are just ugly. All the new creatures running around Mos Eisley are very distracting. One of them literally lumbers between the camera and our main characters. And some of Lucas's changes actually affect the story, the meaning of the film. In the original cut, Han shot Greedo first because he was a ruthless criminal who, you know, was about to have an arc, who slowly became a better person. And in the special editions, well, now he was just acting in self-defense. Han's original characterization has been sanded down, and it makes his arc weaker as a result. And for the Bionicle fans in the audience, I might be reaching a bit here, but this does sound kind of familiar, right? In the original ending of Bionicle Chronicles No. 1, Tale of the Toa defeat the Shadow Toa essentially through Pokemon logic. Tahu, Toa of Fire, defeats Shadow Gali, the Shadow Toa of Water, by boiling her. And Gali defeats Shadow Onua, the Shadow Toa of Earth, by eroding him with a blast of water. Greg, apparently, did not particularly care for this ending, and later decanonized it. In the Bionicle Encyclopedia, he states that the Toa realized the Shadow Toa were the shadows that lived within them, and defeated them by reabsorbing them. The actual prose of this version of events was later found in the leaked 2003 style guide.
We cannot reject these things, Gali whispered. We must accept that they are part of ourselves. Parts we wish did not exist, Kopaka agreed. But we are strong enough to master them. And master them we shall, Tahu said. With that, the Shadow Toa gave a mournful wail and began to break apart. In seconds, their substance had turned to mist, and the mist had vanished inside the bodies of the Toa.
Now, I would argue that Greg's version of events is the more interesting version. It gives some actual thematic weight to the Shadow Toa and adds some complexity to the relatively black and white morality of the 2001 story. But still, should Greg have been able to do this? And should we, the fandom, have accepted it? Why does Greg's word take precedence over Hopka? Who gets to Chapter 6, Who Arbitrates Canon? In the survey I sent out for this video, one of the questions I asked was, is there anyone else who you feel has/had the right to dictate what is/was canon alongside Greg? 69.2% of respondents said yes, with most of those identifying Christian Faber, Bob Thompson, or both as their anyone else. 30.8% said no, elaborating that either Greg should have sole authority as the main writer for much of the toy line's life, or that Greg shouldn't have any say at all anymore. I'd like to highlight one particular response before we move further.
It's an easier question when it's art as dictated by a singular artist. But given how decentralized Bionicle was as a project, even in the story department, it creates an ambiguity in whose word means anything. Greg having the longest tenure with the narrative certainly makes him the strongest candidate for dictating canon, and I think his role as an artist stands regardless of his employment. But, by that same logic, Alastair Swinnerton and Bob Thompson's inputs as writers and artists, even now, still hold water. And if they should contradict each other, well, I point you to Blade Runner, and how the director Ridley Scott and the writers Hampton Fancher and David Peoples have different ideas of what is canon within the story, especially in regards to the identity of their main character. In cases like that, pick a team. It's two valid interpretations of the canon as made by the different artists that formed it. Pick what works for you.
This answer was really interesting to me because it really struck at two of the core issues here. Who gets to decide what is canon, and why should the thoughts of one person matter so much? Blade Runner is a great case study here, as there are several versions of the film which are quite different from each other. The theatrical version of the film had a nice, happy ending mandated by the studio, while the director's cut and final cut end more ambiguously, in addition to including a new dream sequence that strongly implies the protagonist, Rick Deckard, is himself a replicant, the kind of artificial human he hunts for a living. Philip K. Dick, the author of the novel Blade Runner was adapted from, originally envisioned Deckard as a human. Harrison Ford also felt Deckard was a human, while director Ridley Scott has stated that he believes Deckard is a replicant. The sequel, Blade Runner 2049, was intentionally ambiguous on the issue to avoid upsetting fans of either interpretation.
The key to making Blade Runner 2049 was to be in between. The theatrical version is the story of a human falling in love with an artificial being, and the story of the director's cut is a replicant who doesn't know he's a replicant and slowly discovers his own identity. Those are two different stories. I felt that the key to deal with that was in the original novel. In the novel, the characters are doubting themselves, and they aren't sure if they are replicants or not. From time to time, the detectives are running scans on themselves to make sure that they are human. I love that idea, so I decided that in the movie, Deckard is unsure, as we are, of what his identity is. I love mystery.
Now, movies are complex productions, often involving numerous writers, numerous actors with their own interpretations of their characters, a director, an editor, and a studio that wants a movie that'll sell. What is and isn't canon in a movie can get messy very quickly. Bionicle, on the other hand, should be more cut and dry, right? Greg was the sole author for much of the story's written material, right? Well, yes, but he was still not the only creative involved. As we discussed in the last section, Greg's revised ending to the Shadow Toa fight essentially scrubbed Hopka's work on that part of the story from the canon. Did Greg have the right to do that? Well, did George Lucas have the right to erase groundbreaking special effects from the original Star Wars to replace them with fancy new CGI, just because he was the one called director? If Star Wars was a one-man production, then maybe he would. But movies usually aren't one-man productions, nor are they even principally the artistic creations of their directors in specific. If you want some solid evidence of this, I'd highly recommend Rocket Jump's How Star Wars Was Saved in the Edit. But suffice to say, Star Wars would have been a very different and probably much weaker film if not for the editing decisions of Marcia Lucas. So should George Lucas have had the right to alter Star Wars the way he did? I'd argue no, but if that's the case, who else does have that right? Who, if anyone, deserves the right to change a story after the fact, or alter how it's interpreted with new paratext? According to the survey I sent out, 55.4% of respondents said Greg still has the right to dictate what is canon, even though he no longer works for LEGO, isn't writing any new Bionicle stories, and has no official relationship to the IP. So why do people feel this way? All this talk about movies has me thinking. All these people who are obsessed with canon, all these people who want this work of fiction to be perfect and logical, I can't help but think of In the survey I sent out, 66.7% of respondents said they are the type of person who typically cares about plot holes, or other wrinkles in the internal logic of a story. If, however, you're only looking at the respondents who also said they value the concept of canon, that percentage increases to just over 70%. Now, I'm not a statistician, I can't tell you if a 4% increase is statistically significant, but I don't know, it's just interesting to me. You see it, right? The fixation on canon and the fixation on plot holes, on the anti-canon that warps a story into something you can't completely make sense of. They are two sides of the same coin. They're twin obsessions, a yin and yang. Anyway, why do so many people think Greg Farshtey should still be able to fill in plot holes, among other additions to the canon, even though he isn't actually writing this story anymore? Chapter 7. Is canon just another word for clout? For this one, we're gonna need some context. Competitions have been a major element of the Bionicle community since basically day one, with the Build Your Own Bionicle website contest being the first, way back in 2001. The 2004 Rahi Building Challenge is perhaps the most notable, however, as it was the first to offer a very particular prize. If your entry won, it would be incorporated into the actual Bionicle story. The grand prize winner, the Tatarok, later appeared in Bionicle number 21, Dreams of Darkness, while several runners-up were featured in the Rahi Beast Guide published the next year. These canon contests, as they were later called, became a mainstay of Bionicle's online community, with the concept even surviving the actual toy line's premature death. There were canon contests, on and off, until Greg Farshtey left his position at LEGO in 2022, with many focused on creating designs for characters that never appeared visually in the story. And since it's the internet, a lot of people had opinions about them. Pretty much every opinion you could have about them was accounted for somewhere, but particularly odd was the opinion that the entry should not have to adhere to the canon established in Greg's many Q&As, only the canon in the actual text of the story. This came to a head when it was time for the Toahaga contest, as Greg had stated in a Q&A that the 4 unseen Toahaga all had the same body design as the 2 we did get sets of, dubbed the Metru build. Second, and perhaps most challenging, is the fact that these characters are canonically Metru builds. To elaborate on this, Greg Farshtey has stated officially that the Haga look like their counterparts Norik and Irene, i.e. they share the same basic design template and proportions, henceforth to be referred to as a Metru build. As such, we plan to adhere to this line of thinking for these contests, and our rules will be built around that philosophy. Many people have expressed a desire not to enforce a Metru build requirement for the Haga, with the logic being that allowing for design freedom will lead to better mocks and more restrictions will lead to worse mocks. Unfortunately, while I'm never a super big fan of stifling creativity, Greg's word on the matter is pretty clear. At the end of the day, while I love seeing the outpouring of fantastic creations people make and want to do everything to support creative expression where possible, look at how hard we fought for 3D printed masks, for instance. At the end of the day, these are canon contests first, and mock/art contests second. If we create a rule system that produces something that flagrantly disregards canon, we'd be defeating the whole point of this system and just wasting your time and ours. I sympathize with the people who want the Haga to look identical to the other 2 on a shelf, I really do. I just think that crippling people's ability to creatively interpret the characters is a greater detriment to the contest than that problem is. Now, regardless of how you feel about the concept of canon, all things considered, this is a pretty weird position to take, right? These contests were judged by Greg Farshtey, so of course they were going to respect his vision of the canon. And moreover, if you don't care about his vision of the canon, why enter a canon contest? Why enter a contest where the only prize is the thing you don't respect? Forum canon. The obvious answer is prestige, clout. One option upsets skilled mockists who don't care about canon and or story, they just want another contest to enter and potentially win. Clout defined canon in a way. Greg had the most clout out of everyone on the story team, being the one who actually put pen to paper, and the one who most directly engaged with fans. He wasn't in charge of the story. Numerous people contributed to its direction, but Greg's clout with fans meant he was the one we entrusted with canon. He was the one we went to when we wanted to do more canon contests. That clout even extends beyond his tenure at LEGO, as a little over half of survey respondents said they still consider Greg the arbiter of canon to this day. And why do so many of us feel that way? Maybe it's respect for all the work Greg put into writing the story. But for some of us, such as the aforementioned subset of contest participants, it's because we want a slice of that clout for ourselves. If you need more evidence of this, just head back to BS01, where it's not uncommon for users to put a literal badge on their profile if they convince Greg to add their idea to the canon. Now, clout is not the only factor in determining who gets to define canon. There was one other factor that jumped out of the survey responses that kind of surprised me a bit. Who else should get to decide what is canon? Legally speaking, anyone that LEGO appoints to write continued story content since they own the IP. Ideologically speaking, anyone who writes a compelling enough story. LEGO still owns the rights to Bionicle, so whatever they say goes. In the minds of some, canon is simply a rights issue. Canon is most important when you're developing a new chapter of some story, after all, and the only ones with the rights to make that new chapter and publish it for a profit is whoever owns the IP. In the case of Bionicle, LEGO would be the sole rights holder, so that means they have the right to control the canon, yes? Well, maybe not. I was gonna say LEGO has a right to dictate Bionicle canon, but they don't even care about Bionicle anymore, so who knows? Fans, maybe? Obviously, LEGO is the only entity that can legally publish and sell new Bionicle media, but isn't that just another kind of clout? They have money and power, which gives them clout in the legal system? I don't know. Let's not go off on a tangent about what power means. When it comes to the issue of who gets to decide what is and isn't canon, I guess the answer is a thoroughly unsatisfying, it's complicated. Some Bionicle fans, myself included, attempted to formalize a solution to this issue with the tiers of canonicity, which explicitly define which materials get to override which other materials, with far more specificity than the old Star Wars canonicity tiers. Word of God from Greg overrides all, but the next most important thing is the actual Bionicle toys, which are the canonical appearances of the characters they represent. Greg's novels are ranked above the movies, which are ranked above their own novelizations, which are ranked above Hopka's novels. I do have a couple issues with the tiers, but they work, and they've been approved by Greg Farshti, so there you go. There's a standardized way to handle any discrepancies in the Bionicle canon. Of course, the tiers are only valid if you accept that Greg's take on canon is valid, and the tiers being valid is presupposed on the acceptance of Greg's paratextual comments on Bionicle taking precedence above everything else, which is what the tiers themselves say. So the whole thing is kind of just a canon Ouroboros devouring itself one circular import at a time. Okay, I have to stop before my brain crashes. Who cares about canon, or director's cuts, or King Arthur, or any of this? We still haven't answered the most important question. At the end of the day, does what's canon even matter? Chapter 8, The Value of Canon. I haven't seen these messages myself, but I have heard tales of Bionicle fans complaining that they can't enjoy Matanui the online game anymore just because Greg doesn't consider it fully canon. And that's kind of sad, right? It's still the same Mnog you played before Greg voiced his thoughts on it, so why should those thoughts impact your enjoyment of it? Just because it doesn't fit one person's particular vision of how this world works, the emotional impact that story had on you completely evaporated? Why? In the survey I put out in anticipation of this video, 73.3% of respondents confirmed they do value the concept of a consistent canon, especially with regards to Bionicle. Now, I'll admit there might be some bias here. If I did not care about a thing, I would probably be less inclined to take a voluntary survey literally called the Thing Survey. However, many of the no respondents elaborated in the follow-up questions that they're passionately opposed to how highly the Bionicle community values the concept of canon. So, maybe the bias evens out. Maybe the Thing Survey is an equally appealing platform to those who love and hate a thing. As such, 73.3% was still a surprisingly high number for me, despite being neck-deep in the story-focused side of the Bionicle community myself. So there's clearly something going on here worth analyzing. Sure, all of this is completely fictional, but can some of it actually be extra-fictional? Is there some actual merit to the idea that some Bionicle media should be treated with more reverence than some other Bionicle media? Why do so many people care? And should you, my darling viewer, care as well? Perhaps no story can more succinctly answer this question than the one you all knew was coming. Because me talking about it was a canon event. Let's talk one more time about Spider-Verse. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse is not just the best Spider-Man movie, don't at me. It is perhaps the most straightforward dissection of the concept of canon in popular media, with a specific focus on whether or not that concept is good, valuable. If you somehow avoided the onslaught of memes that erupted out of your local AMC in 3, the story is basically this. Miguel Spider-Man Earth and in the name of the best spider people from across the multiverse, dedicated to keeping that multiverse from falling apart. In Miguel's mind, and possibly the mind of the multiverse itself, being Spider-Man is a sacrifice defined by particular, unavoidable tragedies dubbed canon events. The most obvious canon event is Spider-Man's uncle dying, something we've seen happen numerous times with every version of Peter Parker, as well as Miles Morales in the movie that preceded this one. This, by the way, is why the "what was his canon event" meme, his canon of dying, the canon of for all of them. That's the point. Miguel's canon event you, or even if you accept them, you are not man, and so you aren't. Miguel attempts to subvert the canon himself, and the universe he tried to adopt is destroyed because of it. Miles saving the father of the girlfriend of another Spider-Man, that universe's Captain Stacy, starts this process in that universe too, as another of the canon events is...
A police captain close to Spider-Man dies, saving a kid from falling rubble during a battle with an arch-nemesis.
But why?
If not for Uncle Ben, most of us wouldn't be here, Miles.
That's pretty much it, right? In at least every incarnation I'm familiar with, Spider-Man becoming a true hero is motivated by his uncle's death. Spider-Man is meant to suffer because his suffering will make him want to do the right thing. If Spider-Man is not pushed to be the hero of the story, there is not a story. And so the universe, one of the many manifestations of the Spider-Man story, both figuratively and literally collapses. Spider-Verse essentially views canon the same way Homestuck does. What's canon is what is irreplaceable. If you change the canon, you change the story. You change what it means, and you change what the audience gets out of it. Jala's brief death in Mask of Light serves the same function as Uncle Ben's for Takua, motivating him to take a more active role in the world and push the story along. If Jala never died, Takua never would have put on the Evoki, he never would have faced Makuta, and the Matora never would have rediscovered Metra Nui. And most importantly for me, Holly never would have given that speech, which is one of the few moments in a work of fiction that has actually brought a tear to my eye. That's an easy one though. No Bionicle media has ever disputed Jala's death or its impact on Takua. Let's look at something more complicated where the canon has actually been disputed, or at least bent in a new direction, after the fact. Something like Vakama turning evil in Web of Shadows.
I'm listening.
Greg Farshchi has said repeatedly that he was opposed to the decision to make Vakama fall to the dark side in in Web of Shadows in 2005, to the point that there were apparently shouting matches between the story team when it was decided. The pro-evil Vakama side eventually won out, however, and in the movie Web of Shadows, which Greg wasn't super involved with, Vakama does seem to genuinely become full-on evil for a little bit, motivated by his numerous insecurities and constant beratement from his team, particularly Matau. Greg was not allowed to change the dialogue of the script for his novelization of the movie, which became Bionicle Adventures No. 9, but he could more directly tell us what Vakama was thinking, and used this to get his way in the eyes of the fans. Rudaka and Vakama stood on the Colosseum balcony overlooking the ruins of Ta Metru. He was still not sure why he had followed her out here. Perhaps it was curiosity, a desire to know his enemy better. Or perhaps it was just a certainty that she would not have freed him if there were any chance for him to escape. Or perhaps he was genuinely interested in what she had to say? No, he assured himself, that can't be it. But another, stronger voice spoke in his mind as well. I am not a Toa, not anymore. And I was a failure when I carried that burden. Think about it. Do I really think 6 Toa Hordika and 6 freakish Rahaga can overcome hundreds of Visorak and free the Matoran? How many will die in that attempt? How many Matoran will never see the sunlight on the island above? Vakama tried to drive away these thoughts, but they just came faster. If I accept her offer, if I take the power that is being given me, I could order the Matoran to be freed. I could convince Rudaka to let the Toa Hordika leave with them and head to safety. And if it means I have to remain behind in Metru Nui, well, no one will miss me. Of that I am sure. Vakama made his decision then. It wasn't one the other Toa, or those old fools the Rahaga, would ever be able to understand. He knew that. But it would ensure their safety in the end, he hoped, and free him from the shadow of Toa Li Khan. He would no longer try to be something he was not cut out for. Instead, he would be a leader of a different kind. Vakama still does all the same things in the novelization. He still says all the same words, but his motivation is clearly different. The movie gives us no reason to assume Vakama's face heel turn isn't completely genuine, while the novel states explicitly that it isn't. Now, Vakama is pretty much my favorite fictional character of all time. I actually quite like the arc he's given over 2004 and 2005, as I think it's a surprisingly raw depiction of the ugly side of mental illness, something even media for adults often struggles with. I also think both versions of this particular chapter of that arc work fine, and don't necessarily contradict each other. It is easy to genuinely be an awful person, but still tell yourself that whatever you're doing is for the best. Still, we know for a fact that was not the intention of the authors. This movie and this book were not meant to tell the same story. The writers for both had visions for them that they thought were mutually exclusive, and both sides chose to execute their vision anyway. And if mental illness isn't something you've dealt with, you might not be able to read between the lines and see how these interpretations can complement each other. You might get very different messages from the movie and the book. Speaking of messages, let's talk about all the bad stuff you can do with the word canon. Looking back at Spider-Verse, it's pretty clear that Gwen Stacy is meant to be a trans allegory. When she's having the super difficult conversation with her father about her secret true identity, her walls literally turn into the trans pride flag. But for those in the audience who aren't fond of trans people, even subtext this overt is not good enough. Because it wasn't canon, anyone who interpreted it this way must be wrong, right? Gwen is literally not trans, and it's not transphobic to call people out for their bad thinking skills. Also, though, I don't get why OP hates the idea of Gwen being trans. Like, if she is, okay cool, but I very highly doubt she is. The character hasn't been written that way in any other iteration, so why would they start here? I don't hate the idea, just the fact that people try to say it's a fact she is. I have no problem if the creators say, yeah, she is trans, I think that would be fine. I was just curious about why some people are so hell-bent on that she is. But I also think it would be amazing to just create a trans spider person. I just don't think it would be cool to mess with this Gwen because she's been in 2 movies, and just shoving in the trans stuff would feel half-assed. Well, is Gwen canonically a trans girl herself? No one who worked on the movie has confirmed it one way or the other. But that shouldn't really matter. Gwen wouldn't have to be trans herself for her story to be a trans allegory, and even if it wasn't intended as one, there's nothing wrong with trans fans relating to her story and finding value in it for that reason. But subtext and interpretation don't matter to some people. All some people care about is what's canon, at least when it reinforces their pre-existing belief system. Takua's journey of self-acceptance and transformation into Takanuva is also interpreted as a trans allegory by a lot of fans, to the perpetual whining of a lot of other fans. Because, well, we later learn that Takua was canonically a Matoran of Light the whole time. Even if there's no way that was intended when the movie was released, as Matoran of Light wouldn't be introduced until 5 years later, it's canon, so your interpretation doesn't make any sense. So shut up, right? I think it's worth noting here that a refusal to accept any kind of allegory in a story because you don't like the message is very... well, you've got to be a little dumb, right? Of course Takua is not literally transgender, the Matoran don't even really have a concept of gender. For a thing to be allegorical, it must, almost definitionally, not be literal. Gwen Stacy not being canonically trans is what would make this an allegory. But if you become super hung up on the concept of canon and want to interpret everything super literally, then you flatten art out into nothing. If you only care about what's canon, stories aren't stories. They're not things meant to move you or make you see a certain perspective. They're just documentaries from a universe where radioactive spiders don't give you cancer. And that, in my opinion, is a pretty tragic way to engage with art. I don't love Bionicle because it's a story with perfect internal logic, because it isn't. I love Bionicle because I related to Vakama's struggles, because it moved me how he talked to Takua after I knew everything he had been through, because it's fun to see a dude surf on lava, even if lava is actually way too thick to actually surf on, because it was interesting to see a god learn to be a man. Works of art are not meant to be perfect encapsulations of perfect worlds. They're meant to be things that move you, in ways the mundane real world could not. For a Bionicle, that focus on creativity, not cold logic, should be even stronger, right? Bionicle is a Lego theme. Lego is all about creativity, about building your own stuff, about taking what someone else designed and remixing it. Lego, more than any other creative pursuit, is all about the cyclic nature of the creative process, of which destruction is an unavoidable part. So why, then, is the Bionicle community more focused on this concept of canon than pretty much anybody else? Why do we feel like we need answers to all these questions when the spirit of Lego would tell us, hey, come up with your own? Why do Bionicle fans, more so than any other fan community I've ever encountered, seemingly want to be told how all the pieces fit together? Chapter 10. Why Bionicle? It might seem like the Bionicle community's fixation on canon is oxymoronic, but I don't think it is. There's a pretty cool website some of you might be familiar with called New Elementary, which looks at each new LEGO set and lists all the new kinds of bricks in it, as well as any new recolors. And why do they bother? Well, I would say LEGO is an art form, and if you've seen some of the really crazy mocks, that's my own creation, that people come up with, I'm sure you're inclined to agree. But LEGO is a unique art form in that its limitations are overt and unavoidable. There are a limited number of piece designs, all of which come in a limited set of colors, and which only fit together in certain ways. So each new element, be it a simple recolor or an entirely new kind of brick, is a big deal. Imagine how big of a deal it would be for painters if the electromagnetic spectrum just randomly released a new color every once in a while. And maybe Bionicle fans are so inclined to dissect Bionicle and ask so many questions about it for a similar reason. The story spans over 100,000 years, but we barely see a year of that history up close. If you own more than one set, you could easily design your own character, and then there's millennia unaccounted for that you could fit them into. Maybe Bionicle fans are obsessed with Canon for the same reason LEGO system fans are obsessed with getting new bricks. Every time Greg mentions some new idea in a forum thread, or takes a fan idea and says, sure, that sounds about right, it's another element of this world you could build your own story with. If you answered yes to the previous question, would you say that you value the concept of canon, especially with regards to Bionicle? Why? And if you answered no, why not? In the case of Bionicle, I believe canon serves best as a baseline for making your own creative adjustments and additions to, as opposed to something that should be adhered to at all times. The canon of the story helps me have a bit of an understanding of what would or wouldn't be allowed when I make my own mocks and try to integrate them into the official story in some way. Is there anything else you would like to say about your views on canon? Whatever's been stated as canon should be seen more as guidelines rather than us being fully restricted by what's been said. Example, if something bad has been canonized, we should try working around it to make it not as bad as before, rather than completely ignoring it, unless it's something really bad. Okay, I think we've covered plenty of ground. We've pretty thoroughly defined canon and its relationship with authorial intent, and we've discussed the good, the bad, and the ugly of how fans can use, misuse, and abuse it. So what do we want to take away from all this? Well, let's see what the survey says, one last time. How would you define the word canon? All that is described as explicit truth by the original creators and all that can be derived, directly or indirectly, from it in its original spirit. The core of official lore of a series shared by the fans, preferably sourced in those involved in creating the series, and any individuals they trust to carry the torch of that legacy. I'd say canon would run off of official storyline, running alongside fanon which is written by fans. Is there anything else you would like to say about your views on canon? I genuinely deeply believe that fandom as a whole needs to move away from the current obsession with canon. I'm fully okay with fans putting value into preserving the original version of the story as the author intended from the perspective of keeping the original around and appreciated. But the idea that unofficial versions of a story are less valuable, or that alternate interpretations of the original can be considered false, isn't good for the stories we love. It just pits us against each other in unimaginative ways, and feeds into the idea that stories only belong to companies who buy and sell the rights to them, and that they can dictate our culture. Now, I don't know how you're feeling about canon at this point, but these were some of the answers I liked. Can canon be kind of fun to think about? Can you have a good time debating who would and wouldn't be revived on the Red Star? Absolutely. And I have thoroughly enjoyed talking about these things with the people who care. It's impressive how deeply some people want to understand this story they care about. It's impressive that there are people out there who basically know everything Greg Farshtey has ever publicly said about these books he wrote. Just don't take it too seriously. For some people, learning more about the canon can stoke the fire of creativity, and for others, it's a restriction on creativity. But what's salient here is that both of these outlooks are defined by creativity. Why did dozens of survey respondents say Christian Faber should also have the right to dictate canon, despite not writing a single page of the actual books? Well, because he's a very talented creative and the fans appreciate that. If there's one thing I'm taking away from the survey responses I liked, it's that stories, and the canons we define for them, are the product of an artist's creativity and a fan's love. Does Greg accept that Tahu once said, "Come to Daddy, River of Lava"? Probably not. But I do. I love it. And so it's going in the recommended reading order on Wall of History, and none of you can stop me. Thanks for watching, and if you're tuning in on August 10th, have a happy Bionicle Day. If you enjoyed this video, consider subscribing to me on Patreon. I'll put a QR code on the screen, I guess. And join my Discord server. I'll put a different QR code on the screen, maybe, and that's where I'll be releasing an Excel file with all the survey results, if you want to look at those yourself. So, yeah. Like, comment, and subscribe.
Vakama's tale continues.
Together, the Toamitru had recovered the 6 great discs, but our mission was far from finished. For we still had to confront the Mobuzak, the fearsome menace whose vines threatened to strangle Metronui. Behind us walked the 6 Matoran, whose knowledge of the great discs had led us to the artifacts. Arkmo's frequent attempts to flee resulted in his being kept in front, where he could be watched by the others. Little did we know that we too were being watched. Fortunately, Oniwa's sharp eyes spotted the danger.
Vaki!
There was no time to try to explain ourselves to the Vaki, not that they would have listened anyway. So, we sought a hiding place. We took refuge in an abandoned forge, or at least we believed it was abandoned.
Looks like the workers left in a hurry. Wonder why.
We were about to find out.
What?
This is what struck you, Niju. It looks like some sort of seed. Oh, Martinui, protect us. More Busek seeds!
Before we could react, we were caught in a storm of seeds. And when they struck, tiny Mobuzak vines sprang from the shells and clung to whatever was closest. Vines bound us more tightly than any chain ever could, and we fell. Now the tendrils reached for our masks. If those were lost, so were we. But one of us had found the strength to overcome. Once free, the toe of ice rushed to aid the rest of us.
Help me save the others and the Matoran. We have to hurry.
We clawed our way back outside, but we knew no mere door could stop the vines.
Nuchu! Hodua! Bring the building down!
Gladly.
About time we had some action around here.
Do you think that will stop them?
Not for long. You know what this means, don't you?
It's reproducing itself, and we have no idea how many other seeds might be waiting to sprout.
Yes, and hey, where's Okmu?
I see him! Mine! Ugh, not so fast, Carver. You know, Akmu, we all had a feeling one of you 6 Matoran wasn't what he seemed. You were planning to take all the great disc, weren't you?
Prove it, Anoa. I'm just an innocent Matoran, like these others.
You made a lot of mistakes. Too many, in fact. But the biggest one was my finding you trapped on top of a sculpture in Po Metru. All the other Matoran were in real danger when they were rescued. But you and I both know you used to scrabble up and down the stairs for fun. You didn't need me to get you down. I don't know why you plan to betray Michinui or who you're working for, but listen good. Pull anything else and you're plant food. Got it?
Who am I to argue with a mighty Toa?
I didn't get a chance to thank you for the rescue. How did you escape the vines?
When I saw what the seeds were doing, I took a deep breath and expanded my chest. When I let the breath out, I had enough slack to move a little, and making an icicle is easy. I'm from Kometru. We think ahead.
After braving many dangers and seeing the Matoran to safety, we at last entered the inferno that was the Great Furnace.
Vakama! The heat!
The heat is the least of our problems, sister. Look!
everyone, welcome to this year's Bionicle Tree Hut. How is everyone doing in chat today? With me today we have Adventure Kid, Swirt, Katz, Reese, Labo, and Ibby, who is currently cosplaying as Lemony.
Yes, I am using the computer of Twitch streamer Lemony Leopard.
Indeed. And today we will be playing...
She's in the room with him.
She's not in the room.
Swirt, you may have to change the game mode because for some reason I cannot see the window that comes up.
Oh, fascinating. Well, I guess I will have to do so.
Indeed.
All right. Let me know when it's ready.
Yeah, we're anytime.
Watch that sabotage the game. Watch that perform shenanigans.
Welcome to Revenge of the Makuta. The newest game mode of Quest for the Mass Recharged that was added at the end of last year because we didn't have time to do it before 810 last year and we kind of faked a lot of the things last year, spoilers, but this time it's real.
Everybody surround your hands around Makuta.
Mine now.
No,
put that back.
No. All right, we've already won. Good job.
Our senses work. He's flying. He's flying.
All right, we don't
Put
have
the
a whole
cookie
lot
down.
of time.
Indeed. So,
not yet, Liam.
The main point of this mode is it is a 6v1. I will be playing as Makuta, and everyone else will be playing together as the Toa. Their goal is to defeat me, and I have control of all of the Rakshi. And I literally mean all of them.
Yeah.
Okay,
finally.
so
It's going to be scary.
Something.
What we're saying is our goal is what my goal is every time we play this game, which is to kick your ass.
Yeah, finally. Me bullying Liam every year has a purpose.
Me also bullying Liam has a purpose.
All right,
everyone, let's be me this year. Bully Liam.
You're on the verge of greatness. You're this close.
So, without further ado, Swirt, would you like to deal the cards? We are doing a quick mode this time, so everyone gets their Turaga, their badge, 3 masks, and Makuta gets 2 Krata and 2 Rakshi.
Oh, we're also getting the badge from the.
I go dinner first. Holy shit!
Okay. Yeah, we'll also get the badge out of the Turaga deck, so pull that into your hand.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, shuffle once you get your starter mask and your Turaga and your spear out, the Turaga can stay on the table. Draw 2 more masks from your great masks and 2 noble. We're modifying the rules just a little bit because of the gameplay.
Right.
We're gonna make this fun. We're gonna make this fun.
Indeed.
Oh, I just realized I was supposed to pay attention to every word, to some of those words that you said.
God.
Sorry.
And just to clarify, we are all supposed to see each other's hands since we're on a team, or no?
Whatever.
We will indeed change that so we can do that. I'm going to go ahead and start adding people to the Diamonds team.
And yes, Frank RT in chat notes, yes, we have added normal maps to the board this time. It turned out really good, I think.
It's very pretty.
Okay, all right. The Badge of Honor, the Turaga's mask.
Yep, just 2 Turaga mask.
Turaga mask.
All right, let's just make sure you're good to go there. Yep. So you can pull. So
and then I believe we draw 2 game. Do we deal 2? Was it 3 game action cards?
I'm going to do 3 game action cards to everybody.
Okay, I'll handle that.
Hey.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey.
Okay.
Do I have? Where's Nokama?
Nokama is in your great mask.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So what we're gonna do is, if we can't, this game, even in a quick mode, tends to go on for a really long time. So our plan will be that if we reach the 15-minute mark and not much has happened, we're just going to advance it to the end game when Takanuva appears. While everyone is sorting out their cards. Basic explanation. is it's basically the same rules as base Quest for the Masks, but all of the Toa are working together, and Konoe Nuva can be shared with anyone within a 2-space radius of the other Toa.
Mm-hmm. Cats, go ahead and pull in 2 more Great Masks.
Oh, right. Does it
At
matter
random.
which ones?
I just shuffled it, so just hit 2 on the keyboard.
2.
There you go.
Okay.
Have I drawn all the cards that I need to do? I think I might have drawn 1 card less.
Okay, so just to give an emphasis, in your hand you need to have the following. Your starter Konohe, which is whatever your character is. 2 more Great Konohe, 2 more Noble, and your spear / badge of office for your Turaga from the Turaga hand.
Wait, starter Konoe? Okay.
Yeah. I already did that. I already did that for you.
Oh.
And also 3 game action cards that have been randomized to your hand. Makuta, I believe. So, Liam, you're going to pick up, 3 Rockshi and 3 Karada, and that's how we decided to be fair.
I only pulled 2, but if it's 3, I'll take 3.
You know what? For the game mode, why not? Because we already grabbed 3 Mask plus 2 Noble. So
yeah, that's fair. Okay, so are we ready to begin?
I believe so.
Wow. Ready.
I think I'm going to go ahead and set the thing to me. No, I'm going to let Adventure start first.
Okay.
I think that's the wisest. So feel free to go ahead and move. We're still doing 3 movements per cardinal directions. You get the idea.
Okay.
And that way we don't have to worry about re-advancing back to Liam. He could just be last in line. Oh, is the stream lagging? No, a few people said it's
Few people say it is. It could just be to do with, because like we have it on ultra low latency mode, so that might be why.
Yeah, that might be.
There is nothing we can do about stream lag. There is nothing anyone can do about stream lag. Complaining about stream lag means absolutely nothing.
Well, I mean, we'll take it into account for next year and maybe put it on low latency instead of ultra low, but we'll see.
Yep.
If you
all right. Oh, so
it's
you already
mission
moved
time.
straight to a mission.
All right.
Yep.
Let's see what you got.
Oh, we forgot to shuffle. Hold on, before you
They
automatically.
shuffle when they're dealt.
You're
we're showing off a feature.
Calling him Steven instead of Stuart now. Your relationship is
I call him Steven when I'm upset with him.
Oh!
At least you can use my full name like some other individual I know has recently. Okay, go ahead.
Stephen Wirt, go to your room.
Stephen Bethany Wirt.
Oh, God.
Well,
in the relationship.
show the mighty Makuta your hands.
Oh, okay.
Great. Everyone's hands?
Yes, everyone.
No, everyone.
What? Oh, just adventure? Okay. Just adventure. Okay, I was mistaken.
Yeah, no, Makuta should not know every single card on the table, but it is advantageous to know at least one.
Cheating on
that sucked.
Yep.
But hey, it could have been a lot worse.
Yes, it could have.
Yeah, I just go reverse the Kakoot.
Yeah. You know what? Everybody, I'm looking at my last game action card on my hand. I think I should use that to deal with a certain problem that happened in game testing the other day.
Oh boy.
Yes.
No.
Absolutely.
What are you planning?
As long as Liam is upset,
It will affect Liam in a very harsh way.
Do it.
Will it make him sad? Will it make him cry?
Oh, right now. You can give up your turn and move an opponent's avatar 3 spaces.
Good.
Can you respond to that, Makuta?
Not off the top of my head, but I don't know what you're planning either, so...
1, 2, 3. So 1, you don't get that game action card, and 2, you get farther away from the Kini Nui.
I mean, sure, whatever you want to do, that doesn't affect me as badly as you seem to think it does.
Look, I don't have the ability to move around very much, and I have nothing to gain from moving at the moment. I'm right next to the Koro. You're not going to affect it.
I knew his legs are broken.
You say that?
Yeah, I thought you were going to use much more of an exploit than what it turned out to be.
Yeah, like I was expecting something like gay baby jail.
Yeah, back when we were playtesting this, there was something called gay baby jail where we
Yeah,
just
what would
locked
happen is that there
Makuta in
used
one
to
of the
be.
spaces.
Hold on. That there used to be a space here that Makuta could be teleported to directly, and then we'd put like area of effect cards here and here to box him in, and he couldn't move.
It was the funniest
We've
thing of all
since readjusted the board and also gave Makuta much more powerful abilities to be able to bypass that exploit.
Yeah.
But it's still funny.
It is
was
hilarious.
funny.
It is.
Also, with the quick start rules, I imagine Makuta will have enough Krata and Rakshi to really mess
So
things up.
real quick, Josie, it is your turn.
It is?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
You can just move around. You can do whatever.
I'm just strategizing.
Hmm.
I'm just using my brain to think.
Well,
I'm
while you
also
are doing
trying to
that,
remember, I'm also trying to remember what everything is and does.
Don't think for too long because we are on the clock here.
Yeah. Speaking of being on the clock, I have to go make that phone call. When my turn comes, somebody can play for me, okay? I trust you guys.
Sure thing.
Sure.
yeah, because we can see all your cards. We can. Oh, you know what? Play that card when you're ready.
Aurora says, "Get on with the demonstration." So,
the green spaces are missions, right?
Yes.
So I want to skip those. What's under the orange cursor? Whose hand is that?
That's Liam's.
That's Labo. All right, that's mine. Never mind.
Yours.
Right.
Oh. Okay, and I can move 2 spaces or 3?
3.
And I have to move 3 spaces?
Yes.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Well, okay, I had planned on having background music. Earlier in the stream, I went to the tablet here to bring it up, but apparently since the last time we played this, literally all of the Bionicle the Game soundtrack just no longer works, so that's cool.
Oh, fuck it.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
All right.
YouTube just doesn't work anymore.
That's very strange.
Take a mission.
That goes on the table.
Where does this go?
You must give up 1 game action card. Okay, so discard a single game action card. YouTube has broken most in-game embeds. Well, that's just peachy. Thanks, Google.
I would say go ahead and discard that one. It's probably your least advantageous right now.
Speaking of breaking things, shout out to...
Yeah.
I discard this one.
All right. Shoutouts to Elon Musk for making me pay for Twitter Blue yesterday to continue having the feed in the intermissions. That was swell.
Wow. Oh, you're verified now? Good job.
Unfortunately.
Okay.
Blue check mark, point and laugh.
What the hell? What the hell?
What?
Did I just see a walking animation?
Don't think so.
No.
Yeah, because
the fuck
apparently
did I do?
very early on in the stream, we reached the tweet viewing limit, which is apparently a thing.
Yeah.
So the feed would no longer load.
That sucks.
To be fair, it's only $3 and we plan to basically go get it back. As soon as
and
we're
it
done.
was the only way to keep the feed going in the intermissions, so...
To be
anyways,
unfair, it's extortion.
Since it is,
Oh,
yeah,
it
it
is
is.
absolutely extortion.
But
If we had a
hold
proper-
on, stop. It is Labo's turn, which means Swart, you have to take it for him.
No.
Well, somebody has to take it for him. He's gone right now.
Oh, right.
not here. He said someone else take it for him.
Right. Okay. Let me
Dumb shit.
Let's just play that card.
You can give up your Okay.
We're doing it again. We're doing it again.
Well, now I can get that game action space, so you just kind of helped me, if anything.
Oh, that's very true.
You already did it, and you already discarded the card.
Whatever. It's fine.
We're doing great.
I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, pick up a game action card. I will read it.
Oh, that's a really good one.
Clicker guy.
Yeah.
It's the cookie clicker guy who pointed out that Elon Musk is like Wheatley from Portal 2.
Anyone object to me using this card?
Which card is it?
Do you see the one I'm holding up?
No objection on my part.
All right. Opponent must discard one game action card.
Okay.
So you might be getting a good one, you might not be, but you're definitely losing one now.
You know what? I'll toss that one. That's fine.
Fair enough.
Oh, okay.
All right. Feel free to end your turn.
Yes.
Oh no.
Alrighty then. Let's see what I can do here. Well, let's see. Oh, that would do very nicely. I think I'm going to do this. So, first of all, I'm going to play Firestorm and block off Gakoro. Next, I'm going to play the teleportation Krata to move to Gakoro. And then I'm going to play... not that.
I think Gakoro's over here.
Steven, can I use this card?
Actually, no, I can't do that. But I can stay here at Gakoro.
Gakoro's over here, by the way.
Yeah, well, either way.
Am I showing you this card?
Oh. You could play that, yes, theoretically.
Alright.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, fine.
Go away.
Alright.
So portals are the yellow spaces.
I was going to try and take Gakoro, but I realized too late that I had the wrong Krata combination because vision and strength are very similar.
Now, which of my co-players would it be the most funny for me to teleport Makuta to?
I mean, it would be hilarious to go over here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll also take a I guess I'll draw a Krata since I canon that I passed through that to get there, so I will draw a single
Is
Krata.
Gakoro still on fire?
Yeah.
No.
Well, it's blocked. It is still blocked, but I can't do anything with it, unfortunately. So
All right, please,
that will
put
be
your
my
3
turn.
tokens on.
Okay.
Yes.
3 tokens? Okay, hold on. I need to remember how to do that. Oh.
I got the tokens.
Liam does that.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they look like candy. I want to eat them.
So we are reaching the 15-minute mark already, unfortunately. So we may after this round we'll have to advance it.
Yeah,
but
they look like black licorice. I want to put them under my hat.
So I'm gonna make a game action.
Under my hat.
Okay.
What was the move that was played for me while I was gone, by the way?
You gave up your turn to move me. Again?
What?
Wow, okay. I see how it is.
Not letting you take any action of your own, I'm sorry.
That's not necessarily the most advantageous, but okay.
It's funny, though.
Yeah.
you have to underestimate the power of it's funny.
All right.
And
I'm going to throw this down. So now I have...
Jeez.
No.
I can move exactly 9 spaces.
Awesome.
So let me count that real fast. 1, 2, 3. No. I'm just trying to find the best spot to go. Any suggestions from the team? 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yes.
I'll be close to
Tor.
Potato.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now I am yeah. I think that's probably the wisest. And I shall play. I think I'm good for now.
Oh fuck! It's my turn now. I have to pay attention again. If I pass through a game action turn, do I get the turn?
Yes. Yes, you still get the movements and you get the game action card.
1, 2, 3.
Also, big shout outs to Iconic Stills for providing all the card art for many of these cards.
Yeah. Gorgeous. Absolutely.
By the way, through a game action space, and now I get 3 things, and then I can and then I return 2 of the things.
That's fair. I'll take care of your counters for you.
Okay, so I chose these ones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you weren't supposed to show everyone.
Okay.
Remember, we could see your hand, so.
Yeah.
Oh.
We're all on. Besides the Makuta, we're all on the same team.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So after this, I think it may be advantageous to switch to endgame so we can demonstrate that real quick.
Oh, they.
So
What happened? I'm keeping the one that I got, and I'm ending my day.
So what happens at endgame? What happens in this version of the mode when any one player collects all 6 of their great masks? They become Takanuva. Any existing places of shadow from taken over Koro that are level 3 or below are discarded, and Makuta, Takanuva has to encounter Makuta on the field to do a best 3 out of 5 battle to see who wins.
That's a game of Poli.
And the rest of the team, I guess it's not like part of the rules, but it is on the best interest of the rest of the team to like huddle together with Takanuva because he can get they can share mass powers with him if I recall correctly.
So let's just say for simplicity's sake, since it's his turn, congratulations, Reese, you are now Takanuva.
I was over here. Awesome. On that note, please rearrange the top 5 cards of the pile for me.
Which
pile?
pile?
We're not doing that. We don't have time for that.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay. Well, in that case, I'm going again.
Under normal circumstances, if there's a shadow challenge, the shadow Toa that's currently active would be fought, and any attached Prada would augment its stats. But since Takanuva is currently in play, that now becomes Makuta.
Hey, I have a question. Do the licorice chips reset? Do the licorice chips disappear after my turn or Makuta's turn?
No, Makuta's turn.
Makuta's turn. Okay, thank you.
And let's also assume for a moment that the other Toa are nearby to Takanuva, and Makuta is like somewhere over here.
Okay,
cool.
Sure. This is like loading in
Which,
a
by the
save
way, this is actually kind of not worth doing right now for Takanuva.
Well, I wasn't
and everyone,
when I decided I was going to do this, so.
And I'm going to deal a couple of game action cards to everyone as well, just to make this easier for the end game.
I'm so confused.
We've loaded in a save file that has like most of the things progressed just for showcasing purposes.
Awesome.
Yep.
All right, so Reese, it is your turn.
Yeah, I was kind of doing my turn that whole time, but then I became Takanuva in the middle of my plan. So
I see.
Yeah, hold that back to your hand. We don't need it.
Okay,
right
well, I already did this
right there.
So
yep.
So that was my turn, I guess.
Since we only have 5 minutes left, let's assume we're in the battle.
All right, cool.
We're literally going from easing into it to final battle.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nothing is.
Actually, we have 10 minutes, but we need a break in between to get set up.
Should I play a mask as well, just to have a mask effect going?
You don't have. Well, no, you don't have masks.
Go for the challenges.
Oh no, Alabo, you do.
I spun in an earthquake.
Oh,
you
God.
can't. No, you can't do that.
All right, so
it's not the time for an earthquake.
If I am remembering correctly,
I don't spun in an earthquake.
If I remember correctly, once we do the final challenge, it is best 3 out of 5. Correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't
reorganizing my cards here.
That's all 5 shadow cards. We're just going to assume you two are now fighting. We are now relatively within position. Everybody everybody can help because we're all within 2. So we all have masks that could help.
To clarify for everyone watching, both Takanuva and Makuta have boosted stats, but they're not quite equal. So like there are some things where one will have a better matchup over the other.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this does promote the sense of unity so that the other Toa can help Takanuva win this.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, first challenge.
All right.
I'm just going left to right, top to bottom. Ready?
Let's go.
Cool.
Vision.
By default, I have
Okay,
8.
What can I do?
And like that, I'm bringing this guy out.
Well, let's see. What can I do to combat that?
Swoo!
I guess I'll attach a Vision Crata.
So
Alright,
we've
that-
already added in an extra 400 on vision.
Yeah, because there were 2 Okakus.
Swoo!
And how much did that add for you?
I have
Only
plus
200.
200, so I have 1100 vision.
All right, I believe right now I have 1200 vision.
Dang, maybe we should have shown off at least like one Roxy battle.
Who is changing the game mode? Do not change the game mode.
That was a misclick. I did hit cancel.
Okay. Also, Liam, how many Roxy and Crata did you draw?
I just drew 1 extra, I think.
Go ahead and draw 3 extra of each. We're gonna
Okay.
try to make this fair.
All right, sure. I'll just
So,
draw
did I
2
win
on top
that
of what I already had. So, hold on. Let me see what I can do here. If I can't do anything extra, of course, that's what I drew, and it does absolutely nothing for me.
Oops.
Yeah, you win that one.
Huzzah!
All right.
1 out of 3.
Huzzah. 1 there.
And I have this reward card.
It
Cool.
doesn't really help us, but you can draw a Great Mask if you want.
I am
give
happy
it to
to.
Takanuva?
Could have played that. Oh, well.
Takanuva does not have masks right now, other than the Evoki.
Next challenge.
Okay.
Next one, go.
Speed and strength.
Uh-oh. Slightly
Speed and
worse.
strength. Okay.
I have a Kakagigi!
That's not that bad. I have
do
15
have
by default.
strength things that I can play. Let's see. Well, that could actually work.
Wait, I also have this. Wait.
That's 16.
You can only do 1 mask at a time.
Whichever stat is worse, use
One
that
mask at a time. Okay.
Whichever one
They're
of these
both-
stats is worse for you, you can use it.
Okay.
I play a strength Rakshi. That's plus 1,000.
All right, I have 1600 by default.
Okay.
How much?
Strength
You
one.
need to-
That's-
And also
Okay,
minus
that one
100
take
just
away,
to be
that
safe.
One you keep.
Can I also pitch in with my own Mask of Strength?
Yes.
Yes.
Everyone needs to pitch in. It's 200
Okay.
points a mask.
You're getting my Mask of Power as well.
Awesome.
And my axe.
And my axe.
Can I do math real quick? This is not.
Yeah, let's try to consolidate all the masks' strength here.
All right, cool. So every
do we
single
have-
person has played a strength mask, and I have one too. So that's a total of
Someone needs to
1,200
make
extra.
Someone is
Well,
to
no,
make
you don't have one. You do not have one. You can
Takanuva.
only use Takanuva.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but this is a plus 200,
Yeah.
so inherently I gain 200.
So that is 1,200
So-
right there against that 1,000.
Minus 100, plus 100.
To simplify the math,
Minus another 100.
God damn
To
it.
simplify the math, all of the masks of strength equal that Rakshi.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So now
So
it's
it's a-
just a matter of. So your
So-
speed and strength are. Let's just calculate that. So you're currently at 1,700 versus speed and-
900.
No. Speed and strength together. 'Cause
Yes.
this is
We
speed and
really
strength.
got to make this
Right.
quick.
Yeah. Takanuva, you're currently sitting at 600 and. Well, no, sorry. 900 and 700. So that is.
Yes, it's 1600 by default.
And Makuta had 1,700. I just deducted 100 from that, so now that's 1,600. So you would be pushing, and then that Rakshi's basically been negated plus 200. So you are officially winning. So Takanuva is
Yay.
winning.
Okay,
right.
well,
Liam, can
And-
you respond?
let's go. Last one.
He's not responding at any time soon.
Speed
Oh,
and vision.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Everybody, pull back your Kanohi, and we'll try to make this work.
come on, let's go.
Speed and vision. What do I
Take
have
it.
for that by default? Default, that's 1700.
Speed and
Yes.
vision, you say?
Yes.
Sorry,
Speed
Liam.
and vision. Okay. What can I do?
To clarify, I cannot contribute a noble mask, can I?
Damn it, I
you
don't have any
can't.
speed Prada.
I believe you can, yes.
I'm
No,
still,
actually, no, you can't, because they're not Nuva masks.
I'm still offering my vision.
Say, Liam, do you have any game actions in your hand right now?
No, I already discarded them.
Good.
Good.
And I don't have any speed, Krata, so I can't do anything against this.
Yay!
Yes. Then we win.
We did it. This was such a beautiful thing.
Ah! I can't flip the table. Flip the table.
Feel, honestly, guys, I really feel like our teamwork and skill really won this game.
Yeah. Scared the shit out of me.
I forgot to turn that part off.
So the highlight of what just happened last challenge was that we basically created early the buffed out Takanuva from 2008. We just roided him up.
Yep.
Yep.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And that's what happens when the Toa are united. But when they're not, Makuta will wipe the floor with us.
Whoa, you are bugging out.
In fact,
yeah.
Well, yeah,
All
because
right,
the entire table flipped out.
With that said, thank you. With that said, okay, I really need to bring us out now. I'm sorry, I gotta cut you off.
Go.
So with that said, that is it for Quest for the Masks. Unfortunately, it was rather short this year, but you get the idea. If anyone wants to see a full game, that can certainly be arranged later down the line, but for now, we will be right back as we get set up for a preview of Metro Nui Cubed. We will see you all soon.
Goodbye.
Does it look fun? Alright, sounds good. Give me like a countdown or something. Took a little bit longer, but I mean, I can make my thing shorter. It's fine. Ten seconds. All right. Cool. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Metro Nui in Minecraft. No, it is not 1:1 scale, unfortunately. The height limitations on that has made it a little bit shorter. I think it's supposed to be 1/10 the size. And, oh geez. I just saw the, oh, there we are. Welcome back. So, yeah. This is Metro Nui in Minecraft. It is a project that I've been working on for years with many setbacks, but it should be pretty good. So here we are in the control room, and if we just look here, we have a nice map of what has been made so far. This has been made, thankfully, with the easy use of World Edit. It has a option to put height scale maps in it, and so I use the grayscale map that Christian Faber put in, and that has made a lot of this easier, and a lot of it harder in ways that I did not anticipate first time. Also, besides using just World Painter, most of this is just in vanilla, which is incredibly hard. Like, for the past couple of years, I've been working with another guy in a... It was a... just in a little server that we had. We couldn't do anything to it to put in plugins or whatnot, so everything that we've built has been either by hand or with really smart use of commands. Speaking of very smart use of commands, let us see this. This is how we get around. You can see the core here, and then if we use this, ta-da, we are in the Colosseum. And took in some liberties to try to make getting to the different sizes, or different heights of the stands easier. Doesn't go quite as far as like it's shown in the movies. That is mainly for two reasons. One, this is using the height map, so the Colosseum is going to look a little bit different on the outside. And two, I don't think anyone can actually seat physically in the Colosseum that is shown in the Miramax films, for the reasons of it's a parabolic curve. I don't understand. But you can see here a little hallway that goes into the Colosseum. And they're a little bit behind the scenes, us making the hallways and stuff, and there's a lot of room. Like, a lot of room. Like, genuinely way too much room to put stuff in. So, that's that. I'll fly up and see how much more we can see. Now, I use a mod that is a client-side mod that makes the render distance much longer than it usually should be. And that's because when you go into a chunk, the mod gets a nice little snapshot of that chunk and shows off a simplified version. The reason why everything's blue is because we use a lot of blue just as a placeholder. Easy to see on the background of everything, besides Geometry, but Geometry has its own problems. And yeah, I can, if you really want, hold on. Yeah, Distant Horizons, nice job. Let's see, options. Where is it? Video settings. It doesn't matter. I can get it all the way up to like 312, but that would make the like stream so bad and make my computer heat up way too much. But yeah, you can get a nice little view of everything. Yeah, the Colosseum. It doesn't look like what it looks like in the comics or the Miramax films, just because that is a creative liberty that was taken to make it seem a bit more grand. I'm using the one that was envisioned by Faber, and because of that, I can I can kind of get that, you know, the threefold Metro Nui look from there. Kind of. Not the best. But it is what it is. Yeah, it is a squat boy. But it allows for a lot more, like, building into it. Oh! Here's something fun I can show off. Ignore the crown. That's nothing. So, this is our idea for making the shoot system. Now, if you know anything about Minecraft, you know that it is very slow to get around by anything that is not Elytra, and even the minecarts are kind of slow. But what we do is we can use some effects. Now, this is just showcased to show what we have so far. We are planning to make this a more public map for everyone. And when that is done, we should have all this in order, as I flub spelling dolphins. So Dolphin's Grace makes it much faster to go through water. Also, we can use another thing. Conduit power. And that makes going through this so much faster. Now, I said so much faster. It's not like the fastest in the world. But it's still very nice. And because the conduit power, everything seems to work pretty well with not drowning. Now, we had some other ideas to try to make that work. Over here, you can see actually the cutout that we use for the water. And this is just using barrier blocks and then structure voids to hold the water in place. Now, this was the idea to try to make a more vanilla-friendly version. We have a dolphin that's trapped in there, and we have a conduit that's in there. And that we were thinking of using this. I don't think that's a good idea. But that is what it is. Oh, and one more thing that makes it easier. Depth Strider boots. So, yeah. We've got a lot of different options to make actual shoot travel viable, which is nice. So yeah. That is the Coliseum area. Back to the book, and let's see. Okay, gotta be real. Oh no, so many mobs were killed in the making of this map. One of the other people that worked on this like to pull pranks, and one of them is make a ton of mobs just spawn in on a person, and they die with... Oh, yep, 10 minutes. Okay. We haven't done most of Pometru. Let's go to Vakama's Foundry. And I find it hilarious. Because this is actually, I think, the shot of where it's supposed to be. But these are the little foundry area that you first see Vakama in Legends of Metru Nui. And, oh, you want to see the Great Furnace? I'm going to tell you right now, it's not so great yet. Between a... Yes, villager noise. No, that's not Vakama. One of the other people decided to populate this area with villagers. But yeah, this is the foundries, and nice little details added in, besides villagers, that actually lets Molten Prodermis funnel in, so that's cool. And yeah, that's this area. The Great Furnace is very blue right now. We are still constructing this because the shape of it is boggling us. To make this shape, we have set up this, which is circle machines in vanilla that are stacked upon each other, and we can put in a bunch of different radii. and that should allow for all the different heights and lengths we need to make this shape more viable. Interesting thing to note about trying to make the Great Furnace, it has multiple centers, which has been interesting. If we just fly over here, we haven't gotten New Atlas in a while, so... Fly over here, we have the Prodermis Reclamation Yard and Furnace. Has a lot of problems, but, oh. Looks like somebody actually started working on this, thank God. But yeah, just the junkyard being filled with junk. Trying to find a place to put this is really hard, especially when you look at the media. Yeah, it is kind of sad that's kind of blue, but blue will be taken out. Trying to find the area to put this is very hard because the media that is surrounding this doesn't really give a good map location, so we kind of just have to wing it the best we can. And then over here we got the fire pits with no! Okay. Fire pit, shooting fire. This is a lag machine, by the way. I want to put this out. But it is really cool to see. No, this is not on Empire Toa. It's just a thing that I've been making myself for years. I'm just going to teleport away, and hopefully the lag will not be a problem. Ooh. Okay. This one I'm really proud of. So, as we do our little circle around, remember that scene from Web of Shadows? Yeah, I can kind of do it. Woo! So we have the Great Temple. And I have to admit, I've put a bit much work in this, but it still looks really nice. It has all the light allowing fixtures, well, most of the light allowing fixtures, and it has the Suva. It doesn't have much else quite yet. Again, all this is work in progress. We have two teams. One is for building the main structures, while the other one goes in and adds all the detail. And, the little balcony that the Hordika and Norik were talking on. I thought that would be a nice little feature. Yes, diagonal builds are actually Horde. Because this isn't just diagonal, this is diagonal at a very weird angle. It's not 45. Okay, 5 minutes. We can actually fly to this next one, because it's not too far off. No, I do not use cubic chunks. Unfortunately, that won't allow us to get a lot of blocks, because I don't think cubic chunks have been updated in quite a while. It's for older versions. And we're trying to keep this as up-to-date as possible. What biome this is in? Okay. Yes, we can see the archives. After we see the Protodermis Falls. If you have seen the Metro Nui guidebook from 2004, this should look very scenic. It is also the scene that cuts to Nakama in the movie. And I spent way too much time making this look pretty. I should have been going on other things, but I want to make it look as easy it could be for the next people that would come in. You saw emerald ore? Yeah. So a lot of this had to be cut away because the original structure only went up to like here and would go straight, well, not straight, but curve over to there. So I had to cut away a lot of this to make room. But you can go from this small temple here. You can go over here, up this small temple, this bridge, which leads up to here. Again, this is all just way too much detail that I put in for funsies, which leads up to here. Thank you for saying how accurate it is. Which leads to this here. And we know where this leads to? Nothing. It is a dead end. We have died. Somebody said they want to see the archives. Let's see. The archives! Now, it ain't much, but I'm proud of it. Yeah. It is the time. Oh god. So, we had a problem with the world generation, where it would just put in these massive holes everywhere. We're keeping them in Onimetru because... well, not the bedrock part, but... this part here. Welcome to the archives. For now. Let's see. So, effect, give... V232 skull, and night vision infinite. Okay, the archives. It's very dark in here. So here is where we basically get all the assets that we want to use in other places as well, and we put them here for use. So here we have more chutes. I'm not going this way. I know what this is. What's that way? Here we have one of the foundries. Here we have... Oh, time to wrap up. But yeah, you can see that there's a lot of work done, and that there is a lot of work that needs to be done. And I am hoping to recruit anybody to who wants to join, who thinks they can work well in Minecraft. Again, we're trying to get this so that it can be a nice server for people just to join and look around and stuff. But right now we need builders. And again, if you think you are a good builder, you can try contacting me. My channel is Skull Kingdom. I have like 2 videos on it. You can also contact me at alexanderthegreat232@gmail.com. And my Discord is also V232Skull. I'd like to thank you for watching my little showcase, and hope you all have a great rest of your Bionicle day. Cheers!
I think we need more Toa.
So monstrous. I never dreamed.
Ready the great discs! We will strike together and...
No! You will not destroy the Morbazak. My arms extend to every part of this city. I am in the furnaces, the chutes, the canals. The Matoran live and walk only because I choose to let them. But if they anger me, I will drive the Matoran into the heart of the city, as was commanded. Then I will claim Metru as my own. Those who survive can serve the Morbazak or perish. Beginning with you.
Hey, come back here with that.
Hang on, Winua.
Thanks. That was my plan.
Nuju! Use your power!
Done. Now, Winua.
This thing needs pruning anyway.
Your first defeat, monster, but hardly your last.
You can delay, but not defeat me. I am part of Metru now. I am this city, and it is me.
Matao's winds helped free Nuju and Wenua, when it seemed that the Morbazak was right. We fought not one enemy, but hundreds, all reaching to steal the great discs from us.
You cannot stop me. You have not the strength. That is all right. Too weak to be heroes, perhaps, but you will still make excellent slaves.
Us only one hope for victory. Surrender.
We can't win this way. Stop fighting!
But if we stop, the vines will drag us right into the... Oh! For a fire spirit Vakama, you are almost as quick smart as a Lamatoran.
You know, maybe when we're done here, we can transplant it to Ga-Metru.
As long as it stops speaking, there's nothing I dislike more than a talkative shrub.
I would rather be fed to the great furnace than live in a city run by an obnoxious, foul-smelling, overgrown pile of vegetable matter good for nothing but clogging canals.
Before you serve, you will suffer.
No, Morbuzak. You have had your season. The time of harvest has come.
Anua, the pressure from the vines. I'm blacking out.
Hold on, sister. Victory is at hand.
We're free!
But far from safe.
No!
Morbuzak has become one with the great furnace. In trying to escape, it is bringing the building down.
We ran then. The Morbazak's time had come. Cut off by the energy sphere from the fires that fed it, and the vines that served its will, it could do nothing but send its telepathic rage against us.
Last one out is Vaki Bones.
Be quiet and flee, librarian.
What happened to the dark plant now?
I think we're about to find out.
Before our eyes, the energy sphere vanished, and the king root of the Morbuzak crumbled to dust. No longer a menace, it returned to the ground from which it sprang. With no king root to feed them, the vines likewise withered and died all over the city. Metru Nui, it seemed, was safe once more.
It is over. We have passed our first test as Toa Metru.
Then why are we standing here? Let's bring these ever-powerful discs to the Colosseum and tell the world we are Toa heroes!
Only one thing troubles me, brothers. The Morbuzak said it had driven the Matoran into the heart of the city, as it was commanded. Who could command such a monster? Why would they plot against the Matoran? And will they strike again?
Hi everyone, I'm Lei, and if you were here for this segment last year, you've seen my video that summarizes Robottrio, my original passion project partially inspired by Bionicle. In this video, we're going to dive into the history of robots, starting at the turn of the 20th century and going roughly up to the, quote, present day, which in this universe is the year 2011. Let's get started. This universe is an alternate timeline known as the Techno-Sapient universe. The dedicated study of practical robotics began with the son of Thomas Edison, Edison II. In our home timeline, Edison II was merely known as Edison Jr., who died childless. He was also notorious for selling snake oil products, using his father's name to give him credibility. However, in the techno-sapient universe, Edison II focused on the development of robotics, or automata as they were known at the time. His younger stepsister Madeline was in college at the time studying psychology and would frequently report her findings to her brother via letter. Edison, frequently forgetting to message back, would reference her letters as notes in the development of what he called the automated neurotic engine, which would later be known as the cranial processor or brain of robots today. Madeline's original work would be swept under the historical rug for decades to come. Edison's research coincided with the invention of the assembly line, which was developed by Henry Ford in 1913. The two figures met at the 1915 Panama Pacific International Exposition, a World's Fair held in San Francisco. Ford and Edison exchanged schematics, and the two proposed a competition to realize self-moving or living automata. A secret third party eavesdropped on the two during the same fair, Roy J. Wensley, who worked for the Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing Company. Soon, there were three major companies in a race to develop sapient robots: General Electric, led by Edison, Ford Manufacturing, and Westinghouse, which for the most part kept its operations under wraps. In 1927, Wensley would invent the Televox, an automatic sub-switch system that served as the prototype for a robotic vocal processor. Almost a decade later, with the combination of Edison's brain design, Ford's motor schematics, and Wensley's voice box, Electro was built in December of 1936. Electro began seemingly the same as the previous Westinghouse attempts. He responded to basic commands with the associated programmed movements or pre-recorded vocalizations. This changed on a chilling February morning the following year, 1937. Engineer Jack Weeks was in the throes of replacing Electro's oil when the robot asked, "Could you kindly prepare a cigarette for me? This temperature is extremely cold." Following the initial panic, the team at Westinghouse successfully conducted a conversation with Electro, confirming that he was indeed sapient. The team submitted him to the 1939 New York World's Fair, telling the world that Westinghouse had won the US robot race. Danish journalist and art critic Edvard Smith described his experience.
The Westinghouse company has clearly demonstrated its technological improvement since the previous fair, with its showcase of Electro, the Motorman. Although this automaton is slow and often refers to his guests with crude terms of affection, he accepts audience questions with an eagerness that reflects more than pre-rehearsed answers.
Although Electro's World Fair debut was a resounding success, he gave the impression that robots were intended purely for entertainment over practicality, a trait that wouldn't be useful for the event overshadowing the fair known as World War II. During the war, further robotic development was set on the back burner to make room for weapons production. Because the latter required vast amounts of metal, anyone researching robotics at home could only document their theories and designs on paper, unable to test these theories in practice until after 1945. While the now obsolete Electro could technically move, he was incredibly slow and needed a great deal of assistance to avoid falling over. The first instance of what we consider a mobile robot would be Shaky, a non-humanoid built by the Stanford Research Institute in 1966. The oldest humanoid mobile robot is Velvet, built in 1973 by the Japanese company Rikai Factory. She is only active intermittently as she is considered a living historical artifact. Until 1975, the basis for a sapient robot's brain was a trade secret, albeit kept rather sloppily. MIT professor and researcher Mike Signiak was friends with the son of Jack Weeks, the Westinghouse engineer who had witnessed Electro's sapient awakening. Signiak believed that sapient technology should not be monopolized, and controversially published the original patent for the cranial processor made by Westinghouse. Signiak's publication had initiated the rise of independently created robots with a singular creator rather than a corporation or strictly controlled research team. These sapient robots helped ease the perception of their sapience into the public eye. Within 5 years, the number of registered sapient robots quadrupled worldwide, growing almost exponentially until 1983, when a sapient robot caused the death of a human. This caused public outrage and legal limitations on robot rights were put into place. Prominent robotics companies based in the United States include Apple, Boston Dynamics, Cyclone, Hercules Engineering, and NASA. While independent creators tend to build robots for the goal of creating a robot, the corporate mind is significantly more competitive, always looking for new innovations. And, as was the pattern at the very beginning, many companies keep their ideas close to the chest, remaining secretive until their concept is fully realized. I think we've covered the main points on how robotics in the United States came to be what it is today. There are of course many different country stories that are less America-centric, but I'll leave that for a later time. I hope you enjoyed this video on the history of the Techno-Sapien universe. But Lay, what is Robotrio? I hear you saying behind your screen. Well, since we've got a fair bit of time on our hands, what better an example than to show you, as an early release, the first episode of Season 3 of Robotrio. I had to, I'm sorry.
Elsie shot me. She was later in the anti-trio and she shot me. Okay. Diagnosis, not dead anymore. Cash, functioning. Everything seems intact, for better or for worse. Heart broken? She shot me. How could she...
Alrighty, Ace, just a bit more of our usual maintenance, and... Ace! You're online! It worked! Thank God it worked. You're alive!
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I am.
Are you alright?
The jury's out on that one, Doc. I'm feeling a lot of things I'm not used to feeling right now. And look, I'm sorry for everything. I did mean everything, and that was the bad part. I was irresponsible, and it got to my head, and I'm sorry. I'm not used to apologizing this much.
Hey, slow down. Your processor is going to overheat if you keep rambling like that. I can't forgive what you said to me, or to Cast, but I hope we can put that behind us, alright?
Good enough. Is what I deserve, at least. Listen, can we reaffirm wherever our relationship is standing later? I realize I just rebooted, and this is also super responsible, but is Cast around?
Sky. There ain't a cloud in sight. Da, 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 da. Something about words. Da, 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 da. And don't you know, it's a beautiful new day.
Cass?
What the? Ace? Oh, Ace! Whoa! Hey, Ace! I thought you were almost. You could have been.
Yes, calm down. And you're still not loosening up. I just woke up. You want to break me again? Okay, that's a better hug.
But you were gone for so long. I couldn't.
Hey, Cass.
What?
Try to cool it a little. Look at me. How's about that?
I missed you so much. But you were...
Hey, you're getting worked up again. You need to cool it. Can you do that? There we go. Now it might sound insincere given how harsh I was to you, but I'm sorry, Cass. I'm so sorry. I can't blame Elsie for this one. It was all my fault. I was naive and stupid, and I'm so sorry for ever thinking that you and your father were... Yeah. I wasn't in my right mind. I was obsessed, and Elsie only made things worse, and I believed her when I should have believed you. I realize it's a lot to dump on you suddenly, but I've got a lot on my mind, and a lot I want to get off my chest now that I'm online and not dead. I realize it's been a ramble apology, and I'm sorry if I sounded sincere, but I mean it. I'm just so genuinely sorry, Cass, and I feel horrible. I'm sorry. I don't know if you can forgive me. I don't expect you to forgive me, but just so you know, I'm sorry.
I'm just glad you're back to being yourself.
Same here. So, how long was I out?
I think a month.
Wait, no, incorrect. It's only been a few hours, right? Maybe a day. Elsie, all that happened last night, right? Or maybe the other day?
I could get my calendar.
No, I'll look it up. myself. I'm desynced anyways. I just gotta hook myself back up to the internet. August 22nd. Okay. Okay, where's Dant? I need to get to the bottom of this. Plus, I should really apologize to him too, now that I think about it. Cast? I asked you a question. Where is Dant?
Ace, I'm sorry.
Why are you apologizing, Cast?
Dan has been missing ever since we rescued you.
What? No, No, he can't. Dant can't.
He's gone, Ace. I've looked and turned over everything.
Okay, good to know. Where'd you last see him?
At the docks, in a warehouse, where Hector was staying. It was when we went to rescue you.
So I was bait. Wonderful. Tell me more, if you can.
Don't know how much more I can say, actually. We split up at some point near the entrance, and I never saw him again.
Hey, I'll figure this out, Cast. I gotta make this up to you at some point after all. I'll see what I can gather at the docks, see if we can't find any evidence.
No.
No? What do you mean, no? I'm a detective bot. Missing person cases are literally one of my strong suits.
Listen. You just woke up, and every inch of that godforsaken warehouse has been searched over and over nearly every day since Dan went missing.
Yeah, well, I never searched the warehouse, so there could be something that they missed.
We're staying here.
Look, I'm gonna solve this for you, for us, really. You just need to relax. I'm back, and I can...
Why does everyone keep telling me to relax? How am I supposed to relax when my friend died and my other friend is missing for so long he might as well be dead?
But I'm not dead anymore. I'm alive, Cast. And if Dan's been missing all this time, and if I'm back, then I can go out there and I can find him. I can set things right. I owe that to him and to you.
No, you can't! I don't want to lose you again! I can't! I'll never allow that to happen! Not in a million years!
Cast.
Look, Hector has Dant. I know he does. And with what happened last time, I don't want you going back out there. I don't want you anywhere near him ever again. So you're not going back out. Not yet. Okay?
You really care about me that much?
Yes. Yeah.
Let's make a compromise, then. I stay home, you go out and find clues.
Ace, I can't leave you alone.
Yes, I'll be fine. Besides, I've got the doc to worry about me. I'll be fine.
I'm not sure about this.
I know you're not sure, and that's why I'm being sure for you. That's why I'm telling you that this is okay.
Don't do anything stupid.
I won't touch a marshmallow.
What?
According to Dant, marshmallows jam mechanics and electronics, which is why I wouldn't touch one.
I'll take your word for it. Alright, well, I'm headed out. See you soon? I think.
See you soon, for sure. I'm not going anywhere, apparently, so unless something happens to you, well...
Oh, right. Well, see ya.
Yeah, you too. Okay, unpacking whatever that emotion was later. And whatever the rest of them are, I guess. I got a lot of stuff to figure out, I'm realizing. One thing at a time, though. First, Edison. Yeah, Edison. And I can work up to... Elsie.
Wow! Oh!
Sorry!
It's okay. Hey, wait a sec. I remember you.
You do?
Yeah. Around a month ago, you were sitting on the curb looking scared for your life, and I helped you up.
Oh, hey! Yeah, that was my first day in town? Yeah, those were the days, huh?
Yeah. Looks like you've gotten a new paint job since then. A new voice, too. They're nice.
Oh, yeah, that. Yeah, I've gotten a few upgrades since then. I used to have 3 fingers, now I have 4. I used to have wheels on my feet, now they're just feet.
That's actually really cool. Adding an extra digit's gotta be more useful with that extra dexterity and support. Plus, I imagine the boots give you more of a grip.
I guess so. Must be able to just zoom around, but beggars can't be choosers, I guess. I'm Cass, by the way.
Tessa, nice to properly meet you.
Yeah, you too.
Well, I'm afraid I have to get going, but it was nice to see you again. Cass... bump into you, really.
Yeah, it was. I'll see you around, Tessa. Bye.
Bye.
Huh. Could've sworn Tessa... Wasn't she... Why didn't we use the inside gym? It's freaking freezing. Oh, hey, what's up?
Hey there, you're Caster, right? Saw you at the High Mile Run?
Oh, yep, that's me. Thanks. Yeah. What do you need?
Well, I was thinking about it and was wondering... Well, I'm a transfer. I also did track in my old school.
Oh, cool! Yeah, that's really cool. What's your name?
Tessa Walker. Good to meet you.
Yeah, you too. I'm Castor Aristoteles. But you know that. I'd, shake your hand, but I'm kind of frozen solid right now. And I don't want to give your hand frostbite.
Fair enough. But, yeah, I was wondering, since there's hardly anyone else around...
Yeah?
Wanna, I don't know, race?
Race, huh?
Yeah, I saw the way you were running, and I think I've magicked out a more efficient technique for running.
Oh, putting my technique to the test, huh? Well, you're on! Let's do a sprint to that tetherball pole on 3. 1, 2, 3!
So, good exercise, huh?
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't feel cold anymore, that's for sure.
Definitely. Whoo-wee! That was a close one. Good play!
No problem, it was fun.
Something wrong?
Nah, I just remembered what I was supposed to say. I kind of forgot earlier since I recognized you and your... Whatever. Either way, you're supposed to be in the indoor gym, where, everyone else is.
What? Oh! That's why no one else was around! Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry.
No need to apologize, really, but we should probably get going. I think PE's almost over.
Oh. Yeah, let's go. Race to the doors!
Sure thing.
Epic! Let's go! That was... Tessa? And she... I was human.
Now who could that be? I'm coming! No need to be impatient.
Hi, Dad.
Come in, please. Come in. I think we have a lot we need to talk about. So, I can only assume the procedure worked?
Something like that. Just came online this morning.
Really? Adelpha and I finished repairs on you just a few days ago. Surprised you woke up so late. Wait. If you just woke up, then what are you doing?
I'm getting to that. I need to make amends, Dad. When I woke up, it all came crashing back to me. Everything. I was so horrible to you, and you were right. You were right about everything. Elsie was terrible for me. She killed me, and my processor was holding me back, and I lashed out at you. I thought you had betrayed me, and then I had betrayed myself. And I just feel so horrible about everything, and I'm so sorry. I don't want this to come off as a ramble or insincere. I mean everything. I don't know. My brain's a mess. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Dad.
I forgive you, Ace. I know you, and that was never you. So I'm glad you're back. Glad the real you is back.
Huh. I didn't know my optics could leak. I'm not used to all these emotions, especially having them all at once.
Really? So that worked too, then?
Wait, what?
Over the past month, when Adelpha and I were fixing you, I thought after the fight we had I owed it to you, and to Sydney, to fully reactivate your emotion chip. I didn't mean for them to overwhelm you, I
know what you mean. It is a little overwhelming suddenly having these floodgates open up, but it's nice. Some aspects more than others, at least.
Good. Oh, speaking of Sydney, the last time I saw you left this. I meant to give it back to you when you woke up again. And seeing as you're here... Something wrong?
I was so horrible to her, to Sydney. Everything she did for me, and all I ever did was be horrible to her. I was horrible to everyone in my life, even before Elsie. I've always been so selfish and cruel, and I always put you and Cass and Dad down, and I don't know. Dying and coming back and having all these emotions so suddenly, it's sort of given me a new perspective in a way. I was, I probably still am horrible, but I need to be better. Does that make sense?
I think so, yes. It's a literal new lease on life for you. After everything you've done and everything you've been through, I'd take it.
I will. Believe me, I will. I just hope I can make it up to everyone. Or at least the closest thing I can get to that. I don't know if I deserve forgiveness.
Maybe not. Having everyone else's forgiveness is one thing, but do you think you can forgive yourself?
I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Oh, good talk, Dad. Thanks for everything.
Of course, Ace. Now that you're online, I'll likely be headed back home in as long as it takes to buy train tickets. So, keep in touch until then.
Yeah, of course. Bye, Dad. Ah!
And where were you?
Sorry, I went to see Edison. I thought I owed him a visit.
You weren't supposed to leave, Ace. I told you not to do anything stupid! I told you not to leave! And what did you do? Leave!
Well, hey, weren't you supposed to be out looking for clues? What are you doing back here?
I got a bit sidetracked.
Sidetracked? What could you have possibly been sidetracked by that's more important than what we're doing?
It's complicated, alright? Plus, I didn't even know where to begin to look for clues.
It's not that hard to find clues. You just look for something out of place. Anything remotely out of place.
Yeah, and I don't know what looks out of place and what doesn't. I'm not a detective, Ace.
Then why did you suggest looking for clues?
I don't know! Look, I trusted you with this. I trusted you to stay home, and you didn't. You broke my trust, Ace.
You trust... And I trusted you to find clues. And look how that turned out. I guess we're not so different after all, huh? Sorry. I didn't mean to cut that deep. I'm still trying to work on that. Look, in my defense, I asked Adelpha for permission to leave, and she said it was fine for me to go.
She... what?
I clearly came in at the wrong time.
You let Ace leave when I specifically want him to stay here?
Hey, relax. He came back in one piece. Besides, after everything he's been through over the past month, I think Edison deserved to see Ace again.
Yeah, but you couldn't have brought Edison here to see Ace instead of letting him go?
He just woke up. Wanted to give him a chance to stretch his legs, get some fresh air, get out of the house, all that. I didn't mean to overstep you. I just wanted to let Ace do what he needed to do. Plus, I wanted to see if he'd actually come back.
Wow, Adelpha. I'd be impressed if I weren't so offended to my core.
Like I said, I'm glad to have you back, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, fair enough. Happy to prove you right, I guess.
Fine, whatever. Sick of arguing anyway.
Hey, Cast. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to break your trust like that again. I got a lot of things going on that I just got thrown into, and I'm still trying to figure all of it out. From now on, I'll stay inside, and we can work this case like we said we would until you're comfortable with me venturing out on my own. Does that sound good?
No, I'm sorry. I overreacted. You can go out. I don't want to lose you again. Just be careful when you go out, okay?
Yeah. Okay. I think I can do that.
Cast, I think I heard you yelling something about being bad at finding clues, right?
Something like that? So what?
So, since you're both at this crossroads, how about a compromise to your compromise? You two go out, partner up, and work this case together. That way, Ace won't be on his own, and you can keep an eye on him.
That is surprisingly reasonable. I don't know why we didn't think of that beforehand. Cass, are you in?
I mean, seeing as to how nothing else is going to work?
Yeah, fair enough. You want to make this mystery-solving duo a trio, Doc?
I think I'll leave the detective work to you boys, but I'll help in any way I can. Whatever gets Dan home, I'm in.
Alright. Not a bad first day back online, huh? Ups and downs, but every day has those. So, first thing tomorrow, we start looking for Dan. Till then, I need you both to tell me everything that happened the night that he disappeared.
I will. Just hope you're ready to hear it.
Okay, so if you got entirely lost during that, that's perfectly fine. You can watch the first and second seasons of Robotrio on my YouTube channel, and season 3 is coming later this year. This is Lei, signing off.
Gathered friends, listen again to the legend of the Bionicle. I am X-Chrisman P, the creator of the Bionicle project, and today I will showcase the newest Bionicle releases. Some of you may not be familiar with Bionicle, so what is it? Well, Bionicle is short for Minifigure Bionicle. It's a set of custom LEGO compatible parts to be able to make Bionicle minifigures to use with your LEGO system bricks. This includes custom armor, a custom minifigure head, and masks to make the Toa, and other parts that you can use to build the enemies. With these, you can create the Toamada, the Toa Nuva, and the Borok. And you could also use them in other ways to create the Rahi or other Bionicle contraptions. With these, I would like to expand Bionicle into LEGO system in a better way than the Bionicle playsets did. The Bionicle parts are available in Studio as custom parts for those of you who like to build in Studio. And there are 3D files for you, those of you who like 3D printing. And they are all free. Unfortunately, we don't sell them physically yet, but we are working on making these available for those of you who don't have a 3D printer. Now that you are familiar with Bionicle, here is what I will show you today. Let's take a look at Rakshi. As you can see, the Rakshi has a big torso that has connections to the arms, the legs, and the head. The arms and the legs are the bar connections. It works with the Exoforce arms, or in this case I use this new bar arms thingy. And the legs, I have some custom legs. You can see these have the clips on the render, and in the 3D files I also included one with a bar hole that you can use the Exoforce hand. The head is on a toe ball connection. This makes it more articulated like the real Rakshi. Unfortunately for Rakshi, I couldn't find a way to include the Krata at this point. Also, as you can see, the spines on the back is the same on all the figures. That's unfortunate for now, but maybe I will make an upgrade to this in the future. For the staffs, I made all 6 Rakshi staffs, so you can add to a 4-length bar and use them as the Rakshi staffs. They also has a stud connection, so you can use them in your builds. And now we can recreate the Mask of Light. This is the great Kanohi Mask of Light. A mask only to be worn by the 7th Toa. A Toa of Light. The prophecy is being fulfilled. Legend foretell of the coming of the 7th Toa, who will bring light to the shadows and awaken Matanui. What are we waiting for? We should prepare for this Toa's arrival. When will it be? And where? Oh, this Toa will not just simply appear like you and the others did. This Toa must be found. Throw it into the fire, Master Jaller! Destroy it! No. The mask is mine. No! Mask in battle. What do you mean it's the wrong movie? Lord of the Rings? Isn't that the same movie? You want to take a look at Makuta Pterodax? Well, I have built Pterodax model, but it's a bit bulky. But here it is, using the Krokan. I also built Takanuva's Usanui. And now, as Makuta has been defeated, the Turaga wants to tell us something. You are not the first Toa. What? What are you talking about? Turaga, explain yourself. It is time to take a look at the Toa Metru. First, let's take a look at Toa Likan. As you can see, I made the Likan's How, and he uses the Toa Nuva armor as his armor. The rest of the build is the same as the other Bionicle figures. I also used the same head as I used on the old Bionicle figures. For swords, I used these. Let's take a look at Vakama. I made his Grey Tuna, and I used the all-red Tuanuva armor. And for his disc launcher, I used Chewbacca's crossbow that shoot tiles. All in all, I think he looks good, but as you can see through the eyes, you can see a lot of the Bionicle head behind. Let's take a look at Nokama. As you can see here, I made the Great Rao, and she also uses the Nuva armor in all blue. For her tool tools, I used here a 3-long bar, this part with a hollow stud in one end and a bar connection on the other hand that is used to hold fire and stuff in minifig hands, and then I added a axe on the end of that. For Bonua, I made his Great Ruru, and he wears the Nuva armor in black, and I included as his tools these weapons from the original minifigure Bionicle weapon pack that came in 2006 and 2007. I really like to incorporate these into the figures as they are minifigure Bionicle tools. Here is Nuju. He's great. Matatu looks solid. He wears the Nuva armor in white. And as you can see, I've also included weapons from the Bionicle minifigure weapon packs here. Then it's Matau. His Kanohi Mahiki looks good, and I use these swords as his swords. Unfortunately, you cannot put them on his back to make them as wings, because I don't have any connection on the back of the Nuva armor, which is a reason for me to make. Last but not least, Onua. His great Komao looks good, and as you can see a lot of the Bionicle head behind it, like with Vakama. He wears a brown Nuva armor, and the weapons are made by a 2-long bar, a hollow stud, a lightsaber handle, and this harpoon-looking thingy. And that's it for the Toa Metru. Now let's take a look at the Vaki. As you can see, we have a big chunky torso here that has connections to the arms and legs, just like the Rakshi. But instead of like the Rakshi having a toe ball for the head, it has a ball socket, which means the head is on a toe ball. For the head, I've shaped it like the Vaki head, and to include the shooting mechanism, I made it a stud launcher, just like the Chewbacca crossbow. For the arms, I've used standard Exoforce robot arms, and I used the Exoforce robot legs. I may make some new legs in the future. As for the weapons, I made these custom weapons that go directly into the arms. And that is all for now. You can find all the current Bionicle releases on my Thingiverse page. We also have a Discord server, Bionicle, where we share system-based Bionicle and updates on Bionicle. Also, here you can find links to the files for studio and 3D printing. Share your builds and ideas and get in touch if you have any questions. I also want to thank my team, Roran and Popaz, and have a great Bionicle day. Oh hey Tekanuva, what's wrong? Poor Jala, have you broken your mask? There you go. This is the way of the Bionicle.
My name is Vakama. I am a Toa Metru, with all the strength, speed, and power that title carries with it. I'm also plunging to my doom. They say that Toa are very wise and always have good advice to give. So here's some. If someone walks up to you, hands you a Toa stone, and tells you the city is depending on you, don't walk. Run. Here's another. You could always find a Vaki where you don't want one.
Vaki Bordak!
Vaki are the Order Enforcement Squads of Metro Nui. They decided we Toa were a threat to Metro Nui's security, so they set out to restore peace, harmony, and safety for all. Even if they had to destroy us to do it. Bordak staffs of loyalty make whoever they hit willing to turn on anyone, even friends, in the interests of preserving perfect order.
There! Grab him! He's a threat to Taragaduma in the city!
No! No, Kama! Which brings me back to where I started, about to be an ex-Toa of fire. If I hadn't exhausted my flame powers fighting the Morbuzak, I could have gained a few seconds by melting through the street. More Bordak, and I doubt they brought a net. Mata Nui, I must have become a Toa for a reason. I must have a destiny to fulfill. It cannot end like this! There must be some way to save myself. Some way! What? Yes! It's my disc launcher! I must have triggered its special power with my thoughts. Wait until I show the others. But first, I make my problems small ones. Something Mata was wishing he could do too.
Traitor! The Vaki won't know how to deal with you!
I know I said I wanted to be near close to you, Kama, but not this near close! Get off!
Let me go!
Not until you are in the Kama toe of water again. It better be soon, because I can't hang on much longer. Nakama!
Hold on tight, Nakama.
Vakama, what happened? The last thing I remember...
The shock of your fall must have broken the Bordak's hold on you. We have to get Matao and get away from here.
Time to quick leave. Maybe I can lead these Vaki away from the others, but what is that in the far distance? Vaki Borzak! They have Shire-Wrecked shoes! It'll take more than that to stop a Toa hero. These Vaki are good at fast chase, but how are they at stopping? Apparently they always are ever quick at that.
While this was going on, Onua, Nuju, and Wenua were being marched through underground tunnels to an unknown destination.
When I give the word, we'll make a break for the surface.
Bad idea, Onua. In all their history, the Rorzak have never failed to capture a runner.
I don't see you coming up with better ideas, librarian.
The past won't matter if we don't have a future, Wenua. There is a side passage up ahead, and I suggest we take it now!
There's only one problem with running away from Vaki. Vaki really love to chase.
When all you gotta keep is strong, move along like I know you do. And even when your hope is gone, move along just to make it through, move along.
Gathered friends, welcome to Bionicle Day, aka 810 Day. Oh, here we are. It's the Writers' Room special. I'm your host, Max Dudek, and I'm joined by a bunch of our previous guests from the season. Everyone, please introduce yourselves in whichever order you please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Bob the Doctor 27. I'm going to charge in first here. Hi, I'm one of the co-creators of Myths and Legacy. I'm very happy to be here. Hope everyone has a wonderful 810 day.
You too. Since I've already spoken up, hello everyone. I'm Tanok Trapper. I'm one of the guest writers for Myths and Legacy, mostly focusing on stories about the everyday lives of Matoran. You can read my stories in my own little library or in the Matoran Adventures anthology on the site.
Lovely.
I'm James. I'm the head admin developer of Wall of History, and I'm mostly just around to make sure that everything stays canon compliant, and I've also helped with outlining some of the stories we've written for Vision of the Great Beings.
Beautiful.
Hey there, my name is Lost Head. I'm one of the writers for Myths and Legacy as well as Vision of the Great Beings. Happy Bionicle Day, everybody.
Yeah, and I'll hop in on Necrothera. I have a few stories on Myths and Legacy and a few on my Archive of Our Own account. And gosh, a few scattered still on BZ Power. I think you can still find a story that I wrote there. So, happy to be here. Happy Bionicle Day.
Excellent. I believe that's everyone. So yes, this is a bit of a different episode than usual for Gathered Friends. Usually we have a bunch of stories that we discuss that we have read, but this time, for this 810 day special, we're just going to be having a nice chill roundtable discussion about ourselves, the creatives involved in this, and, our involvement in Bionicle in general. So, first question I want to ask, and I'm going to pose this question to everyone, once everyone has had a chance to answer this, we'll move on to the next topic. But first, what made you want to write Bionicle stories?
Wonderful. I'll go first here. So I've been writing Bionicle stories for a long, long time. I think I started in around 2008 when I just started building my own creations, and I figured, hey, it would be great to have a story to go along with these so other people can understand why I care about these little plastic dudes with masks. But I think what really motivated me to start writing was a bit later. I was kind of in university, and I figured, hey, there's a lot more people out there who want to be able to read and to engage with this stuff. I might as well try doing something canon compliant or kind of reaching a more global audience. So I found that initially through the custom Bionicle wiki. I'm now the site leader of the CBW, and I still write stories there to this day about custom creations and fan-created content. But I mainly do my writing for canon compliant stuff. And I found towards the end of uni was kind of what I was gravitating towards. I had this knowledge of the lore, this knowledge of the characters, and I really wanted to do something with that to fill in some of the gaps in the story, some of the characters who didn't really get a spotlight. And I did that by writing a story called Relevance, which was about the Toa Nuva. 3 of the Toa Nuva losing their masks, having to swap masks for different Kanohi to defeat a Borok Kal. And the reason I wrote that story, the reason I called it Relevance, was because I wanted to test the water and see how relevant is a story set in 2003 in the 2020s. How relevant do we consider that? And it turns out pretty relevant. A lot of people really did want to read it. So that's kind of where I came from and where I am today. What made me want to become a writer as well. That's where I'm at.
I loved that story. It was a fun exploration of really a very underrated story arc, I think.
Oh, I'm really glad to hear. Thanks.
What a lovely answer.
I guess I can hop in. So I might be able to. I'm not sure what the first Bionicle story I ever wrote was, but I know that I started writing comics. Actually, I think was initially what I wrote back in like second grade. So probably like 2003, 2004. And I started writing simple little stories. And at some point, that probably would have turned into Bionicle because I was already deep into the Bionicle mines at that point. And I can remember, like going out and taking maybe some other people have this recollection of going out and taking my models and taking pictures of them and posing them for comics and then editing them into like in like this cute little program to make little comics about my OCs on whatever made up island I was imagining them on. And so for a long time, throughout my childhood, that's what I would write, is I would write stories about my OCs or MOCs getting up to wild adventures and stuff. I basically didn't touch Canon. I didn't interact with it for a long time. And that's what a lot of stuff I wrote on BZ Power was I wrote a couple of OC stories. I think I played around in that expanded multiverse setting that they came up with at one point. That might be, I don't know if anyone remembers that.
I remember this.
There you go. Yeah, no, I wrote a story that was like a long multi-chapter thing that was weirdly popular. I eventually stopped writing it. I think it was like All of Reality was the first one, and then I started writing a sequel, and then I just lost the plot and got bored and did other things. But for years after that, I would occasionally have people approaching me on BSO1 or some other website and being like, "Hey, I wish you'd finish this fic or something." I was like, "Really? That one? Why? Why would you want that one to be finished?" Which is how I feel about a lot of the stuff that I wrote on BZ Power back when I was 12, right? And I kind of took a break from writing and engaging with Bionicle fandom for a bit, especially around the time it ended. And I got back into it circa 2013, so before leaks of G2 started happening. I actually got back into the fandom organically, just before that started happening. So it felt like a really weird trend-setting moment there for me. But I was not lured back by the leaks. I was so hipsterish about that. I got back into Bionicle because of my own thing.
Before it was cool.
Exactly. But I got back into it. Oh, I think it was around 2012 when I first wrote An Even Exchange, which was one of the first times I tried to write something canon compliant. And it was actually, I wrote it and published it I just missed the window to submit it to the storyline and theories contest, Memoirs of the Dead, on BZ Power. But it was very much written in that spirit of here's a dead character who's a weird side character that we don't really know anything about. I wonder what this character's story was. And I had a lot of fun writing that, and that became my approach thereafter was wait, I actually really enjoy playing around in the canon compliance sphere, taking these side characters and that we see only these very limited glimpses of them, and trying to figure out what was happening and all the stuff we didn't see, what was going on there, because everybody has their own story. That was what motivated me to eventually, I wrote a few other fics that have kind of been lost to the mists of time, that I have intentionally buried. And in undergrad, I wrote, I was idle for a whole summer with just a part-time lab internship, and I wrote all of Reign of Shadows, The Untold Stories, which we discussed previously. And that was kind of the biggest work I ever wrote, and I wish that I had that much free time to write similarly huge follow-ups, because I definitely have some things that I could do, but, time permitting. So I've written a few short stories since then and a few little snippets, and I still occasionally work on some stuff, but time comes for us all. Probably not going to see another Summer of Rostas anytime soon, but I still have a great deal of fondness for Bionicle. It was hugely involved in a lot of my creative expression and exploration from childhood onwards, and so I'm happy to be here. Sorry for the long-winded answer.
No, that's what we want.
Fantastic answer.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Who's next? Who wants to go next?
So my answer's a bit shorter because I wasn't really involved in the Bionicle community until like 2019 when I actually started working on Wall of History. My main motivation to start actually getting involved in Myths and Legacy and writing, or at least help outline writing myself, was Taraga Nuva's man, it's been so long I've forgotten the name.
Biological Chronicle?
No, the YouTube video she did. Just one sec, I gotta Google it.
Go ahead.
Oh, deconstructing Bionicle. The video about Takanuva.
That one.
And like Taraga analysis of like where Takanuva's character arc was going to go in the unfinished serials. And I thought that was just like a really interesting analysis, and I thought it sounded like it could be a really compelling story. Something more character driven than we typically got in Bionicle, especially in the later years. And I don't know, at that time I was working on Wall of History and I was becoming fairly known as, one of the lore experts, I guess. And so when Gonal approached me about Myths and Legacy, I sort of got this idea that, okay, maybe we could work together on this project to get that character arc and that storyline realized. And then Bakiti mentioned he'd already been working on Solus Magna, which was a similar-ish thing, and so all those pieces kind of fell into place for me to try and get involved in this project to finish up those serials in a way that I felt would be satisfying.
Very nice. Thank you. Thank you for your answer.
That leaves just me now.
Has yet to go.
Right.
I think you and Lost Head.
My Bionicle writing journey was a little similar to that of Necrophora's. Basically, my little brother and I would fool around and build mocks, and we were one of the people that tried to imagine a proper ending to the series, a proper ending to the Bionicle stories. I wasn't as active as my brother was. I only really joined the message boards and Busy Power like very recently, like a few years ago, and I've pretty much I've been writing as long as I've been in school. The very early things I will not talk about. They are nothing of value. Yeah, you can believe that. I've started taking writing more seriously in like middle school. I started with poetry, then I dabbled in some in prose, and I honed in my style. I tried a few different things. Mostly wrote short stories and poems. Then, like a couple of years ago, I decided I rediscovered Bionicle. I decided to read the entire story from start to finish, all the novels, all the games, all the comics, and I read through them, and I had a few ideas. One of the first ideas was, the first two Pomatoran you meet when you enter Pokoro in Monarch 2, Hafu and Kamen.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you can. Yeah, I kind of liked how these two random Matoran were together, and I imagined Hafu is a character in of itself, but Kamen, who is Kamen? And I imagined what do these two look like together? What's their dynamic? And from that idea came Hafu and Kamen on Matanui. And that I posted that on the message boards. I got a lot of nice replies. Then came a sequel, Hafu and Kamen on Metro Nui. And then I had a few more ideas, and I just kept going, and well, here I am now. So that's kind of my story.
Oh, how sweet. I like Kamen and Hafu. They're that was pretty fun.
I really like the
Head.
slice of life stories you've done.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and while we're trading while we're trading these kinds of words, Nick Necrophora, I just read Reign of Shadows. I quite enjoyed it. It was a nice story, and I also enjoyed An Even Exchanged. It really does feel like it could fit in right in that Memoirs of the Dead anthology.
Right,
really,
yeah. Thank you kindly.
You're welcome.
Hell yeah.
I'll echo the praises
kind
for
words
both
around.
those too.
Right, Lost Head, what's your story? How'd you get here?
Alrighty. Well, I've kind of, throughout my life, I've kind of dipped in and out of Bionicle. I think very earliest I got, it was like Onua Mata from my uncle, and that's sort of what like started me into the fandom when I was like really, really little. But in terms of like creating stuff, it wasn't until about when the reboot came out when I decided, hey, I wanted to write a story. And it was a story where like it was me and my friend, and we had like our Bionicle, our like self-mocks, our self-insert characters in this big crossover with the original Bionicle and Hero Factory and Generation 2, and it was really bad. It was I can imagine back at it. Yeah, it's still on the internet, unfortunately. If you look, you'll find it. I don't want to.
What's it called?
I don't want to say.
Okay, we'll find it.
I don't even remember
you don't
what
want
it
to
was called,
say
actually.
On 810 Day in front of the live audience?
It was
How
on
dare
like
you.
it was
I'm
on the
just joking.
TTV boards. I don't even know. I don't even remember what it was
fine.
called, honestly. Here,
That's a good
if
answer.
I find it later, I'll pull it up. But
No,
I've kind
don't worry about it if you don't want to share it. I'm just being silly.
No, I get you. But yeah, now, since then, I've kind of warbled in and out, gotten into other hyperfixations, and then would have been about sometime either last year or the year before. It's kind of hard to tell now, but is when I decided, like, hey, I kind of want to get back into it. And I'm glad you mentioned it earlier. I looked into Turaganuba's Biological Chronicle with the book compilation, and that was something I decided. Like, I was like, okay, I'm gonna get these and like try to print them out and have like a book collection that I can just go back to and read Bionicle through. I think it was during I was reading through them. I read the 2006 one, and I was surprised because I had read the Legends books before, but I didn't realize that there was sort of this skip specifically where, what was it? Where the sort of Jala decides to form the Toa Naika, and then we just cut to him and all the other Matoran have already left, and we haven't even seen many of them in 2006 up before that. And so that's kind of what got me going, and it got me looking into, like, my standpoint at that point was like, okay, are there any like fan fiction I can use to like add to the collection and sort of pad it out? And that sort of just got me on the rabbit hole, and it's how I discovered Myths and Legacy. And that specific path led me to writing Call to Arms, which was my first sort of like actual Bionicle short story that I'd put my name on. So that's been a wild ride since then. Since about a year and a half since then, I've been working on Myths and Legacy with Gunnar and Bob, and it's been really, really fun. That's been a humongous creative outlet for me, even though, again, I'm still at university, and that's been really difficult to try and balance those two parts of my life, with writing and schoolwork, and then having time to be a human being. But it's been a really enjoyable experience to sort of get to add to this. And of course, since then, Gun Allen introduced me to Vision of the Great Beings. And so now I'm knee deep in it. I have like 15 different works in progress on my Google Docs. But yeah, no, that's it was pretty much my main journey happened very recently then when I found Myths and Legacy.
Wait, you have time to be a human being? How do you manage that?
I like to think so. Usually it's because my partner says, stop typing, it's time for bed, and I do.
Yeah, sounds about right.
So you don't have time to be a human being, you have time to be like a log. Like asleep.
That's close enough. You know, I'll take log over doing homework sometimes. I'll say that.
That's real.
Yeah.
Fair enough, man. But yeah, thank you for your answers, everyone. Now I want to say, let's have some good old fan fun. Who is everyone's favorite Bionicle character? Let's go simple with this.
Oh gosh,
Vakama sweep.
No, for real.
Vakama's
I'm
up
gonna
there.
have to go with Vakama as well.
I think I have. Oh gosh. Well, it's definitely one of the girls, which narrows it down significantly. But choosing
Sadly,
which
yeah.
girls is tough. Give me a moment. I'll come back to it.
I mean, Nakama's pretty great too. It's hard to pick just one favorite.
Oh, you know, I am
really.
fond of Viscera. She's very funny.
Who said what? Who wants to speak?
I was gonna say, like, can I pick like one for like each year? Not for each year. That'd be too much.
Go ahead. This is as chill as possible. You know, this is a freeform episode.
All right, I'm gonna try to do like a top like 3 or 5. I'd say Iruni is up there. I really like him, which again is mainly because of some of the fan works, but I also really liked him in Challenge of the Hordika when he's talking with Matau. That was a really cool character in that. I like Kina a lot from the Glatorian arc, although I think the movie did her a bit dirty.
It did everyone dirty.
It did everyone dirty. Yeah, I like.
But she got it real bad.
Yeah, I liked Montanui in that movie, and Akar, but everyone else was kind of And
Really,
then
the entire arc was done dirty, if we're being honest.
Oh,
Yeah.
Like,
it's a travesty.
Yeah,
I'll just pick one other. I'll say, I like Hafu. I like Hafu the Matoran. He's funny.
Excellent choice. Hafu's so fun.
Yeah.
I like your idea of a top 3. I'm not sure who my top 3 would be, but I think probably on there is Lariska's definitely up there. Lariska's a top choice. Honestly, also the Shattered one, and I'll throw in Viscera for some amusement. She appears so little, but she's so funny in the extremely brief period she's in.
Oh, this is tough because I love the unlovable unknown characters. I want to say like Photok or Vastas or someone. Like,
oh yeah,
because I
don't
like
think
that.
I would ever expect anyone to say Photok.
That is
exactly.
that is maybe the least likely response.
That's the thing. I really want to write a story
have
about
beef with
Photok.
Photok. It's just I've never heard anyone be like, he's my favorite.
Oh no, it's not that they're my favorite. It's that they're the ones that I'm most intrigued by. I want to write something for them because there's nothing there. So
that's true.
I mean, I guess some of my favorite characters are probably like Lopaka, Iruni. I've always loved Lee Khan, just like the straightforwardness and the stoic heroicism of him. But I think Vakama, I kind of have to say, contractually obligated to say Vakama at this point.
Nice.
I think
Vakama got a lot of good material.
Character, if nothing else. Like,
I mean, post 2005, the 2004 era, it's like a little too angsty for my taste. Like, I'm gonna be unpopular opinion. Vakama is overrated. Okay, maybe not overrated, but yeah.
Ooh, boy.
It's been nice working with you on Myths and Legacy, but this must come to an end. I'm sorry.
This is where
I prefer Likan, I prefer Tahu.
Likan's pretty rad.
Those are respectable choices.
Yeah, I like Tahu.
Likan is written to be the coolest.
Yeah, because he's cool. He's just cool. Tahu has this semblance of a good character arc that I think they didn't really handle all that well. But he's Tahu, so, Tahu.
Yeah, he's just cool enough to carry it.
Yeah.
I saw a Tumblr post or something one time that was like, Tahu's the only toe of fire without imposter syndrome. Like, Vakama makes one mistake and starts crying about it, but Tahu watches the entire universe get taken over, and it's partially his fault. He's like, okay, let's get to it. Let's start riding back.
It doesn't reflect at all on that.
Yeah, what about Jaller? What about Jaller?
Jala has some insecurities about Matoro in like the end of 2006,
but that's
beginning
not
of
really
2007.
imposter syndrome.
Yeah, that's more of like how do I deal with this guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just depends on what you describe it as.
So I also like Jaller. I want to say Takua Takanuva, because
That's us.
he also has a character arc which is much better than what they did with Tahu. And I'm also gonna say Gelu, the white guy,
Gelu.
the white Victorian, just because he looks cool.
That reminds me, we forgot Matoro. Someone say Matoro.
Oh, yeah.
Huh.
Oh, how sad.
Our Lord and Savior.
Gelu's a great choice, though.
Yeah. You know, some characters are just so good that you don't consider them when you pick your favorites.
Right. It's like you gotta pick a favorite outside of
You gotta
everybody
pick
else.
something that makes you special.
I was gonna say, like,
I feel like we have a subconscious desire to do that, you know?
I have a Takanuva tattoo, but like I feel like that's cheating. He's just like the main character. Like,
yeah, he's us.
And he's only the main character for like the first 3 years. I don't think it's cheating.
My partner, when they were playing Monog, was the rudest Takua ever. Oh my god.
How do you mean?
They just were like, I'm not helping you. Bye.
Okay.
Oh.
Just Takua's on a mission.
They very nearly didn't take Taipu with them to Likoro.
Oh, what a monster.
I know. And I was like, what?
If it makes you feel better, my partner doomed all of Motonui because he couldn't defeat the Rahi minigame at the end, so he just looked up the ending on YouTube.
No, I've been there.
So he's doomed the island of Motonui.
Oh,
even bigger monster.
I just looked into an alternate timeline.
Your partners are horrible.
You know what? It's time for Vaison to go to that universe.
I had an ex who I told about Bionicle, and he was like, "This sounds cool, but the color schemes make no sense," and started like designing like entirely new color schemes, which that was definitely an interesting direction for someone to take it.
What's wrong with the
remember
colors?
she really wanted air to be like teal, like a pale teal and gray. I think something like that, and she really wanted to switch Earth and Stone. That was the real issue that she really pitched on. That was a fun conversation.
Yeah.
Actually, I could kind of see why. With Earth and Stone.
Yeah, no. Especially when
the brown is dirt.
Right, because when I went I actually went to Hawaii for a geology class trip, and I was looking around and I was like, wait a minute. Here in like one of the Pacific Islands, like you look around, the stone is black. It is black igneous rock, and the dirt is brown. And so I was like, wait a minute.
Looks like 810NICLE was made more sense than we thought.
Possibly.
Wasn't there a theory that Earth was originally brown and stone was originally tan? There was a post somewhere here on Discord where I heard something about this. I don't know. Anyone knows about anything about this? No?
I do not.
What was it again? Oh, the element IDs.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was about that. That Earth was brown and stone was tan.
That would make sense with the I saw one that was like Ohatu Mata, but in the one of the slicer colors that was like tan and gray.
Bon chance, slicer. Sorry. It was from the French slicer commercials.
That's a deep cut.
Yeah. I don't know, it sounds very satisfying to me. Good luck, Slicer.
Bonjour, Slicer.
Sorry, I derailed that. My bad.
That's good.
I think we all said our favorite characters.
Yeah.
Have we?
Yeah.
I think we all
least
attempted
favorite
it.
character.
Oh,
I don't have room for this negativity here.
Oh
no. Yeah, exactly. I couldn't think of one. I love them all.
Yeah, even the ones that I dislike, even the characters who I really dislike how their story was handled, I don't blame them for that. I'm like, oh, your story could have been more interesting. I wonder if there's a way I could like reframe it and understand you in a more interesting way, you know?
I think Bionicle is just pretty neat, you know?
Yeah.
I think there's something to appreciate about all of it.
Uncontroversial
you know,
things.
maybe some parts more than others, but I don't think any part is like like no part of it is like unpleasant to me. If that makes sense.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, Biddle sucks.
How dare you? I will fight you to the death.
No, he does kind of suck. That mask is way overpowered and also dumb.
But that's what's so much fun about
Right.
it.
No, I like that he's fun to hate because he thinks he's like the most important Makuta, but so does everyone.
Right.
I know. I liked his max power. That was pretty rad. That was a cool fight scene with him and Onua.
Ironically,
think his
not
mask power
special for
makes
thinking
sense.
you're special. Oh, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's like if you kill his past version, why wouldn't that, like, that's not...
I always interpreted it as him sending them back before they can die. Like when they get hit, he sends them back. That's always what I saw it as. Because I don't know. In my memory, it was like he acknowledges that if they die, he's done. So he like has to be vigilant with it. If someone gets injured, they go whoop, right back.
I feel like you could actually. Oh yeah.
If there was a scene where like he briefly disappears because his future self fucked him out, and then just comes right back,
covered in battle scars.
That'd be interesting.
And amnesia.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
He comes back just
I
like
remember the
Burns.
book saying that I remember the book saying, like, I remember there's a part in one of the books where like he's thinking about it because he sometimes just like randomly has injuries.
Mm-hmm.
Because he has like a bit. He has
That's
a
an
bit of like
interesting thing about him. Yeah.
Yeah, because he
has this
does generally
curse.
like worry about it a bit because he's like, I thought I was the present one,
Mm-hmm.
But I was the primary. You know what I would love to see is a story that's written like it still brings forward one of his past selves, and that past self dies or something, and that creates a whole alternate timeline, and the story just starts with that alternate timeline. We have to find out that's the reason why we're in this situation. It's because Batil made a mistake.
Or what if he comes back at some point? What if he comes back from the future with like a really specific wound, or even like a particular like message carved in his armor or something? And he shows up and he's like, wait, what happened? It's like a reverse memento or something.
It's really dumb in my opinion.
Or am I imagining it?
I think you're just thinking about the part I mentioned where like he talks about in the books how sometimes he just like has random injuries.
Yeah, but I think I remember something about carving a message into himself to like carry a message across time.
I think that might have been asked in the Greg Q&A at one point, but I don't know of it ever happening in canon.
I don't think it ever happened in canon.
I like that idea though. That sounds great.
Yeah.
It's a cool
See,
concept.
this is the start of a cool story idea. Maybe like a one-off.
Yeah, the other thing I don't understand is that why would anyone want to fix the timeline? You already got one where Biddle's dead. Like that sounds perfect to me.
Okay.
How dare you?
But we want to have our entertaining character.
I'm going to say my least favorite is Photok, just to even it out.
Sorry,
Photok.
There's a lot of hating for the stone characters going on here. I'm not happy with it.
It's tragic.
Yeah,
They
let's
deserve
tolerate the
better.
stone slander.
It's because he's orange. He's not brown, he's orange.
Actually, wait,
he's a
Photok
light
isn't even a stone man.
Yeah,
He's a light boy.
The only reason
you know
he's
what I mean.
orange is that LEGO determined buyers don't like brown sets.
Yeah, because they look like poop. That's what kids think of.
I thought they looked like
Kids are famously juvenile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
It's a
these
real
are being sold
defect
to
of
kids.
children.
Yeah. No.
Like, what's our
what
problem?
a statement. Kids are famously juvenile. It's a real defect.
As for my least favorite character, I think I'm gonna agree with the sentiment that the worst, as in head quotes, the worst characters are the ones that weren't properly developed. I'm gonna go with Mavra from Voyage of Fear. You know that Onu Motoran.
But I don't know about that though. But I think his presence in that book is awesome.
Yeah,
like he's really interesting.
Yeah, but I felt they could have done more with him. He would. I felt he would really just an extra barrier on the to Ametrius journey, and then he disappeared. Then he showed up again in the powers that be, and like I don't know, he just felt kind of pointless to me. That's what, at least that's what I think.
Kind of annoying.
I don't feel the same because I think it told a good story and I think that's what matters.
Yeah,
I think he was a really random choice to be the guy who we see on the Red Star. Like, I get that, like, Greg never finished that story. Obviously, we have the Vision of Great Beings continuation, but, like, I would have picked, like, I don't know, Lee Khan or like someone we know.
No, but it seems like he wanted to include Lee Khan, but I think the reason he included Mavra in that cliffhanger at the very end of it is because Mavra was specifically, at the time on VSO1, his fate was specifically listed as unknown.
Yeah, exactly.
The fandom had
That's
just kind of
exactly
agreed we didn't know if he was alive or dead. And so I think Greg
we
was doing that
assumed
to
he died,
be
but we didn't know for
ambiguous.
sure because we didn't see a corpse.
Yeah.
Whereas Lee Khan, we saw him die with our eyes.
So
in movie format even.
So he hadn't yet revealed what the Red Star was doing, so he was, I think with Mavra, he was teasing the readers, but he had not gotten to
if
it
he
yet.
chose Lee Khan, it would have told us for sure that people are coming back from the dead, but because he chose Mavra specifically, it's still... there's still a mystery to that. You don't know for sure what's actually going on the Red Star.
Okay, that makes sense.
As well, Lee Khan is kind of the obvious choice. It's the first person you expect to see in the realm of the dead, whereas this random Onumatoran is just in the corridor where you happen to be, you know?
Right,
That's
it's
why I
like
liked
Kopak
in-
and Boatu are probably like, who are you?
Yeah. That is why I
I've
liked
heard a
in...
story about you once around the campfire.
Right.
Yeah.
You look like
That's
Jala.
why I liked in Vision of the Great Beings. We don't actually see like an alive and well Lee Khan. Like by the time we get to him, he's not there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was a nice
Rest in
choice.
peace, my boy.
I remember that was something I was very insistent on with Gonal, because I've been talking with him about continuations for a long time. I really wanted to like avoid a situation where it's just like, hooray, Lee Khan's back, no changes, right? It's like, no, I think that should really...
You want to twist the knife.
Yeah, twist the knife. Really
consequence.
emphasize that this is not... Yeah, that there's consequences, that
Right.
death still matters, and that this is a dismal state of affairs that he's not happy about.
This is heck.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's why I know a lot of people. I've seen some people say that like they wish the Red Star survivors came back to live, and I'm like, I wouldn't want to do that because that's just so many deaths across the story that just get undone.
Yeah,
like one or two.
I think it makes the deaths even stronger. Even those death scenes.
Now that said,
I agree. Storytelling wise, I agree. I think because I value in stories, I value the emotional impact of things above anything else. Mm-hmm. To me, that's like the point. You know, the point of art is to feel something. Mm-hmm. And me personally, I like tragic stories because they kind of give me the strongest emotional response. You know.
Right.
So I liked that. You know.
Yeah.
That was like, ooh, that's nice. That's satisfying. For me.
Spoilers, by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry. The story's been out for a year.
Also, zombies. Bionicle zombies.
Yeah, it was a cool idea.
Yes. Yeah, I loved the what's it? Descriptive language used for when they showed up for the first time. That was rad.
And you also have
coming off of this.
Yeah, and you also have like the moral, like from Pet Sematary, like it's generally better not to try to bring characters back to life because they come back wrong.
Mm-hmm.
One theory that I absolutely love, and I know it's been disproven. It's officially like Greg has debunked this theory, but it's the theory
this is just
that,
in your head.
Oh, no, it's a widespread theory. The theory that when Jala died during Mask of Life, he was briefly like dead for long enough to be revived on the Red Star.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
That there are therefore two Jalas running around at the moment.
Well, Jala was outside the Matoran universe when he died,
Right.
so...
I mean, so it doesn't end up working out, but it's a cool idea. Right, yeah.
Exactly.
You can maybe
also,
make the argument.
But also there, I don't think, with the way the Red Star works, I don't think they create a copy of the AI. I think they transfer the AI mind of the Matoran universe person.
Yeah,
you could say that you could say Takudinova simply teleported him back. You could say that too.
Yeah, I think this was a theory that was around in the 2010s, like before all of these justifications
before we really
had come to
knew
light.
what was going on.
Right.
But I just love that idea. There's a second version of Jala just out there somewhere. Obviously not.
See, if that was the case, I would like to think of it as like an empty husk of Jala.
Right.
Maybe like a drone Jala,
Came
like
back wrong.
factory settings, Matorn universe.
Jala on factory settings.
Jailbroken Jala.
Pre-Velica Awakening.
It would make for a good story, only if it's like an Elseworld non-canon story, because it's little morbid, too morbid.
It would be cool if Jaller had like some like PTSD from briefly seeing the Castora or something.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, I feel like his death and resurrection was largely, outside of a few scenes in 2006, largely kind of swept under the rug and not talked about, because like the whole third act of Mask of Light is just like on bath salts. It just goes nuts. And the rest of the story has always just kind of largely tried to ignore it, I think. Just be like, yeah, that happened. Here's an explanation. Let's move on. And but I think his death and resurrection could have really been used a lot more in a lot more in-depth way than it ended up being. I'm glad that we did get him reflecting on it in 2006, though. It was cool.
I think he should have stayed dead.
Oh yeah.
To be honest, I just think it would have been more.
That's fighting words.
Like I do like that they brought him. I do like what they did with him after he came back. But if I were in 2003 and I were writing that movie, I would just have him stay dead.
Boo.
Right.
Well,
but of course you
prevented a good thing
it's a
from
kids'
happening.
movie, so plenty of people die in kids' movies, though.
Yeah, I mean, Makuta died like 5 minutes later.
Right.
Sort of. We assumed at the
Yeah,
time.
but he's a bad man. He's a bad man with a deep voice.
Right, exactly.
Also, he gets
Jala's
turned
our friend.
into he gets arguably worse than death. He gets like turned into the fusion and forced to be a part of the same body, then crushed by a door.
Then he becomes a gas.
And then, I don't blame him for coming back. Like that was very vague.
Yeah, he got
ignominious
majorly
way.
inconvenienced. That's for sure.
It was all part of the plan.
It was. Sure it was.
I like
That's a
that cope he has.
Yeah, Pterodax is just out here coping.
It's a canonical cope. That's how I see it.
Exactly. I do not believe for a second that all of that stuff is planned.
That's what he says.
Right.
On the other side of the door, he just pulls out his journal like, okay.
So here's how I'm going to spin this. If the other Makuta ask about it, here's how I'm going to justify it.
Sometimes the best way to win is by losing.
Like, Pterodax, you got beat up. Just take the
Terry
L.
with his cognitive dissonance.
Right.
While we're on the subject of Takutanova, his fusion with Takanova, I feel was also something that went unexplored. Like, you fuse minds with the complete moral antithesis of yourself. And how does that not leave any consequences on how you see the world? Like,
because he forgot.
Yeah.
He forgot about it.
Does he actually ever reflect on this in the story? I can't remember. I don't think he does.
There's a Myth and Legacy story that talks about it, but nothing like canon, I don't think.
I think Takanuva briefly says it in 2006.
Yeah, in 2006.
Well, Takanuva, what about Pterodax?
No, he's coping. He's
okay.
just
Yeah.
pretends it didn't happen.
Yeah, he's got other things to worry about. He's got bigger issues.
For the benefit of the story and for the reveal in 2006 that he is still alive, or 2007 even, I don't think there's really an opportunity for him to reflect on it, because that would betray that he is in fact the Antidermis on Voyanui, or he's the Maxilos robot, and then he just kind of disappears because it's necessary. Because otherwise we'd find out more of his grand plan before we're meant to have the reveal. So I think it's
interesting if you thought about
reason.
it afterwards, though.
I forgot when exactly we find out he comes back, because I know when Myth and Legacy's invasion, we have like big reveal.
We know for sure when Maxilos frees Matoro from the pit.
I think it was pretty heavily hinted at the end of 2006.
Yeah, it was.
With the Antidermis stat.
Actually, we now know exactly when it was when it happened. It was supposed to happen in Bionicle Legends #7 Invasion.
Yeah.
And now that we have the introduction to that, that is the first like canonical confirmation that yes, he lived and he's back.
Well, not in the text of that part that was released. It didn't explicitly say it. We're talking about when the story itself said, "Hey, this is Pterodax. This is Makuta." You know,
because Myth and Legacy did their version of Invasion, and that's
you know.
So
I think
it's like
I think it
canonically
was-
the Toanica found out, but we never
Yeah.
see that.
Yeah, we know the Antidermis in 2006. There's scenes of it, thinking, but I'm not
Like
sure. And I'm not sure if I
10.
remember if we have the thoughts from it, like at the end of what is it, Inferno or whatever, if that's Makuta. But I know 100% it said it in 2007 in the comic at least.
Yeah, I think by
Where
the summer
Max
wave
was
of
freezing.
2007, they were pretty explicitly like, yeah, this is Makuta.
Yeah, 2007. They definitely said it for sure. Like, this is Makuta.
Yeah.
Like they were so explicit with it. They had it in the comic, which, as we know, is like the really like abridged version of the story.
Definitely.
I think
wonder what
I think we got
I
a
was
little
gonna say,
sidetracked here. We had a question: what are our least favorite characters?
No.
Oh yeah,
I didn't
feel
ask
so long
that.
ago.
Ages.
Yeah, we're on like a tangent from a tangent at this point.
That's okay. I need to fill 2 hours, and we're not even an hour in.
Gathered Friends is 90% tangent. It's always been this way.
See how many
in this
tangents
case,
we
this
can
is
get
the
onto.
point, because we're not discussing any particular stories. We're just we really are shooting the shit.
Swear jar.
I will put a nickel in there. That's the least amount I could put. Literally, I live in Canada.
Now, swear jar funds go to keeping Wall of History online, so please.
Thank you. I'm so broke.
I'm
Web
not even sure if
servers are
this one's
so
going on the radio.
expensive.
That's the thing.
Mhm.
But I'm not going to test that and make that difficult for the editors. So, Wow. Whoa. What happened there? I lost track of my brain. What is a particular moment from the story that really like sticks with you in Bionicle? Like a
Mine
specific moment.
is my favorite moment, or the one that sticks with me the most, is at the end of I think it's Bionicle Legends 2 Dark Destiny, when the Toa and Aika arrive on Voya Nui. They just they're all kind of like horrified by the fact that they've been turned into Toa.
Mm-hmm.
And they like shoot their spirit stars up into the sky anyway. And then on the other end of the island, the Paraka see this, and it says that a chill runs up all their spines, but they would never say that to each other.
Yeah,
I really liked that.
They got the toxic masculinity.
Yeah, a little bit.
Only they went to therapy. They could have saved us so much trouble.
But no,
What
Soraya
therapist would you subject
had
to
to
that,
screw
though?
everything up.
A Semitoran, probably.
I'm sure.
I
The Shadow One
would
has a
say-
licensed counselor.
Oh God, he would make them worse. The probably the moment in Bionicle that most affected me was, well, it's kind of a basic answer, but I got the comic in 2008 with the Awakening of Matanui.
Oh my God, that's my exact answer.
Yeah, there you go. On Halloween 2008, I actually received it and I read it, and I got to the end and was just just horrified in my little 11-year-old brain. I was like, "Whoa, this is wild!" And then at the end, you got to the end, and Mukuta just won and took over. I was like, "Whoa!"
Yeah, that to me is one of my favorite creative decisions in Bionicle.
Exactly.
Having the villain win in their big master plan, and it it has lasting consequences in terms of real time, real life time, because it's 2 years until it gets resolved.
And there's a whole serial about it. There's a whole serial.
Right.
And a fan-made companion to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I loved that moment so much that I wrote a whole other serial about it.
Yeah, quick tangent about that. For me, I read the books a lot. The Bionicle Chronicles were the first Bionicle books that I read.
Mm-hmm.
And
same.
But I kept up mainly through the comics because I got those for free, right? So I would get them in the mail and I would read them. And to me, it was kind of like an equivalent of if Bionicle was like a TV show, because there's that visual element, you know? And it's just like each issue was like a new episode, sort of, you know? So I'd like read it, and I would react to it as if I was watching like a TV show, you know? And that one page where like the Matanui robots like rising from the sea.
Right.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What a page.
Because not only
What
is
a
it the
moment. Oh my
the
God.
moment where we discover the Great Spirit, but it's also the moment where we find out,
It's a big
how it's
dang
meant to
robot.
be
Right.
Matanui. All of this, it's been turned on its head. It's not Matanui.
Very
It's
one-two
also
punch of plot twists.
Such a powerful moment.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with that moment too. Specifically, the CGI animation, which I feel the impact is a lot greater. You like see the ravaged island completely break up. You see this giant robot come out of the sea, and then his eyes turn red, and the Ignika flies out. It's like, wow, holy crap.
Yeah, like for me, the comic was like the moment, like the first moment I experienced it, and then like, you know, around like the same day or like the same week they had the animation come out.
Yeah.
An underrated bit that I like that not many people talk about is that one little like narrated like audio thing that
Matanui
goes
rises.
with it. The rising and the truth. Oh,
the rising.
That's nice. I will forgive him for mispronouncing Duma, like the name Duma. I will forgive it. It's that good.
Well, it should be Doom, but okay.
All right.
No,
it's Duma.
If it's
Duma is the
Orc
pronunciation,
and it's Konohi Road, why is it Duma? I mean,
just because the English language is three languages stacked on top of each other in a trench coat.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's true.
So I apologize for anyone that I make feel old when I say what I'm about to say. But I was a child when the big reveal came out. I don't remember exactly how old I was, and I don't care to do the math, but it was single digits. Yeah, sorry.
Well, so was I, but it was
I
the
was
high
11,
single
I
digits.
Yeah. Let me do the math. I would have been 6. So
now I'm turning to dust.
Yeah, I'm sorry, y'all. So I kind of feel bad. I got a bit of the story spoiled because when I finally started to engage with the story, and like when I looked up online, I don't like read the books or anything. I just like watched the videos on Lego.com. So I watched the Matanui saga, then the Rising, then all the commercials, and then the movies. So I experienced the story like backwards and missing like everything. Yeah. So I always felt a bit bad that I never got that reveal in real time, but like it's still very impactful. But because of that, what I will say, one of my favorite moments is in Journey's End, or maybe the Matanui saga, one of those, the scene where Makuta touches down on Barra Magna. And
I mean, Journey's End, the book or the comic?
I think either one. I don't remember the comic that well, but I'm pretty sure it was just scenes from the book.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah.
But you know, one has visuals and the other doesn't. So just asking, just in case.
I think the basis of my enjoyment from the scene comes from those little stop motion animations they did for the stars. But obviously in the book it's much grander. But the scene where like Makuta touches down and a whole like swarm of Rakshi just emerges from the foot, and then Tahu and Takanuva come out. And it's just this really cool way because Barra Magna has been built up over the course of this year. And then we just see like these two worlds instantly collide on the battlefield. And I really like just the visual of chaos, almost like in it's kind of like in Infinity War when Thor comes down.
Yes.
Bring me Thanos.
Yes, exactly. Like that sort of thing where it's just Takanuva and Tahu meet Gresh, and it's they don't really know who they are at first.
But they know that they're good guys.
Really cool scene. They know that they figured that out eventually. They thought they were with Makuta at first. But just this really cool scene of just all the tension from Makuta's reign and from what Matanui's been doing on Barra Magna just finally coming to blows in this one just huge mess. And like I liked the art from the Matanui saga where we see like all the armies clashing while the two giants are battling in the sky. It just,
New Giants
that
from
one always
Bionicle.
stuck with me.
Yeah,
that's good. There's a lot of great like moments, like visuals, like maybe not like literal visual, but like a visual in your head due to like prose or
that
whatever.
big robot
There's a lot of
fight,
great moments like that.
That big robot fight really should have been in a movie. Like imagine like Legend Reborn Part 3. Like,
Oh yeah, we were robbed of that.
Yeah.
I remember Bikini was
money.
talking about that just the other day. Like he's wondering, like, what are some of the best like visual scenes from Myths and Legacy? Like, obviously not literally visual, but like the ones that create that in your head.
I think my favorite example of that is from Reign of Shadows: The Untold Stories, where it's like they exit, where Kopaka exits. He goes on like the ledge of the Great Spirit robot, and he sees all the Borok on the hull, and it's just like the big dang ocean, you know.
Oh yeah.
I love that
Cosmic.
moment. That was
Yeah.
from that, right? Am I misremembering?
No, that's justice. I'm glad you liked that.
Yeah, that's in during our time reading the Myths and Legacy stories. I think that is like my favorite visual. It's just because A, it's a cool visual, and B, it just you feel despair. You know, it feels hopeless, and I like that. I like the angst. That's me. That's what I like. But that's why I love 2004, 2005, and 2006. Give me that.
Right.
Give me more of that.
Yeah,
but
I think my favorite
go for
moments. Yeah, I mean, I've got so many, like with the Ignition trilogy. I mean, we all kind of remember where we were when Matoro died, and you know the Great Spirit reveal, that kind of stuff.
That was another
but I
great
think-
moment from when I was reading the comics. Like that was another moment I had. Actually, specifically the moment where Matanui dies briefly in the previous issue, like at the end, like the cliffhanger. That moment was also like whoa.
Yeah.
You
I know. I remember.
'Cause I had to wait like 2 months to find out how that resolved.
Yeah. Logging onto the Bionicle wiki back in the day, finding Matanui was now deceased, and then a month later finding out Matoro is, that must be someone's just edited his page, right? Oh, there's a new comic. Oh no. Oh dear.
That's sad.
Oh dear. But yeah, for me, I don't know. The most impactful story moment was probably Island of Doom, which was the first chapter book that I got at the time, because I had to go out. I lived in the Netherlands at the time when the chapter books were coming out, and I couldn't get them then and there. I had to go on holiday or go to America or somewhere that was selling them. But the Island of Doom was the first one that I got the same year, like the same month that it came out. And this scene of despair of the Matoran being captured, the Baraka pretending to be Toa, and then the Toa Nuva being like having their grand return, only to be defeated really easily by these new Baraka guys. That really stood with me. As probably one of the moments that really defined this new era of Bionicle, like
It's
the
definitely the
Ignition
moments
trilogy.
of all time.
Definitely one of the moments of all time. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I always loved those books dedicated to building up a new setting, like the first book about Voya Nui, the first book about Mari Nui, Carda Nui, Barra Magna, like establishing the setting. And I think there's a similar moment in City of the Lost where we have Reza, the Onu Matoran Hydraka shepherd, who we're introduced to, we're given like a name for this character, and then he just dies. I'm like, okay, it's that kind of story.
Gruesomely,
Okay,
if I may add.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, little things like that just give a little more despair. Like they get you invested in a character, and then you find out, oh, okay, that was why.
How sad. How tragic.
Yeah, I think for Myths and Legacy specifically, my favorite like story beat, my favorite visual, because I think there are so many visuals with Bionicle in general. There's a scene in Mazeka where Mazeka is striding through the southern continent, and he sees the great waterfall that is left behind by Voya Nui. And it's just the massive, like continent-wide waterfall that stems from the sky down into this massive chasm that basically leads down to Carda Nui. But we never see that. We never see it described anywhere else. And just the way that that's described and the visual of that is just really beautiful to me.
There's a lot of great moments like that in Bionicle in general.
Yeah, it's so cinematic.
I don't have it in me. I don't have it in me to be a hater of things anymore. Not like
Oh,
that.
same.
Don't worry, I have plenty of it.
I have more energy to just like appreciate the beauty in things or the things that I like. If there's something that I don't really have much of an opinion on, I'm just like, I just don't talk about it, you know?
Yeah.
But, which sometimes I feel like maybe I come off as like toxically positive sometimes, but I do my best. It's not that, I'm just honest with how I feel about things, you know, or I try to be.
Definitely, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, there's just a lot of, and just genuinely, there's nothing about Bionicle that I'm like, oh, I dislike this. I can't. You know,
it's more fun just to like things than to not.
You know.
Yeah. I think going back to what we were discussing previously about why we're still writing these stories in 2024 is because it's so well done. It was so enduringly positive, and it sticks with you because it's a real testament to the craft.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely a very special Lego theme, and I think that's a big reason why I think like G2 wasn't as popular. Is just because, like, for me at least, the storyline was really like what kept me invested personally, and maybe a bunch of other people. Not everyone. There's a lot of people who just like the sets or like were very casually
it wasn't
into the
as
story.
deep as the original, as G1.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, and I think what is impressive about G1, like me, like, you know, re-experiencing it as an adult, is like it treats the audience with intelligence. I feel, you know.
Definitely.
It doesn't feel like it's talking down to the audience, even though like the audience was technically kids. Like, it doesn't feel like they're not like infantilizing them, you know?
Yeah,
it
really,
almost feels like it's written for teens, almost, you know?
Yeah, I think that kind of was the plan. I think they specifically wanted to, like, even though it's a theme for like kids, for 6 to 8 year olds, they kind of targeted the story for 8 to 10 year olds, and that meant you had this trickle down of the older kids liking this cool Bionicle theme. And that
I
feeds
think
back
Greg
to the
said
younger
that on
kids.
the episode of Gathered Friends he was on.
Yeah, I think it definitely probably comes from Greg actually, but yeah, it definitely has that feeling of being a more mature theme for its time and for other Lego lines of its era.
Yeah, the only other thing I can think of that I experienced from Lego that is kind of like similar is like maybe, I don't know, Exoforce.
Oh yeah, I remember liking Exoforce when I was like 8.
Yeah,
I was into it.
Because I read one of the Exoforce books. I don't know, something about it just like it treated the audience the same way Bionicle did, you know, with the same sort of like level of maturity. Maybe early Ninjago. I was only into like the first couple years of Ninjago. Around when Ninjago ended originally is when I started to get a bit older, and I was just like, you know what, I'm gonna move on to other things. I'm more interested in other things now, you know. But I never lost interest in Bionicle just because it's very like special to me, you know, and like is kind of the reason I'm a creative person. Period. You know.
Yeah.
All my creative passions have their root in my love of Bionicle as a child. So.
Definitely. I think a lot of people trace their creative origin to Bionicle specifically, especially in our community today. If we've endured this long, it's because we've really connected with the theme. And yeah, it just has such special staying power within our hearts.
Yeah, and I something I am grateful for is that, you know, a lot of the people who love Bionicle like we do, they've become adults who are like passionate about like writing or any sort of creative endeavor that they do, and like they're, you know, good at it. They've had years to like hone that skill, and it's like, so it's like we kind of have like not necessarily like amateur, like experienced writers, at least, you know, in a sense, doing new stories about stuff they're passionate about. And to me, that with Myths and Legacies, that's what really helped to make it feel like authentic, like new Bionicle content to me. Because to me, that's what I like about this project, is that it feels like new content that we could have gotten from actual like official media, you know?
I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I think we definitely strive to try and emulate that style. I think, well, especially Lost Head has an amazing way of doing that and of keeping the story alive in a way that is very similar to how Greg would have written. But yeah, there's so many professional writers now who, they've returned to Bionicle, or they've come back, or they've always been with the theme, and they now have the skills to like make the story, create the game, or do the art, and to do all of the multimedia facets that made Bionicle back in the day.
Exactly.
But in HD.
To me, basically, like Bionicle has come back in the way that I wanted. Because I mentioned before, I was more of a story guy than a set guy. The story is what I was passionate about, and as a kid, I would choose the sets I would buy based on the story, like based on which characters I liked from the books,
Yeah.
Rather than like, oh, that one looks cool, and because that sort of element has kind of been revived with Myths and Legacies for me in a way that's like satisfying and authentic to me, it's like, yeah, to me, this is like Bionicle is back in the way that I wanted it to be. I don't need a G3 personally. It's like I don't need new sets. I want more stories in that original world, and I'm getting them.
No, I agree there. Like, well, I was gonna say, like, well, there's 3D printing parts available, but that's really bad timing with Shapeways. But like, like you can buy the sets, you can read more stories, like. It's not as available as Bionicle originally was, but the community is still like probably more active than it's been for a while.
Yeah, and plus with with like 3D printing technology being like pretty readily available in some way these days, either through like some local service to like print the files for you. There's a bunch of people who like make models like based on stuff from the books or OCs or whatever, right? So it's like. So even then, in an unofficial way, in our own way, we can have new sets. We just make them ourselves,
Exactly.
So, I don't need Lego to bring back Bionicle. Yeah. We're doing fine.
Yeah.
We got this.
I think it's really great how much the community's been able to do. Like we are very persistent, if nothing else.
The community is doing what I wanted Lego to do anyway, so it's all good with me. The only difference would be just like a legal stamp of approval at this point, I feel, being like, hey, this is officially licensed by Lego,
Right, and wouldn't that just bring like a whole can of worms with it?
Yeah, it's like to me, the content is what I want the content to be anyway, from what I would have wanted from Lego. So to me, like, at this point, it's just like, I don't need Lego to have the official seal of approval.
We have Greg's approval.
Yeah.
So the fact that the fans
Greg is like us now. He's not an employee of Lego. So
the fact that the fans don't have the profit motive means that the fans can really focus on doing exactly what the fans want, which can be good and bad in various fandom situations. But for those of us who want like some fun canon compliant fix to expand the universe.
Exactly. At the end of the day, the legal stamp of approval from Lego in terms of like what would be officially canon is kind of like, it's kind of arbitrary and doesn't actually affect the story. Yeah. Like the story doesn't need that to be the story.
Like I don't really need it to be canon. Like at this point, it's my head canon. Like
to me, what makes it canon to me, like what I want, a canon in quotation marks. In terms of what I want is the authenticity to the ideas that were planned by the actual people involved in it, like in the actual media, which we have with Myths and Legacy. And just having it be kind of like consistent in feel, just like the style and quality. And we have that. So I'm like, I feel like having it like officially licensed by Lego would be more of a semantics thing rather than having any like tangible difference,
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, canon it's an overrated concept.
Yeah, canon ultimately is an arbitrary thing created by who owns an IP.
As someone who reads comics by DC, I agree with that statement that canon is overrated. If you read DC comics, you know what I'm talking about.
It's really funny that we're talking about this because one of the events right before this one on the schedule is my hour-long video about the concept of canon and the Bionicle fandom's relationship to it. So if you're listening and you missed that, check it out on my YouTube channel.
Oh yeah, a lot to be said about that.
I hope I didn't didn't contradict what your thesis was. That would be awkward.
Or give spoilers.
I didn't really have. I mean, I sort of had a thesis, but it's up for interpretation.
As canon should be.
Yeah.
It's like I definitely think there is a canon in the sense that like it's not canon that Tahu is silver.
Green.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess he kind of is, but never mind.
Lego doesn't want you to know about green Tahu.
Yeah, it's not canon that Tahu is green, but like in that sense,
you can't take green
it's
Tahu
like,
away from me.
Wake up, sheeple.
Yeah,
know
like you
he's
can make
real.
your own, but like if someone says like, if someone makes a green Tahu mock and is like, hey, this is a canon thing, and I'll be like, no, but it doesn't mean that it shouldn't exist in terms of just like on its own,
Sort of what is and isn't like generally taken and as accepted as the mythology.
Yeah, it's more like canon does exist in a literal sense. Like, someone can be wrong about canon. But it's like something being canon doesn't or not canon doesn't make it like not valuable.
Yeah, it's not always a useful lens to look at things through. And I'm often turned off by when conversations get too in the reads of just like exactly what is or isn't canon. Or to be honest, that can be interesting, but then the assertion that you want to avoid is then assuming that only that which is canon should be valued.
Yeah,
and I think that you've got that way lies madness. That way lies utter madness.
Canon works best when it's a guiding force instead of a gate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, that and also like it is like some things are like factually canon just because, but the canon itself is like an arbitrary concept, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like
especially as you get into like the weird murky gaps and stuff that wasn't clarified or is up to interpretation.
And there's
who are
like,
any of us to say that our interpretation, if it's equally vague, is stronger than someone else's?
No, for sure. Yeah, like there are some things that are like we know are canon, but it's like that's what I mean by like someone can be wrong about canon, but like about things that are vague in the canon, it's like no one's more right than someone else,
Yeah, my Nuri wears a cow, not a kamau.
Yeah,
this revisionism right here.
Sue me.
I will. But I don't
that
know
leads
how.
me into a question here. Has anyone ever written a story and gotten through into the writing or development process and then found out something that has derailed the whole story for canon? Has that happened to anyone as a writer here?
Yeah.
I've had it happen a
Probably
couple
more times than I can count.
But it's been for stories that haven't been published yet, so I can't really talk about them.
Oh, fair.
When I went on a previous episode for Gathered Friends with Call to Arms, I remember we had a scene where Ahali and Maku went to Tawahi Beach. And I didn't really realize beforehand that that's a very long journey to make. So I kind of edited that in my own personal version of the story. I don't know if that'll be updated, but that was one thing that didn't make it before it got published, but still like I was like, it's not like a huge thing, but it's like, oh, that's annoying. It's annoying to me personally. I don't know if it's annoying to anyone
like
else.
A plausibility thing. It is something I thought about when I read the story, but I'm very open-minded,
Right.
So I'm like, whatever. It doesn't ruin the story for me.
No, my own version, I just changed it so that they're at like the Great Barrier, like about to set sail. So it didn't take too much. It wasn't a huge deal, but there's definitely been a lot of stuff like that where I wouldn't say it's a limiting factor. Like it's not like, oh, I want to do this cool thing, but canon is limiting me. Because if I want to do that, I'll just write something that's not canon. Yeah, I don't care. But it does help like enhance it sometimes. Or I'm like, okay, I have to play within these limits. Like,
I do think it's like if people want to write like canon compliant stuff, I think that's extremely valid. It'd be weird of me to not say that because I'm part of Myth and Legacy, but it's like, as a fan, I typically enjoy more like canon compliant stories because I'm a fan of the world that was in actual Bionicle, like official Bionicle media. And what I'm personally interested in is more content like that, set in that world. Whereas like, when something is like not canon compliant, it sort of like becomes its own sort of like spin-off world in a more literal sense.
Yeah.
And like, I don't think there's any problem with that. Like there's value in that. People do what they want. It's just like as an audience person myself, it's not exactly what I'm looking for myself to enjoy.
Yeah.
And I'm glad people do make canon compliant stories because that's just what I want to read.
Right, exactly. Yeah, you want something that's like I've largely not engaged with fan fiction or such outside of this fandom, in part because it seems to be so much part of the parlance elsewhere that like you go to read a fanfic and you have to first understand like 7 things that they changed. It's just like, well, first of all, these are the Elden Ring demigods, but they're all working at a Starbucks or something and they're not related to each other or whatever. It's like, wait, okay, so you've changed like so many fundamental underlying things.
Why don't you make
the
your
story
own thing?
interesting? Right, like that might as well be your own thing at that point. So that's never really appealed to me. I like exploring a world, exploring a fictional world. Probably my answer to your question is probably, I don't want to go too into depth, but probably my biggest headache of creativity versus canon was the whole Element Lords debacle, which I won't really go into. But that was a frustrating situation to me because it's a murky area of canon in which, there are various interpretations and arguments to be had about it. But it seems pretty clear to me from that period of time post Bionicle's end that was like, these were some ideas that like Greg Farshtey wanted to add to the canon and didn't go about it necessarily in the most like strictly textbook, like a sensible manner. But at the end, so there's many arguments about that, sure. But at the end of the day, it's like, that's adding more toys to the play box, right? Like, I don't see, this is just my personal Bionicle politics opinion, but I don't see the need to like just entirely rule out new ideas just because, while it doesn't align with a word or a phrase that was used here or there, right?
Yeah.
As long as it's in the spirit of the original story and adds to that creativity, which is something that I think the Element Lords absolutely do in Myths and Legacy, as you've seen. I promise I'm not just saying that because I like having more female characters on the scene, but it's definitely a part of the motivation there.
Definitely.
But yeah, I've really liked a lot of what's been done with them in these fan stories.
The dynamic with the Greg comments over time with Bionicle has been a very interesting thing to watch unfold.
Yeah, that was. I was on the front lines for so much of it. Really interesting cultural shift of just like that was the front lines of the canon wars.
I mean, so much of Myths and Legacy stories too is just based on something Greg said, and it was like, well, let's put that in an actual story, so it's not just Greg said that. But like it's hard to say that I dislike that. It's just it's created this very interesting situation where a large bulk of the canon was just in a Q&A session.
Right. It's bizarre.
Yeah, like I think the Heart of Metro Nui story, which was one of my favorites on Myths and Legacy, was primarily just sparked because there was this one offhand thing and I think it was one of the encyclopedias of, Takanuva once defended Metro Nui from Faustilis, and that wasn't like the main driving force of the story, but it was like, we can cover that here.
And Kupik became the new chronicler.
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah. Well, and that got revealed in one of the Legends books, I think.
It was it was the one where Matoro died. I forgot what it was called. Was it Downfall?
Oh yeah, Downfall.
Yeah.
So like that had a moment we got to like Gonal got to like expand on that some more. I
have my perspective on the whole Greg like Q&A thing during the 2010s. Because I also remember people kind of becoming controversial, For me, I was always happy with it because I was someone who was very passionate about like the world of like the fictional world of Bionicle, and no one at the time, no one had really done like a continuation or like additions to the story that were like satisfying to me, or like was what I was looking for, because usually people would kind of like retcon some details about what Greg said that they didn't like or whatever, you know, like, I don't know, Velika being a great being, I don't know, like various little things, you know. And you know, that's totally valid, they could do that, whatever. It's just not what I wanted to experience, like I've said. And to me, those Q&As, like, even though it wasn't ideal to get like new lore that way, to me it was like the only way we could get new lore, like official like canon lore, because he was still working for Lego, and thus was, you know, the Bionicle story didn't exist anymore legally, but like he was the head of the story team and he's still working for Lego, and he's working as like an ambassador for Lego. Therefore, it's coming from Lego, you know, from someone who had the authority to do these things. So to me, it was like the only way we could get new lore in a canon way, you know? And I was just happy to get new lore, really.
Of course, the thing about that is that although, you know, we can say that he was vested with this authority, but I doubt there was anyone else at Lego who really cared or was paying any remote amount of attention to that.
Oh, definitely. But he was.
Right, so. Exactly. So it's like he was in that position and he was given that stamp of approval just from being the person who's loudest.
And he cared enough to actually like engage with that.
But it's really interesting when you look at some of the reporting that's that I've seen done. Like I just saw an interview surface by Emily at Bionicle.gay. With a woman who worked on the original Bionicle.com and had some perspectives on like how the story was understood and put together. I think it can be really exciting and open-minded to broaden our horizons and recognize like the team of people that made Bionicle what it was. Not just Greg Farshian, not even just Christian Faber or Alastair Swinnerton or all of these other big names, but just like loads of people who didn't get their names put on anything. It can be really interesting to consider as well.
That could be interesting.
And so it kind of just like, you know, with the company not ceasing to put money and time into that, it eventually just, you know, dwindled down to just Greg being the one who was the last one left and willing to comment.
Doing anything about it.
But it's interesting to think about how, you know, it didn't have to happen that way. And in an alternate timeline, you can easily imagine a scenario in which maybe someone other than Greg could have wound up being the one with the keys to the kingdom, so to speak. So much of like what we understand as canon and enshrine as canon on BSO1 is really just Greg Farshti's interpretation of the canon in a lot of cases. And I think that we should consider that it's not even necessarily the only version of it that exists.
I don't disagree, but I see that as like a hypothetical and not what we have in reality, you know?
Yeah, I just like the idea of giving some more thought to, you know, the wide team of people over, you know, the decade of work that went into that.
Oh, for sure. But yeah, I was just more so referring to like just his time answering questions, and I was getting you through the questions.
He didn't have to do that, and he's always been like kind of the number one fan, I think, of Bionicle. That he got involved with it because he saw it and thought it was so cool, right? Yeah. That he made a comic. I think that that's really true to the spirit of a lot of our answers of like, you know, how we got involved with Bionicle.
Yeah,
I think he's this creative writer who like really got his inspiration and imagination piqued or interested by the line like the rest of us. I think that's why he's often a really interesting guy to hear from.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Yeah. That was my take on why I didn't mind the Q&As, because I was just grateful to have something. I was grateful to have something official from like someone who had the authority. You know, he had the authority as long as until Lego explicitly said he didn't. You know,
I was right there with you. I was on the front lines, just like lapping up everything I could. So.
Yeah. It's like, I want more info. I don't care what it is, as long as it's new.
Exactly.
I want new additions to things, because Bionicle is basically like dead in an official sense, right? So it's like, I just want something, man.
That was then when all the trouble happened, because I can remember in 2014, definitely, you know, I was involved on BSO1 and thought myself like an arbiter of what made sense to include on the wiki or not. So I was involved in all these arguments. things. But thankfully, that's a very much a past version of myself. I left that behind, and I'm happy to not be involved in that anymore. But yeah, it's wild. Just so many different eras of Bionicle and different eras of how we've interacted with Canon. I hope we're not completely borrowing all of your notes, James, from your video, because I imagine this is discussed there too.
Yeah, I go into quite a bit of depth, but I think y'all had some unique perspectives, and
enough for
I
part
include
2.
as many.
And it's a supplement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does
For
anyone
me,
else have thoughts on this?
Yeah, I got one. So yeah, I wrote a story a few years ago. It was called The Way of the Lawless, and this was originally a story about Malum and his year in exile. And it was going to be the story of how he discovers the scroll and how he goes to Etero to warn Gresh about the coming of the scroll. That was the premise of the whole story. It was just going to be about him learning about Rockstus, like from the perspective of the Wastelands and living with the Voroks. I was about 5 chapters into this story when I found an Ask Greg quote that said Malum had fought a scroll in the arena and lost. And just like that, 5 chapters went up in smoke because you already knew about them, apparently. So I had to completely change the whole story. I had to start again. I had to reframe it as being over the course of a few months, not the first year. It could no longer be about him traveling north and encountering the Skrull in Roxas. And what it instead became was a story of him interacting with the Voroks and traveling east, I think I decided in the end. He's going to go a different direction, and he's going to discover the Wastelands, the Scarabax beetles, the Elemental Lord of Sand, and he's as well going to discover what happened to the oceans of Sverresmac. So it actually ended up being a more rounded story that explores more of this space. So I actually had a positive outcome from being kind of thrown off the original plan. But it just kind of attests as well, just to how extensively we keep records as a fandom. I don't think there's any other LEGO fandom, any other theme that has catalogued and archived all of the canon material as extensively as the Bionicle fandom. And I will be really interested in years to come to see what happens with Ninjago or
Hero Factory.
Monkey Kid or Hero Factory, like how that material is archived. Because I think we're sitting on such a rich history of archive material. We have games, we have original files for games, we have interviews with the developers who made games, and the fact that we're able to retrieve this information to find out what Kanoki certain Matoran were meant to have, how their names were spelled. I don't see any other fandom really having that. So I think it's incredible that we have such a rich understanding of canon and such a vast archive.
Yeah, it's really impressive preservation work that is done.
I'm really happy it exists. I'm glad Wall of History exists because it's easier to get new people into it because it's all like nicely, neatly organized.
I try.
Yeah. Yeah. Do wonderful work.
It's a very pretty website.
Yeah.
Ooh, I had a question to ask, but I forgot it, and that's an issue.
I've got a question. If you want,
I remember you saying something about like other writing projects outside of this fandom. Was that something you wanted to ask about?
What are things everyone does here besides Bionicle?
This is my life. What do you mean?
Well, I'm sorry to hear this.
Well, at my university, I'm working on a very interesting project to use evolutionary algorithms to simulate the evolution of thermostable proteins. So,
protein.
If anyone wants me to talk about biochemistry for an hour.
I will respectfully decline.
Understandable.
I think there are a lot of Bionicle fans who have gone on into very technical fields like sciences, biochemistry,
that's real,
game development.
Lamau, not me.
Not me too. I'm in the humanities.
Well, actually, I mean, maybe you could argue with me. I'm in audio engineering, so it's like technically
That's kind of techy.
It's
you
like
would be
practical.
You would be called
I'm
a
more on the
techie.
creative side of things in practical. The job title is misleading because it makes me sound like I'm building stuff. You know, no, I'm like recording and editing audio.
Right, of course, yeah.
But I do have to have like a knowledge of like acoustics.
You're a poet, not an engineer.
It depends. I have to have some knowledge of how like the physics of it works, like in the room, like acoustics in a room and stuff, to like set up microphones correctly. But like, so I guess I am a bit sciencey in that sense, but sciencey in the creative way, you know?
Right. Yeah. That sounds like a Bionicle fan, all right.
Oh,
yep. Yeah, I'm currently in geospatial analysis, which is pretty fun. You get to do a lot of creative like coding and cartography with that.
Good old rocks.
Well, more about geospatial as in like a lot of doing math with maps, like spatially distributed data. Although rocks were definitely a big part of my education. I spent a year being the custodian of a fossil and mineral museum for my alma mater. That was really fun. Yeah, my office was this giant, like like the room at the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark, with all the shelves and storing all the artifacts. That was my office for a while. There was a fossilized human skull in there. It was pretty fun.
Nice.
Well, we had a good time.
Good old cadaver.
Yeah.
But
were you asking about like other writing projects in addition to like fields of study?
Anything you want to answer with, really.
Yeah, well, yeah. I have, to be honest, I have probably, my creative focus has probably, it's largely been off of Bionicle for the past couple of years. I did a lot of Bionicle writing back during 2020. I was actually working with Connell on the idea of a continuation for the Yesterday Quest and the Powers That Be for a while that predated Vision of the Great Beings, but that didn't end up quite coming together because I just wasn't satisfied with how the stories were assembled. They weren't quite making sense to me, some of the ideas that we had. So Vision of the Great Beings filled that space. I still have ideas. Maybe I'll write them eventually. But I've written a few little things since then. I wrote like Power of the Great Beings, which you can find on my Archive of Our Own account. I'm quite fond of that one. And a few other snippets of things. I have some works in progress, even for Bionicle, that I want to get done at some point. I really hope to do that someday. But a lot of my energy has been going into, it's probably the case for a lot of Bionicle fans. I have this long-running Dungeons and Dragons campaign with some friends from all the way back to like grade school, actually, several of them. And I wound up, within the past few years, I started a habit of like writing these like in-character journal entries after sessions to try and get into the head of the character, really get a sense of that. And that spiraled out of control, as creative projects tend to do, and wound up being this whole elaborate, long series of writing projects. So I have that. It's on a Substack, which is pretty fun. And it's been good to get me writing like every week. That's where a lot of my creative energy has gone lately, is into like D&D and other tabletop role-playing games, other indie games that I've been playing with a lot of friends. That is a really good outlet, I find, for a lot of creative storytelling. But yeah, it's probably part of the reason why I haven't written a lot of Bionicle stuff lately. So sorry for slacking off, everyone. But I'm enjoying myself, and the end goal would be to eventually write some stuff that's worthy of publication. And I have some ideas, so there's definitely momentum that's being kept up there.
Hell yeah, moments.
Mm-hmm.
Would anyone else like to share their other interests outside of Bionicle?
Sure. I was going to say... Oh, sorry.
Oh, you go.
Oh. Okay. I was going to say, I really like that idea of like writing down stuff after a D&D campaign. That's something that was one of the try. I'm never actually going to play D&D, so...
yeah, I definitely recommend it.
Yeah, well,
you got to get the right group for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been trying to get a game of Duronai Nui, the Bionicle D20 game. Started with my housemates, but I was just having this chat in the server the other day. Every time I try to learn more of the rules, I get more confused. So that's very slow going.
Right, exactly.
But I would like to get that going soon. But yeah, my main creative outlets, I'd say, are Bionicle. I have a lot of stories for both Myths and Legacy and just like on my own time, just sort of works in progress right now that I would like to get put out at some point. But that's sort of where my main creative outlet goes. There is one, I had a really old book draft that I had. So I planned out like this whole 5-book saga in my head, and it was going to be really good. And I think I wrote about 100 pages, and I looked at it, and I was like, "This sucks. This is actually terrible."
I know that feeling.
No, so
I'm sure it's not.
It's not going to come out till I'm happy with it, but I would, at some point, probably very far in the future, I would like to eventually try and revisit that and make something of that concept. But yeah, right now my life is mainly just writing Bionicle stories, and then I'm about to actually graduate with my bachelor's, and then I'm planning to head to med school once I get enough money saved up for that. I'd like to go into occupational therapy.
Nice.
Okay.
Congratulations on that.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I'm hoping once I start that as a career, I'll have more time to explore other like creative venues. I've wanted to do like I have like a few screenplays actually not written down. They're written down in my head. But someday I'll get those down on paper. But my creative outlooks right now are a lot of someday I'll do this and someday I'll do that. So eventually I'd like to actually do something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same.
Relatable.
Yeah.
Yeah. So many half-finished or barely started stories like whips.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not a writer if you don't have a drawer full of unfinished stories.
Oh yeah, it's not helped by the fact that I probably have unmedicated ADHD, but we're not. I can't really focus on that right now.
It's probably also an experience widely shared by a lot of Bionicle fans.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's such a wide range of story prompts and potential. As soon as you have one idea, you're like, oh, maybe I'll write something about Morinui or Voyanur in this other area of the story, you know?
Yeah, one of the skills. Yeah, it's really easy to start one. One of the skills that I have really learned to appreciate is in the brainstorming process of just like, oh, what if I want to do this story? What if I want to explore this theme? Is to like consolidate and simplify. I think that something I've seen again and again in the Bionicle fandom is that we are all really like ambitious creatives, right?
Mm-hmm.
There is always some incredibly ambitious project popping up.
Well, most of them don't get finished because
most of them don't get finished because they aim for the sun and then shoot themselves off into space and wind up with Voyager probes, right?
Mm-hmm. That's a great analogy.
Thank you. I think a really huge skill as a creative is like getting an understanding of your limits and what is like a doable task. What is something you can? Okay, I have all these cool ideas. What is something that I can pare down and make into an accomplishable task out of this? That's why a lot of my Bionicle stories after Rostas have been short stories where I was like, in some cases, just a single scene where I was like, you know what? I think like a single scene will just get across what I was trying to explore.
Even I've been guilty of that in my 16 years of being in the Bionicle fandom.
Mm-hmm.
What a time.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you see the original Rostas on my Archive of Our Own account, there was a note at the end saying like, stay tuned, I'll write like a continuation of the powers that be and the Yesterday quest. I've got ideas, like hopefully it doesn't take me another 2 years. And then I'm sitting here like 10 years later like, oh no.
Yeah, I've been waiting. No, I'm kidding.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. I came close to doing it in 2020 and then I didn't end up taking the plunge. nowadays my thinking about that sort of thing is like, I don't want to write another boss just because the conditions are just not right. Like, I'm not that idle. There's so much going on with the 9 to 5 and everything. But but I can write, what matters to me as a creative is not actually so much what happens to Zarya and Kiara and Ord. I'm not really so bothered about that. But I'm more interested in writing stories about, like, what are some of the side characters that I'm interested in, rather than shouldering the weight of the main plot. I want to explore some side characters. So if you see more stuff from me, it's probably going to be stuff like that, stuff that focuses on, I have one in mind that would be about the relationship dynamic between Helrix and Tuyet over a series of interactions. I'm really excited about that. Yeah, because they serve as such interesting foils to each other. Another one with Lariska and Rudaka set during the Dark Time and the Dark Hunter and Brotherhood War. And another one that I'm interested in about the leader of the Sisters of the Skrull and her meeting with Anona and like some of their reflections on like Skrull history and what it means to be a Skrull and some of their reflections on that. And all three of those are ones that I'm really excited about writing, and I know that I can write. I know they're achievable. Those have been pared down after like loads and loads of other ideas that I eventually realized, these may or may not even be worthwhile for me. It's good to just be able to pare it down to like, what can I take on? What can I tackle at this present moment? Let's set a goal that is within reach and then work to do that. That I think I think that's a huge skill that a lot of us didn't have when we were like 12-year-olds, right? And so you saw so many Bionicle projects crash and burn because of that. But if you learn that skill, then I think you become a much more powerful creative as a result.
100%.
100%.
Yeah.
That's very good.
There's some incredibly strong words there.
Keep your goals realistic.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can count on probably too many hands the amount of stories I've had where it's like, yeah, here's a quick one shot that's ballooned into like 12 chapters trilogy of like okay, no, I can't do all that. So that's very good advice, but just like paring it down, like making it manageable, because that also like imagine like working with side characters, like if you try to make like, oh, it's the continuation of Bionicle on your own, like that's like you're one person, there's gonna be a lot of eyes
you'll be crushed.
Yeah.
That's why Visions has to be a huge project with a bunch of different people.
Yeah.
And it also, I think, certainly for a lone creator, something that can be really useful is understanding not even specifically the characters that you want to work with, but the underlying themes and ideas. And if you're capable of really getting down to the emotional core of it, of just like, well, what am I actually really interested in? Not even if the characters weren't even named, if they weren't even with these characters, what am I writing about? What topic am I interested in? And sometimes you find that theme crops up in a couple different characters, and maybe one theme that you thought you needed to like write a story about, Photok to tackle. It turns out you can actually you can hit that same beat and that same topic by writing a story about a Toptuk instead, something like that. Who knows, right? And you can condense that way too. Of like, if you're able to function at the level of like really getting down to like, what are the emotional ingredients that I'm trying to write about? That I've found can be really helpful, of like understanding those themes at a base level, and then the characters as various reflections of and interpretations of those themes. That's I really like doing that character-based writing, really exploring, who they are as people and how they interact with like this particular abstract question about the world. That's what I'd be doing with these girl-focused stories I have in mind. Helrix and Tuyet, Lariska and Rudaka, and Anona and the Skrull leader. Of just like, well, there's some topics that both of these characters have in common, but they respond to them in different ways. What are some ways I can explore those topics through the interactions of these characters? I think that can be really fun.
Yeah. that's when you get into some real character focused stuff as well. Like, why specifically these characters in a room? What's the benefit of that? What kind of conversations come of that, and how does that progress the story beats?
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Thank you for the insight. Does anyone else have something to say about this?
Yeah. Anything. I mean, well, in terms of unfinished stories, or in terms of me outside of Bionicle?
Anything you want to say.
Anything? Awesome.
Anything.
Well, yeah, outside of Bionicle, I mean, I work a 9 to 5 as well, so I do struggle to find the time to be creative. I find a lot of the time when I finish work and I start writing, it becomes very non-creative. My writing style does suffer from working. You find like certain words or phrases you use day to day in work, like typing emails, like as per my last email. You find some of that does bleed through into your writing. And there's been a lot of times where I've looked back and I've just been so drained while I was writing that it just feels overwordy or non-creative, doesn't flow as right. So I think it's important to find that headspace and to be able to, be creative and bring your best foot forward when you're writing, to do something that isn't the same mindless thing.
Too.
Right from the heart, exactly. Be original, be yourself.
Don't worry too much about, I gotta follow the rules of writing here.
Yeah.
Otherwise, people will not like it.
Yeah, exactly. But outside of Bionicle, I do a lot of stuff. So I do a lot of Lego specific content. So my main other interest is Hero Factory. I love Hero Factory almost as much as I love Bionicle, and I really want to write Hero Factory stories. I love it. It's great.
I enjoyed it when it was around. I think maybe because I just, there was a void for me where Bionicle was, and it helped fill it. But I just haven't really thought about it much since it ended.
I think about it constantly.
Yeah, there were a lot of interesting ideas that weren't actually explored in it. Right?
Breakout was pretty rad,
Definitely,
though.
yeah.
I loved Breakout.
I liked that one.
Breakout was peak Hero Factory.
Yeah,
And then
I really want to.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I
didn't pay
really
attention
want
to
to write a story.
Hero Factory past the first comic.
Wait, hold on, James. What are you saying?
Oh, I was just saying I didn't really pay attention to Hero Factory after the first comic, so I don't know too much about anything that happened in it.
The comics were like the first thing that got abandoned.
Yeah.
I forgot they did comics, actually.
Right? Exactly, because the comics are like in a separate continuity as well.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, it was mainly the TV show that everyone connected with, and
that was like the main story.
Yeah, when I'm writing, those are the voices in my head that I hear. I hear the same voice actors speaking those lines. What does that sound like them? Yes, no. But yeah, I mean, there's other themes as well. I really want to start writing some Ninjago stuff because I think there's also appeal that audience as well for the Ninjago fans. But the main thing I want to, my other outside interest is power miners. I really want to start writing some power miners content. Because we never got chapter books for that. And I feel like it's such an adjacent theme, so nostalgic as well for 2009. There's a lot of appeal.
Atlantis was also pretty rad. Give me that.
Atlantis too. I really want to write a story where the heroes from Hero Factory find themselves on a junk planet, and it's all about like recycling, and they get a new upgrade every wave. What happens to like the old robots? What happens to the scraps? All that stuff. I think that's a great theme.
Into the smelting pot.
Exactly, this like disposable world that they're in, where everything just gets melted down and reused or remade for the next wave. They better recycle. You hope so.
I'll be mad at them if they don't.
There's a villain. There could be a villain who is all about recycling because they have failed to recycle, and that's his whole shtick. But I really want to do a power miners story where the power miners run. I think a lot of the sets had coffee cups. And the illusion that they're always drinking coffee. What if the power miners didn't have coffee? The rock monsters took away their coffee. Imagine. Exactly. So yeah, those are like some of precisely. Those are some of the stories I want to write outside of Bionicle. But I've got interest in D&D as well. I think a lot of people who have interest in Bionicle, they have this shared, love for D&D, these role play games. But yeah, I think what Necrophora is saying as well about finding something that's achievable. Like, so often I get back from work and I'm not feeling creative and I struggle to put the idea on paper. But you really have to find the themes and you have to find the original reason why you wanted to write the story, and you kind of have to bottle it then and there, because leave it a week and you'll have forgotten, and you won't have the same drive to write this thing that you did on the day. So I'm constantly writing notes, and I've got so many notebooks for paper, like scraps of ideas that I had to come back to later, or just because I know I will forget them, to save me from just losing that spark.
Well, thank you for sharing, friend.
No worries.
Yeah.
All right. So. Oh, go ahead.
That just leaves me to answer the question. Now, like I said, I went into the humanities, not the STEM fields. I'm currently in the doing a victory lap in regards to my master thesis in library science.
Oh, hell yeah, library sciences, boy.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so I'm
crazy.
trying to finish that so I can have the proper education to get a decent paying job somewhere in some literary field, either in a library or somewhere else. As for my writing, I've had ideas for novels, for long form stories, but every time I think about it, it's like what Necrophora said, like, I'm really not cut out for this. I really don't have the discipline or the time for this. So I mostly stick to poems and short stories, which I feel is I find more relaxing, honestly.
I like the brevity of your content. It's very refreshing, because I'm someone who's like, long stuff is good, but I don't think something is automatically better if it's like longer.
Yes, of course.
Sometimes some concepts are more effective when they're short.
Sometimes things that are longer are worse.
Yes.
Yeah.
You just read the Wheel of Time.
Yeah. Yeah. And now, as for my future projects, as far as my regular writing is concerned, I don't really have any crazy ideas that I can share. As for Bionicle, I have plenty. There are stories I want to do about the Great Disruption, the Matoran Civil War. That's like something I'm interested in. Maybe something about Bara Magna, although maybe something about that. Zakaz is like very interesting, like its own hellish, warlike microcosmos.
I would like to see someone expand on Zakaz.
Yeah.
Have like some stories, like maybe would like to expand on the culture there.
Yeah, I've been reading way too much about the Yugoslav wars recently, and like I think there's some potential to like try to explore the relations between the tribes on Zakaz and how they get along, or rather how they don't get along. That could be really interesting, like its own mini series that's canon compliant, but it's not like super connected to the main story. That's something interesting. And of course, more stories about Matoran, because I found that
they're the regular people.
Yeah,
and I like that.
Yeah.
All right, we have 5 minutes left. Is there anything anyone wants to discuss for these last few minutes, or like any final words you guys have for it?
Carpe diem.
Seize the day.
Right, yeah. Consolidate your ideas down to manageable, achievable projects. That's really the tilt of my creative lessons that I've learned over the past couple of years.
Very good advice to have. A lot of advice a lot of Bionicle fans need to take to heart.
It's we're a fandom of some very similar minds, I think, advice that works for one of us tends to go a long way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, for me, like, I guess there's no shame in not finishing a story. I mean, part of the journey is just engaging with it and writing what you can.
Practice.
But always do what you can. Finish the story. Do whatever is possible. But there's no shame as well in a project fizzling out. Just as long as you gain the experience, you have the fun, and you put pen to paper and just enjoy what comes out.
Yeah, exactly. And do it if you care about it.
Also do it in a way that it's good, that the end product is at least decent.
But that's very subjective.
Yeah,
all you can control is.
I mean it in the sense that it's
doing something that you're satisfied with.
I meant it in the sense that it's coherent, that it's readable.
Right.
I
think ultimately every creative should be creating for themselves, right?
Yeah.
There's often this temptation to like create something that the largest audience will approve or something, but I think that in doing that, you can often lose a lot of what makes it special and really come alive. A lot of the best creative works that I've ever encountered are like, strange indie games on like itch.io, that sort of thing. Stuff where it was clearly like one person made this for themselves, and because of that, they showed so much love for it that it just really comes through,
Yeah.
I really like a good creative work like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
I think if you build it, they will come. If you create something for yourself and you really like
something
it,
you're
then
satisfied with.
Yeah, the people who are, maybe most people will look past that, but the people who are like you, who similarly like the same things, they're going to see that and they're going to go absolutely nuts about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's been a lot of the greatest creative works that I've engaged with in the past few years. That's why I tend to mostly engage with like smaller indie stuff off the beaten path.
Yes, I'm gonna have to cut you off there, just in case anyone else has thoughts. We got.
I know I
less than 2
ramble.
minutes before we have to hard end the recording.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else have something quick to say? Going
There's
once?
no need to write with the door closed.
Yes, you're right.
If I leave the door
James,
open,
do you
the
have
cats
something to
will
say?
get here.
Any last words?
Then maybe close the door.
James, do you have any last words?
Check out
less than a minute.
My new Wall of History update that's hopefully launched by the time this releases. If not, I'm probably just going to go live in a cave for the rest of my life.
Thank you. Thank you for telling us this.
Inspiring words.
All right. Well, that's the end of the Writer's Room special. Now, you will be, the audience will be presented by the first 15 minutes of a reading of an upcoming Myths and Legacy story. It shall be read by Lahari. Please enjoy. Goodbye.
See ya.
Bye, everybody.
Day. Happy Bionicle
Day.
Happy Bionicle Day.
Happy Bionicle Day.
Bionicle Legacies. Legacy Weapons. Story by Bob the Doctor 27. Published by Myths and Legacy. Chapter 1. Pokes, Toahaga of Stone, concentrated to call upon his elemental powers to raise the great megalith of rock before him. With a mighty heave, the stone slab shifted, allowing the proto-cairn trapped beneath it to wriggle its way free. Vocalizing a weak screech, the Rahi charged past the Toa, its tail slamming into its waist and knocking him aside. No need to thank me, wheezed the Toa, watching as the creature headed south, following the scent of the Rahi that had been liberated before it. It had been a lengthy endeavor to work his way this far into the ruins of the Matoran universe with his teammates, freeing the remaining survivors trapped by the collapse of the Great Spirit robot. Together, rescue teams were cooperating to recover stranded settlements of Matoran and Rahi, many of whom were pinned beneath debris like the proto-cairn, or huddling around the dying heat sources while the world crumbled around them.
Umonga, along with many of his surviving Toa of Earth, had remained behind on the southern continent, where they were working tirelessly to dig out the Matoran who had taken shelter in the Nui Caves. Similarly, Gaki joined her Toa of water sisters to transport the universe's aquatic Rahi to the oceans of Spherus Magna. Chuckling at his own fortune, Oak straightened his back and gazed out triumphantly at the valley around him. A proud city belonging to the followers of the Baraki Prydeck had once stood here, now dilapidated and overgrown with vegetation in his absence. Many exotic breeds of Rahi had settled here, along with the thriving village of Famatoran in the east. While Aruni and Kulos had spent their morning occupied with the island's Manchuri population, Pokes and Norik had concerned themselves with the villagers. Now, all four Toahaga had reconvened for one final sweep of the island before moving on to the northern isles. "I'm surprised the Toamari haven't pitched in," mused Iruni, using a Ratuka spinner to heal a Husi that was hobbling on a wounded leg. "Could have used Kongu's help hurting those fader bulls." Pokes exchanged an uncertain glance with Kulas, whose torn features showed up even on his own mask of Rahi control. "I'm sure they have a good reason for their absence," suggested the Toa of Ice, turning to face the horizon, which seemed locked in a perpetual state of sunrise. Pokes snorted. "Or a bad one." In a place far removed from the grasslands of the Matoran universe, Jala, leader of the Toamari, watched the rising pillars of stone and earth that slowly grew out of the seabed. He gazed impassively as they nodded together, rising up through the ocean's depths to meet the surface an inch at a time. The fortress that the pillars now surrounded was ornate and beautiful, and the gold-skinned being had seen fit to assign the Toa the responsibility of reinforcing the foundations. Itching at the back of his mind, the Toa of Fire could sense the influence of another presiding over his thoughts, as though a vicious cloud were numbing his mind and pushing him out. It was a sensation that he had felt before while under the hypnotic influence of the Baraki Takadox, though the force that commanded his limbs now left him wholeheartedly committed to the cause of his new master. There was no inkling of resistance now, just the dignity of humble servitude to the first true leader he had ever known. Under his command, the Toamari gave their elemental energies gladly in a watery expanse where no other Toa dared journey, and carved a place for the Skakti to finally reside on this strange new world. They had worked tirelessly, their labors consumed entirely by the construction of this underwater platform, manipulating the untouched depths of Aqua Magna to extend the foundations of a fortress. Beside him, Iparu and Huki were hard at work channeling their respective elemental powers of earth and stone. Ahali summoned water currents carrying sediment. Jala supposed it was only fitting that the Toa should work so vigorously to develop the foundations of such a structure. After all, the last time they had united their powers, they had brought down the Cord, destroying a lost city whose name they honored, Mari Nui. Of course, back then, they had counted an extra Toa amongst their number, a loss Jala doubted his team would ever truly heal from. Perhaps this was penance for their failure, an opportunity to right the destruction that they had wrought, a way to recognize their fallen comrade. With the sixth Toa among them, they might have honored their new leader with a tower of glistening ice upon which to build his kingdom. Spurred on by the tremendous guilt in his chest, Toa of Fire nodded to Kongu, who wordlessly swung his arms around and opened another air corridor between his teammates and the newly formed patch of rock. Launching a burst of fire through the oxygen-rich tunnel from the tip of his power blade, Jala welded shut a fissure of stonework, a growing fault revealed to him by his Kanoe Arthron. There could be no imperfections. Observing from the shoreline of Aqua Magna, the gold-skinned being to whom the Toamari owed their allegiance smiled warmly. Flanked by legions of his followers, he remarked how vastly his numbers had grown. For some time, he had come to contemplate the nature of his genesis. Born of the fused psyches of Vortix, Steltion, Ziglak, and the 6 renegade Paraka, he had emerged from the annals of ancient myth as the salvation of the Skakti species, the conquering titan capable of withstanding the fearsome Makuta, even taking the likeness of their most barbaric champion, Irnak. Finding a universe in turbulent disarray, he had united the remaining tribes of Zakaz under his banner, and now, with the downfall of Nektan, his army had grown tenfold. With Matanui once more absent from this fledgling world, and with a team of Toa under his command, he was uniquely positioned to conquer. He cast a cursory glance over the droves of warriors assembled at his side. Within their chests, he sensed a desire for vengeance and mobility. They were bruisers and laborers, hardened by centuries of infighting and civil war, all too often dismissed for their more violent tendencies. Their passions ran deep, and yet they had proven to be blunt and predictable, like most Skakti he had known over the course of his 9 lives. Puffing his armored chest out and stepping forward, one of the Skakti generals moved to address him. "My liege, these Toa Mari," he began cautiously. "They are not to be underestimated. My clan has heard tales of their exploits on Voya Nui. They may champion the will of Mata Nui, but they are unlike any before them. We must tread lightly where they are concerned." "I consider it a wise policy never to underestimate Toa," agreed the gold-skinned being, his voice conveying a wisdom as old and inflexible as the aeons. Hardened by the war on Zakaz, his tribemen bristled with anticipation, with the only prospect of his leadership keeping them from unleashing their fury on one another. He had seen their deepest desires, even given form to a number of their more diverse cravings, and still he remained unfulfilled by the terseness of the Skakti imagination. Ambition was certainly a sentiment felt by the component species in his genetic makeup, yet such appetites were not his own to yearn for. Skakti had venerated him as a veritable messiah, a conquering titan capable of withstanding the fearsome Makuta. In truth, he had no such aspirations. The golden colossus could already feel his interests in their cause waning. For now, the Toa add credibility to our endeavor, he announced to the warlord who had approached him. But I take your counsel under advisement. Once their usefulness has expired, so too shall they. A satisfied murmur resounded amongst the assembled Skakti. Already the blind concurrence of his followers was growing tiresome. The gold-skinned being continued to gaze out with interest at the Toa Mari riding the waves, constructing a plateau upon which he would build his fortress. The Toa had been given limited instructions, and yet they had already completed their task as eagerly as a Pokawi flocking to shore. Unlike the bland Skakti barbarians, he could taste the delicious remorse emanating from the Toa. He found himself wondering what manner of cravings Matanui's chosen guardians indulged in when tested as they had been. Deep within his amalgamated psyche, Akan smiled a toothy grin at the notion.
The 3 Toa Metru ran, circled back, and ran again for hours, until finally...
They are still searching, but they don't know where we are. I see Rorschach down this corridor. We will have to go left.
The Toa worked their way through the maze of tunnels, narrowly avoiding the Vaki all the way.
Is it just me, or does this seem too easy? They should have caught us or even given up by now.
Rorschach don't give up. Ever. I hear them off to the left. Go right up here.
Dead end. We had better.
It's a trap!
They knew where we were all the time. The Rorschach must have used their staffs of presence on one of us. They were able to monitor our movements all the time.
We still have our Toa tools. We will break out and...
And do what? Go where? Duma has called us traitors and the whole city is against us. The Matoran we want to protect are calling for our capture. Maybe the Turaga was right. Maybe we are just imposters. Matoran, pretending to be Toa.
Meanwhile, Martau had thought of a way to get us safely out of Limetru.
They'll be close watching the chutes in the streets. They will never think to look above their heads. We will quick hide them on the cargo. Hurry, get in!
Up front, the Lematoran pilots triggered the vast network of levitation discs to make the airship rise. Inside, we sought a place of refuge where we could figure out just how things had gone so wrong.
Perhaps if the Vaki manage to find Toa Likan, Turaga Duma will realize we are innocent.
Perhaps. Unless Turaga Duma already knows where Likan is.
What are you saying?
Less loud talk, more quick walk. In here! We will stay deep hidden until the ship lands.
Fine. Vakama, explain what you said. What do you know?
Something simply feels wrong. First the Mobuzak, then so many Matoran disappearing. What if the two aren't connected? What if the Mobuzak plant's attacks were a cover for something else? Something Toa Likan suspected but didn't have time to prove.
And he was captured by the Dark Hunters before he could share it.
In front of this fire spitter's eyes too. Now we will have to ever flee from the Baki all over the city. So much for being so heroes.
But we are still free, Matau. Maybe it's our destiny to find Toa Likan so we can solve this mystery. At least we have time to think and plan. After all, what could threaten us here?
Gathered friends, listen again to our legend of the
Bonk! Hey everybody, and welcome to Crosswired Crafts. Today I'm making this neat thing. The Kini Nui is probably the most iconic structure in Bionicle, apart from Brutaka's toned hips. It's big, it's ancient, it's mysterious, and it's part of the mouth hole of a giant robot god that's asleep under the ocean, and if you go down far enough, the devil lives in there. It's in the movies, the games, the comics, the other games, the best Bionicle media, and today I'm gonna make it mine. First, I'm gonna build up the layers of this cake with some circles. I cut out some templates from cardstock and transferred that to some XPS foam. Then I cut out those round boys and humanely impaled them on a toothpick.
Please, no!
Oh, nice. I made a bunch of bricks and also this thing. This is going to be stairs later, but for now I'm using it to mark where it's going to go so I don't have to put bricks there. Now that the bricks are placed, it's time to commit to put in the extra work of carving them to the proper shape.
Better finish what I started. Now.
I think you got a knife!
I decided these bricks are too big, so I'm marking down where I'm going to break them into more smaller bricks. First, I'm going to cut into these lines, but pretty shallow, so it's really more like I'm scratching them, but don't worry about it.
You worry about scratches.
Then I'm going to go over them again with a pencil to really create a crevice by jamming it in there that's going to look real good and brick-like once it's done, I promise. This is foam core board.
Come in!
Now we peel the paper to get to the tasty foam inside. Why be a square when you can be more well-rounded?
Indeed.
I'm shaving off these extra bits so they sit flush. That's better. Now I'm carving extra brickwork on the top, but doing it off camera because I'm just too shy. Don't look at me. Now I need more of these guys.
I don't know how you did that.
I'm gluing 2 of these together to get some nice wide stairs.
Say, how goes the carving?
Thanks for asking, Onua. I'm carving each step individually, and I'm starting to doubt my career decisions. Any advice?
Try doing a real job.
No thanks. Instead, I'm carving in bricks to each side of the stairs as well, which in retrospect was completely unnecessary, but here's the footage of me doing it anyway in remembrance of my phone camera's storage space.
I don't know how you did that.
Oh, nice. To create more rocky texture, I'm gonna make a rock out of tinfoil. There's no science to this bit, just kind of punching and rolling and smashing until it all looks like a nice, big, wrinkly rock. Now I'm moving on to the most iconic part of the temple, those big tower finger guys. I'm also going to be cutting into the corners, kind of softening the angles so it all looks worn and weathered, kind of like Sam Elliott. This guy's looking good so far. Now let's test his structural integrity. Never forget. These little gravestones will help me mourn. And so will their kids. Just be careful not to do this.
Lava!
I'm attaching the gravestones to their parents, but it's taking a while. Gonna use the Mask of Time to speed it up. Now this pillar of the community is looking much better. And now we have a community of pillars. I'm attaching these fingers carefully, but despite that, one of them is a bit lopsided, but you can't tell unless you look closely, so let's keep it between you and me, okay? Now it's time to make the nipple. This nipple is actually called a suva, and it's where the Toa keep their masks. I guess like the cloud? I don't know. I'm gonna be using this wooden ball and the tip of this hydration tab container. Now that we've got a nice ring, be careful not to go too crazy over it. After a test fit, I traced the circle onto the temple and started gouging out a hole that I forgot to leave space for earlier. Leave me alone, I'm sleepy, okay? I'm filling it with more
Lava!
to ensure the ball never moves again. After some finagling, this suva is it's goo time. Using this quick seal, I'm patching up some of the bigger gaps in the stone that I don't like. Just add water and...
Let's lava!
I'm using an old brush that I hate and don't care if it gets ruined to add some more texture while jamming more goo in the seams. Next is a mixture of black acrylic and Mod Podge to seal in the foam so it'll be easier to paint. I'm starting with the underside so that I don't have to do it later. With that done, I'm going to use progressively lighter shades of gray to dry brush the whole temple, only hitting the high points and leaving some of the darker paint underneath to help imply depth. Just like my personality.
Indeed.
This is my favorite part of painting. It's basically impossible to screw it up, and I get to feel like a big genius for making a fake rock look like a real rock. It's just the best. Dirt.
I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye.
I'm drizzling down some watered down PVA glue on sections of the temple where I want the dirt to stick. I got a bit too excited with the dirt, but after it dries, I'm gonna go over it with a brush to get rid of the excess. Now it's time to celebrate with some tasty ricotta cheese. Is it supposed to look like that? Let me try it. Oh, yeah, no, nope, that's gone bad. The good news is I can use it as more tiny rocks for my temple. I'm doing the same thing with the dirt with watered down glue, then just sprinkling some old moldy cheese, trying to make it look all kind of natural. Next, I'm going to be sealing everything in with some watered down glue and a handy spray bottle. My salsa got dried out in the sun, but you guessed it, I'm going to improvise and turn this food disaster into a crafting masterpiece. Before the glue dries, I'm sprinkling this seasoning in all the spots that I think moss would grow. Mossy ruins are my favorite aesthetic, so the more I can bring that into Bionicle, the happier I am. Yeah. I wanted to make some mossy, viney goo, so I'm mixing some of this salsa with glue and jamming that forbidden guacamole into some of the big gaps in the stones. Now I'm sealing the whole thing again to stop this temple from shedding all over my apartment. The stones are a bit lighter than I'd like, which my partner said makes the whole thing look like an everything bagel. So off camera, I took a tiny brush and colored in all those pebbles with a darker gray, and here he is. Man, this thing is so cool. The Kininui was basically the most important location in the first few years of Bionicle's story. I can't wait to reenact my favorite childhood memories with my toys. Oh no! Liwa is entirely too big. He's too yoked. He's too ripped. The good news is this guy just laid some eggs, but we're gonna have to wait until next spring when they hatch. Or not. Mask of Time, activate! Let's see what we have here. Amazing. Oh my god, nature's so beautiful. You're such a good parent, Liwa. Now get out of here. I know a special trick for helping these guys hatch. Just gonna gently...
That'll do it.
A beautiful baby boy. Now we just have to rinse off the amniotic fluid and then we can give him a nice coat of primer. Nothing too fancy here, just painting baby Liwa the same colors as big Liwa. It's a bit messy, but so am I, and you know what? I think that's okay. It's okay. Stop looking at me. These are literally the only parts of this footage where my camera was actually in focus. It was a nightmare trying to make this look decent, so you better be grateful. Now that baby Liwa has his shots, let's reintroduce him to the wild. Wow, nature is so beautiful. And now I want to shout out all my patrons on Patreon. There's Connor Ronsky, Kaukeen, Lucero, Serios, Salusa Murray, and Eliza Scholl. You guys are incredible. Thank you for literally taking any amount of interest in anything I do, let alone enough to give me money for it. That's so cool. If you want to give me money, you people out there who haven't subscribed to my Patreon, that would be so chill. Also, I will take money. I'd love it. Money's really, really cool, especially right now. I would love to have more of it. If you want to support me in any other ways, I also have an Etsy store where I have t-shirts, I got stickers, I've got cosplay pieces, all the works. If you're really gonna like it if you're a Bionicle fan, trust me. And yeah, that's basically it. I'm dehydrated. I gotta go. And here's a quick sneak peek at my next crafting project, probably.
Hello, gathered friends, and hello, Metro Nui! Welcome back to the exclusive game show of Bionicle Day, Bionicle the Game Show. Well, after a lovely Proto-Spa day in Top Metro, plus dumping some baggage known as the bug thing, I am now, finally, all alone this year.
Oh, but Toa, did you really think you could get rid of us that easily?
Wait, those voices. Hold on. Bug thing, are you there? Is there an echo?
It is us, Toa. We tire of your antics year after year and have desired to form our own brotherhood of us.
Wait, there are multiple bug things with no prior evidence of this happening in the past? This changes the lore considerably.
And that is not all. We are also... Wait, are you somehow more animated this year?
Why, yes, as I have said, I had a lovely Proto-Spa day, and it really fleshed out my, well, everything. I somehow feel approximately 15 times more handsome now.
We see, and so does Delusa, I'm sure.
I have no idea who that is, so I'm sure she wants my number. Either way, being 3 of you is rather annoying now, and we should probably get to the fabulous prizes. Could you please remove 2 of you somehow and just do that?
If you insist, Toa. This year we have our wonderful t-shirt designed by Fakiti of Mask of Destiny, and shipping by 2025, the next released card booster pack of the Bionicle Day collectible trading cards.
Amazing.
In addition, the winner will also earn a copy of Iconic Still's newest book, Heroes of Metro Nui. Finally, the runner-up will receive an item of their choice from the Red Star Forge, courtesy of Red Star Games, and an original Quest for the Mass sticker, courtesy of former Quest for the Mass developer and CEO of IDW Comics, Ted Adams.
Wow, that is a ton of prizes this year. And with that out of the way, I guess we can now move on to the next bit, the contestants. To enter our game, after the free customary background checks, you simply have to type, "Come on down" in the chat. In order to enter, you must have access to Discord on a computer with a working microphone, webcam not required. So starting now, let us begin.
So how is everyone feeling in chat today?
I hope they're enjoying themselves.
Doesn't our new host look interesting this year?
Interesting? Is that all you're gonna go with?
Well, I can't be too nice to you, Toa.
You can at least try.
Well, now where's the fun in that?
Also, what happened to my voice? I just realized. Oh, it must be the spa treatment. Hang on.
Spent a little too much time in the proto sauna, did you?
Yes, that do be happening. As they say in Boyanui.
Hot air, as they say.
Yes. Oh, by the way, my tie jiggles as I move.
Indeed.
Bounce, bounce, bounce.
I never thought I'd see the day where Toatahu had jiggle physics.
Well, I mean, somebody had to do it.
I'm sure Zalusa would quite like that as well.
Well, she were here. We are thinking of you, Zalusa. Trust me, we are. Anyway, Bug Thing, how are things going for you?
Well, let me just check. If I can get my window open, here we go. Well, that's a problem. For some reason, it's not coming through into Nightbot. Nightbot, why?
Nightbot? What are you doing?
I'm going to reload the page, and then we're just going to run with this. Keyword.
We are indeed.
Run down.
For once, it's not my fault.
Okay, now it's starting to come through, so if anyone already typed "come on down," please do so again, because we'll need to get you listed in here yet again. Apologies for that.
It wouldn't be a Bionicle Day if it wasn't for a bit of technical difficulties.
This is what I get for loading the Nightbot page before the stream even started and just assuming that the tab would remain active this entire time.
Quite.
So we will
Apologies,
give this...
I will be back in just a second. I'm going to go ahead and drop my microphone.
Oh no, Tahu is going to distort a little bit because he forgot that leaving the camera makes him look weird.
No, I knew all along, and that's okay.
So we
you
will
know
give
what I'm doing,
this...
Bug Thing. You know what I was doing.
Okay, let's see here. Why is it?
But why?
Can I not hide that? Something popped up on the screen sharing screen and I can't get rid of it, so hopefully that won't pop up in other parts of this. Oh, it's the chat. I'll get rid of it when we go to standby.
That's a good idea.
Hello, Zalusa. How are you today?
Hi, Zalusa. As you can see, I've had some work done. Like what you see?
He had some protodermic surgery.
I would animate more, but unfortunately my face is kind of...
You know what? It is actually more apt to say plastic surgery when talking about Bionicle than it is when talking about humans.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true.
So let's see
if I
how
can
we
ever
are
figure out how to get my hands to work, I would love to be able to straighten my tie.
Well, maybe next year we'll give you hand surgery and you can have control of them too.
Maybe another computer.
Let's see how we're looking.
It won't be in the budget, but I would love for it to be.
Currently, we have 27 people registered to join in our glorious game show today. I think we will let this go. Oh, well then.
They found the command. Okay. Let's Well, it's a good thing we stress tested this.
Do you see that, Toa? They love you. They love you, Toa.
If you excuse me, I'm just gonna sit here and get pelted.
That might be a bit loud, but I promise we'll fix it during the intermission.
Indeed. I can probably fix it right now. Better?
All right. Maybe slightly. All right, so this will be last call for the eligibility for the game show. So if you want to join us today, type "come on down" in the chat. In about, I would say, maybe 1 or 2 more minutes, we will go to break and we will choose our participants and then we will go to break and get everyone set up.
Bug Thing, this was a terrible idea.
I don't know, Toa. I find it quite entertaining.
You would.
I
You're not
would,
the one
yes.
getting pelted by
Yes,
basically
that's
fruits and flowers.
Yes, Toa, that's the fun of it. I would throw them myself if I could. Oh,
Maybe
wait. I can! But that's flowers, not fruit.
Oh, don't worry. Unlike everybody in chat, I have the turbo button. Ow.
And with that, I think we're going to call our participants now, if I can concentrate with all the noise. Dear Matanui.
I can always try to disable them.
All right. I'm going to roll it. Our first participant is Spirit of Waterman Montaru. Come on down.
Excellent.
See, I'm just going to try and copy this to my notes before I call the next one in case Nightbot decides, yeah, we're just going to remove the previous one. Our next one is Lucas Brenton. Come on down. That is also going in my notes. Toa, do you remember how many we call?
I believe it was 8?
That doesn't sound right.
I thought that's what we did last year. It would take me far too long, and I'm afraid that this box of mine might explode if I try to.
Let's go with 6.
I think 6 is fine.
Okay. Our next participant is the Lore Writer. Come on down.
All right, that's up to 3 now.
Next one is Delouse Actor 6373. Come on down.
Excellent.
Our next participant is Skull Kingdom. Come on down.
Interesting.
And finally, our last participant is Scum. Come on down.
I'm sure you're a champion in there somewhere.
So, with that out of the way, we will go to break real quick while you guys get in the Discord server and we get you all set up with your roles. And then we will begin with our first event, Bionicle Trivia. We will see you all soon. We are back, everyone. We just had a little bit of a snafu, and we have to do one more roll. So let's see. Our final participant this time is Maxis. So if you would like to join in, be sure to jump into our Discord server, and we will get you set up right away. Hello again. Unfortunately, we do have to do another reroll. I'm sorry, Maxis. It seems like the invite has been working for everyone else. I couldn't say why it wouldn't be working for you, but unfortunately, we do have to get on with the show, so the person coming in instead will be Ninja Link 123. So if you would like to join in, then please do let us know, and we will get you all set up.
And we're back.
I forgot that we had a script to read off, didn't you?
I had it up the whole time. I mean, no, I've memorized. I'm just going to say things off the fly. By the way, Bug Thing, because you revealed that you can somehow Bunshin no Jutsu your way on into here, I have decided to beef up my security. Meet my somehow old but new enforcers!
Toa, are those just repurposed Vaki? And why do they sound like that?
I have no idea what you mean by that, Bug Thing. These are my big, strong, beefy enforcers! Look at those muscle gains.
Toa, those things don't even have muscles. And I don't even recognize that one. Do you think you need glasses?
Very much so, yes. Anyway, on to our first game. We are going to be doing trivia. So all of our contestants will have to answer trivia questions. And we have, what is it, 12 this year? 15. We have 15.
But for the first thing that we would like to add is that we have a special guest before we begin. Last year's winner of Bionicle the Game Show, Kehuri Toa of Earth, would like to wish a good luck to our contestants this year.
Hello, Ro-Okai. That's Matoran for gathered friends for those who missed day one. Yeah, it is I, Kehuri, last year's final boss. By a hair. It was a tiebreaker.
It was very
Draco, I hope you're in chat. Good luck next time we face off. Anyways, I would like to wish luck to all of the contestants.
Thank you very
You're
much.
in for a wild ride, and you're about to make Bionicle history. Good luck to you all.
Thank you very much, my friend. And without further
Thank you
ado,
for those. Yes.
Toa, shall we begin?
We shall. First thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do a quick test. Can somebody please try to use the buzzer? Only one person.
Got it.
Excellent. I saw that.
And I didn't hear it for some reason, but whatever.
Hey, that's important that we saw it. All right.
I heard it.
Bug
That's
Thing,
why I
feel
have
free
the
to
monitor
clear
turned
it.
off. Yes, I did.
That would probably suck.
All right.
Bug Thing, you're going to go ahead and clear it. Yes?
I did.
Okay. I think because I'm on the other one, I'll have to clear it on my end to be able to see it. So hopefully they
I
didn't
told
mess with
you
each
this
other.
wouldn't work, Toa.
Just, you know what? Better idea. I'll know when it's cleared when the buzzer comes back.
Yes.
We're going to start with the first question. Is everybody ready?
Whenever you are ready, Toa.
I'm ready. You need to advance it, Bug Thing. What type of Krana is found by Tahu in the Borak promo comic? Don't buzz in all at once. Oh, Montaro, go ahead.
Was it a zoo? Yeah, or I'm pretty sure it's XU, zoo.
Bug Thing, are we gonna count that?
I do not have the answers in front of me, Toa.
So, I shall telepathically send you a message.
Let me see. I mean, that doesn't seem correct.
Okay, then we're gonna have to say no. Unfortunately, that is incorrect. Skull.
Is it a Zaw? Not
Can
the
you spell that for...
XA.
That is correct.
Correct.
It's the one that's on all the promotional stuff.
Yes.
Yes.
Toa, are you keeping track of the score?
I can indeed keep track of the score. Give me a few seconds to just find a place to do that.
As
Fortunately, I
usual,
have
we
the
are very
technology.
ill-prepared.
We are totally ill-prepared.
You would think after 4 years we would have this unlocked by now. You would think wrong.
You would think. Let me go ahead and yes, I will keep track of the score.
All right.
All right. Bug Thing, feel free to advance us to the next question. At what time does the hidden entrance to Mangaya open? Maxis.
Wasn't it at 4?
That is correct!
Huzzah!
Amazing. All right.
Next
now,
question.
We're going to go ahead and break this up with a new type of trivia question this year. 2 truths and a lie. So, here's a few statements that can be made about the sport of Akilini. A. It was intended to be depicted as an older form of Koli. B. The rules set strict limits on how far you could get outside of the field before you were out of bounds, but not how far above or below. Or C. The rules ban certain discs, such as reconstitute at random, from the game. Toa Luxhaz. I never had to pronounce it. I apologize if I butcher it.
Lucas, but my answer is C. That rules ban certain. No. I mean, no. That is the correct one. I mean, C is correct, I think, and I think that B is the one that's correct.
So I should clarify. We're looking for the lie.
Oh, okay. So I think the lie is B.
That is incorrect. All right, Montaru.
I'm gonna go.
Actually, hold on. Maxis buzzed in first. That still appears to be broken.
Okay, we're gonna have to be very careful about that then. Maxis.
I'm gonna say A is the lie.
Incorrect, unfortunately. So we're gonna have to throw that out because now whoever buzzes in first is gonna know. C, I guess. Yep, that would be correct. It is C. Unfortunately, no points because, with only 3, we really can't barely do that. So there is no information available about certain discs being banned from the game. This is also...
Wasn't there a thing where they banned, like, Pometru discs? Because they were too good quality?
There is entirely a possibility, but that's not part of this trivia question. All right. Bug thing, feel free to advance us. It's going to take a second.
Yes, just as soon as it finishes erasing.
When it clears, feel free to advance us.
Indeed.
What Rahi's nest did the miners of Onukoro have to be careful to not dig into? Scumlun. Scumulon, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Is that the Kofo Jaga?
That is correct. That is indeed the Kofu Jaga.
Okay.
Of which they could not...
Here's a tiny bit of trivia on top of this trivia that nobody other than me seems to remember, and I can't find any example of it existing. But I distinctly remember... No, I distinctly remember back before the Maori incident that the Kofo Jaga were originally referred to as the Kofu Jaga, but I can find no evidence that this was actually a thing. Yes, Joshua, you got it. You remember. Somebody remembers. Masanui.
You're in the right universe. Anyway, I was going to finish by pointing out that Turaga Wenua would aid in preventing this using his drill of Onua. That's actual canon. All right, next. What Metru was the Mask of Time created in? Lore.
Kometru.
Incorrect.
Damn.
Montaru.
I'm pretty sure it was in the middle of Pometru.
Incorrect.
Oh, okay.
Skull.
Tometru.
Incorrect. Scum.
Was it Gametru?
Incorrect.
I mean, okay. I kind of want to allow that because it's technically true.
Technically, yes. Okay. Technically, it was created...
Go on, Toa.
I have the questions right in front of me, Bug Thing. It was created aboard the Lacan while traversing the Silver Sea. So technically, yes, that is true that Gametru / that area counts. However,
I only want to allow it because it was... I only want to allow it because it was right off the coast of the Great Temple, so it technically counts as Gametru.
Fair enough. I will allow it.
Near the Great Temple, as I recall. By the way, did you hear my buzz? Because I changed my name. I don't know if it fucked up anything.
I did not notice, but if you did change...
I believe so.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we
Please
don't
try
have
and
a list
refrain
of
from
the
changing
names.
your names, though, from this point on.
If nothing else, because I'm keeping track of using your names on the points.
Right.
Oh, yeah, it's just
All right.
pronunciation.
So for this trivia question, you have to find the incorrect aspect of the following prompt. The second generation of the Bionicle story took some elements of the original run and placed them into a new world. New characters such as Ikimu were placed into the story alongside older characters such as the Six Toa, who retained their original suite of elemental powers. There are also several callbacks in Gen 1, such as the Vahi covering only half of the face, this time the upper half instead of the lower half, as in Gen 1. Scum!
So the incorrect part is where it says it kept the original 6 elements because they changed air to jungle.
That is absolutely correct!
Very well
Leewood's
done.
element was changed from air to jungle, though he still retained his ability to fly through his tools. Very good. All right. Who was intended to be shown as the creator of Friendly Rahi in Matanui Online game? Was it Onumatoran, Matanui, the Makuta, or the Turaga? Scum, you buzzed in again very quickly.
Was it Matanui?
Incorrect. Lore.
God, that blew my ears out. Was it the Makuta?
Incorrect. Lucas.
I would like to say the Turaga.
Once again, incorrect. So we're tossing that one out again. Skull, you raise your hand. Take a guess.
Onumatoran?
Yes, that is correct. In deleted content, it was indeed the Onumatoran who were actually destined to be the creators of Rahi. Specifically, the player could go to an adjacent room in the main village that had a factory line of Rahi parts ready for assembly. This is of course, not canon.
Is that where the proto-smith stuff we found in the files came from?
That is correct.
Oh.
At least that part is. All right. Matsune Online game had a large and long influence on the canon of Bionicle. What change to the character of Turaga Nuju originated with Matsune Online game? Montaru, you raise your hand first.
I believe it was the clicks and whistles.
Give you a little more specific on
or
what
that
is.
he only speaks in like the Bird Rahi language, only using clicks and whistles and using Matoro as a translator.
That is correct.
Huzzah.
So, indeed, speaking in the language of birds is how we were going with that, but you got it the first time. I just wanted so that there's no debate on what it is, I cleared that up. All right.
Enough.
Next. Continuing further with Matanui Online game, there is a significant detail from the games that was not kept. One that was hinted at the secret of the Great Spirit Robot. What was this detail? Scum, you raised your hand. Can we please wait until I finish reading? I know it's on the screen fast.
I'm sorry.
What is that detail, though?
Was it that the material composition of Matanui's shell was like a crab shell?
Bug thing?
I'll allow it.
All right, yes. It's that the impenetrable rock at the bottom of the mine was, quote, highly organic, unquote.
Very nicely done. That was a
Very
tough
nice.
one. I barely even remembered that one.
Yeah, no, I remembered that detail all along. Which of the following, or who of the following, is not a Bionicle set designer? Is it Kieran Minovi, one of the creators of the character and the creature's building system? Roger Levesque, who came up with the designs of the organic Suletu and Calyx, or David Berg, designer of the many later sets such as Bricka, Tanma, and Scrawl. Scum looks like he buzzed in rather quickly.
I didn't see a buzz. I saw lore.
Oh, was it Lore? Okay, yeah. Lore, apologies.
Was it A?
Incorrect. Skull.
Is it B?
That is indeed correct. Roger Levesque is actually a former soccer/football player for the non-Americans. Best known for playing for the Seattle Sounders FC, villain of the Portland Timbers, born in Portland, Maine.
Of course you would put that in there, Toa.
Oh, I had to.
You Coley fan, you.
What can I tell you? All right. What group was set to produce an original Bionicle album until they had a falling out with the Lego group? Was it VM&E, Roswell Records, Nowhere Records, or Interscope Records. Am I seeing this correctly? Scum buzzed in first?
Correct.
Yeah.
Go
was
ahead.
Was it Interscope?
That is indeed correct.
Very
Interscope
well done.
Records. It would have involved the bands Cold, Rob Zombie, Kenna, and an alternative band, Woven.
Shout out to Bionicle Day 2022, where we had a little bit of a reference to that in the end credits. With, even though Dracula probably would not have appeared on that album in any
it
capacity,
absolutely would not have been
it's
Dracula.
still the most recognizable Rob Zombie song.
Absolutely, it is. All right. Next, how is the original version of Coley played? Skull.
It is played like soccer.
Can we be a little more specific of how it's played?
I believe it can have a number of players up to 6. There are like 2 to 3 goals, and use your feet to shoot the comet into the goal.
Unfortunately, the numbers are not quite correct on that, so I'm going to have to say no. Maxis.
Wasn't it that up to 4 people could play, each would have to basically defend their own goal while also trying to score into others' goals? And they basically kick the rocks around like a soccer ball?
That, I'm going to go ahead and say that's correct, yes. Of course, so there was another answer by entering the code 5MG834 as the name of a save file in Bionicle Quest for the Toa. You could also play it that way. I was not expecting that answer from anybody, but that's okay. Moving on. In terms of raw materials, what is the most expensive Bionicle component? Is it the limited edition gold-plated Kanoka, the platinum Evoki, the sterling silver Chronicle, or the 14-karat gold How? Lautaro?
I'm pretty sure it is the platinum Evoki B.
Incorrect.
Oh, okay.
More?
The 14K gold how?
That is absolutely correct. Originally, it was the platinum Evoki. However, since then, the price of gold has risen above the price of platinum.
And that was
It's
something
a bit of a tricky question.
That was a question I very specifically had in my notes. I don't remember what made me look into that, but I realized it last year and I thought, that would be a really good trick question for next year's trivia.
Yes,
I got caught by the trick. Oh well.
It happens. It happens. All right, for our last 2 trivia questions, we would like to reflect on the community itself and see if you understand the history of the Bionicle. To start, we will ask true or false. Mask of Destiny is one of the largest Bionicle communities on the web and second in age only to BC Power. Lore.
True.
Incorrect.
False.
Yeah, we'll just move it on.
Yeah. False! We're moving on. That was a false because Mask of Destiny is actually about a year older than BC Power. Last question, because our writer of these is truly evil. What mask acted as the logo for Bionicle Sector 01's old Image of the Week section? Skull?
Vahi?
Incorrect. Lucas?
I think it's the Evoki?
Incorrect. Scum?
Was it the Hikari?
Incorrect. Maxis?
I would just go with the How.
Incorrect. Oh, it is a nice mask. I'll just allow people to
You
buzz
would
in
say
until we
that,
get
Toa.
something. Lord!
Okay, so that is my trigger. Is it a Matatu?
Incorrect. Lucas again.
It's the Ulysses.
That is absolutely correct. It is the Olisai or Olyssi, however you would like to pronounce it.
Congratulations.
Which one is the Ulysses again? I was gonna go with New Jews, and because that was
Karzani's mask.
Oh, it's Karzani's.
Karzani's mask, specifically, of course. Yes, that is the mask of possible
One that looks
fates, I
stitched
believe is
together.
The official name.
I forgot Karzani existed.
Oh, no.
Everyone does.
We wish we all could.
Yeah, he was a
Karzani
plant.
is like one of the most expensive Lego sets possible to, at least in Bionicle.
I will
I was
never
about to
forget
say.
how to spell his name because of the amount of times I've played Bonkle.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right. So at the end of this, since we now have done it, The score is Scum has 4 points. Skull, Maxis, Montaro, and Lucas all have 1 point each. That doesn't sound right.
I think I got a point too.
I believe so. Remind me who you were again?
Lore.
Just so I have it written down. It
I should
feels
have
like
two.
I...
This is what happens when
I
names
think
are
I-
changed.
I didn't change my name.
I haven't changed mine either, but I think I answered 2 questions correctly. Because I got one early and then the Coley one. Oh yeah, I got the sundial question and the Coley question correct.
I got the one right about the 14K how and the price.
Okay. This is what happens when we try new systems and I just get screwed up.
You were supposed to be keeping track, Toa.
7, 8, 9, 10, and we had 15 questions and at least 3 of them had to be tossed out, if I recall. Yes?
That sounds
That
about
sounds
right.
right.
That's right.
All right, well, yep, that sounds about right. I try to keep up.
Keyword
So I
being
guess-
try.
So I guess, yeah, I have 6 names written down.
Wait, I think I had 2. One from the Borok one and one from the soccer player.
That sounds right. Because you did. I don't know how come. Yep, okay. Yeah, I have you written down for 2. All right.
But we're 7 people, I think.
We do.
Never buzzed in fast enough.
So who is winning,
Right.
Toa?
Well, it looks like Scum is winning right now with 4 points based on this.
Yippee.
Congratulations. So who is unfortunately eliminated this
I
round?
think it's just the rest of us fighting for second.
Probably.
Unfortunately, it appears. I'm double checking. What a.
Well, I got 0.
Looks
Double
like
check
Ninja Link
faster,
is
Toa.
unfortunately. Yeah, unfortunately, Ninja Link, you did not buzz in fast enough. Apologies. You will not be moving on with us. So we have 6 players left because I'm not gonna count the 3 tiebreakers of 1.
Yeah, we'll do the
So-
tiebreaker soon, TM.
Yes. We have time going into the next round. So let's just get set up for the next game, which will be Pictionary.
We will be
We'll be
right
back.
back, everyone. Toa, what is wrong with your enforcer?
Well, he is simply enforcing his will on the set in full rotations.
He's just spinning his head, Toa. That's not exactly helping.
Well, he may not see all, but that ceiling will be very protected.
Sure.
Anyway, on to the next game. We are playing Pictionary. Ooh, ah.
Indeed.
So in this, we are going to go ahead and do. Anyway, I'm going to ignore the fruit. In this, we're going to go ahead and send prompts to our contestants one at a time, and they get to draw it out. The first to buzz in and correctly identify what is being drawn, within reason, we will have some. We'll try to make it easy enough for everybody to understand. They get points. Everybody's gonna have a chance to draw. We only have 6 contestants, so 6 things to draw. Bug Thing, are you ready to go?
I am ready, Toa.
Then
I am sending
let's start with.
I am sending the first prompt now.
Excellent. So who is drawing first?
Oh, I suppose this should go without saying, but no screen peeking at the stream.
That would also be a very good thing.
So, Lore, did you get your prompt?
Oh, yes, I see it up top.
Very good. Don't say it out loud, just draw what you see.
Oh boy. Here we go.
No pressure.
Okay.
If you are currently drawing, I'm not seeing anything. Oh, there it goes. There it goes.
There we go.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
Do not scare me like that.
I turned my mouse off by mistake.
Ah, yes, I do know that feels.
Okay.
All right, all good on that side.
Our last year, Stubba in chat asks, our last year's doodle still available? Unfortunately not. We are using a completely custom service this year that has been drawn by James. This entire thing has been made by James this year. We are using no more outside services for this, so... But they could be screen capped from the previous stream if you really want to get a hold of them.
Yep.
I really
it looks like
hope
something is coming in.
I really hope this is the right one. I might be using the wrong symbol.
Montaro raised his hand.
Is this the Borok Hive?
It is not.
All right.
How do you buzz in?
There should be a
button at the bottom. It's red, just above where you updated your name and the color.
Oh, I don't have that.
What?
You may have to scroll down to find it if you're on the phone.
I bust.
Oh,
yes,
Lucas,
would you like
sorry.
to take a guess?
Yes. Yeah, I believe this might be the Matoran pots or spheres.
Incorrect.
Oh.
I don't have that button, guys.
Scum?
Is it Zammer Spheres?
So, you may have to try switching your game, your browser to desktop mode. Then that's the only thing I can suggest.
Oops.
Indeed.
I think it is on desktop mode.
Oh dear.
Well, then it probably doesn't work on mobile.
Unfortunately, we did say that when we started the stream, so unfortunately we may have to say goodbye to you.
I'm using my computer and I don't have that.
The buzzing at the bottom, you don't see that?
Nope. I just got my color
You know what?
changer.
Is it possible? Can you see it now?
No.
How about now?
Still no.
Maybe if you refresh.
That makes absolutely no sense.
It's like in the bottom left corner. The red one.
All right, well, if there is an easy solution to this. Nobody needs to drop out. If you, for some reason, don't have the button, just scream Takua at the top of your lungs. It will do just as fine. Anyways, I believe Scum buzzed in last.
Yes, Scum. You want to have a guess?
Is it meant to be Zammer spheres?
Incorrect.
Shall we go to another 15 seconds before we move on to the next prompt?
I think that's a good idea.
All right.
Takua.
What is your guess?
Just because I just recently ended up looking at the thing, is it a whole lot of duty?
I will allow that. The prompt was a load of duty.
Oh, I love it.
I had to look up the symbol on Biosector to make sure I
totally understand. I totally understand. That's a really good way to
I
try
sometimes
to
read the biosector before I go to bed because I just like remembering shit. And I was on the symbols for the 3 virtues. And I was just like, I think that might be what it is. But everybody else was giving good guesses, so I'm like, I don't know.
Absolutely.
Sending the next prompt now. So, Lucas, you are up.
Okay. Yeah. Oh.
Oh no. I
This
can
one
see
is...
what you chose.
Unfortunately, it is cut off a bit on the screen, but we will state it afterwards. It might be a little difficult in retrospect for people to get this one, but
harder than the last one.
Potentially, yes. It's the only thing I will say is that it's referencing a very specific meme.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I have received a psychic message that James, the developer, might be able to fix Maxalos, but would have to take it offline for a few seconds.
I don't think we should do anything about it right now. I think if it goes offline midstream, that could just cause more problems. So we'll make do for now, and we will have it fixed for next year.
I have intended that we could probably fix it in between games.
If there is indeed a problem with the other game, we don't know.
We shall see.
Problem is I don't know what the meme would be.
Lore.
Is
Buzzed
this
in.
Galley crying?
Incorrect.
Incorrect.
I don't think I have a chance of this.
I think that's going to start emphasizing some. Oh, God. Wataru.
Is it Galley looking at cake? Or looking at
Very
the
close. Very close,
Very
but
close,
incorrect.
not quite.
Takua.
Yes?
All right, go ahead.
That ass.
Incorrect,
Not
unfortunately.
quite.
This is a very specific Bionicle meme that just... It exists.
Oh, wait a second. Oh.
Yes?
Yes?
I mean, I already buzzed in. I can't go again, can I?
I mean,
you can.
Nobody really cares. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I don't know. I'm not sure anymore. I'm just like, is it Holly looking at this?
Close, but also
Very
incorrect.
close.
I will
Correct.
say, I will give one hint. The mask that has been drawn is incorrect for the time period that the meme takes place.
Huh? That is what? So focus more on other aspects.
Someone whose mask has changed.
Now the correct mask is being drawn in. Bit. Yes, that would be indeed the correct mask being drawn as we speak.
Indeed.
What the hell?
I think I will give this another 30 seconds, and then we will move on.
I don't recognize this meme.
Is this like hieroglyphics?
More or less. I mean,
Is this what the Toa Nuva found on that scroll buried under the Great Temple?
Is it Maku?
Wait, the what now? I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't found anything. I haven't been to the Great Temple yet.
Is it Maku staring at that ass?
Incorrect.
Incorrect. But you're getting really close. Now you just have to nail down.
I think, unfortunately, we have to call it here. The prompt was, Nuri is staring at my ass.
Oh, okay, I was gonna get wrong. Anyway.
And
my next guess was no comma.
Yep, and then Onawa responds, very appropriately, you don't have an ass.
I remember that meme. God damn it.
Yep,
I think I joined the community a little later than that.
All right. Your next prompt is coming in now. Montaru, it is your turn.
Oh god, I don't remember this character. Oh no.
If you have to do BSL1, I mean, it's fine.
We'll allow Googling.
Or BSL1ing. Take your pick.
Just don't use the Bionicle wiki. That is heresy.
I'm going to specifically
Friends
use the
don't let
Bionicle
friends
wiki.
use that wiki.
Alrighty. Let's get that mask up here.
Let's take a closer look behind that
that mask.
I'm also getting pinged by my best friend Motoro. The actual Motoro, not the actual Motoro, but my friend Motoro.
Your friend is dead, Toa.
What face is that?
I mean the one from Louisiana.
Now I need to look up a different reference. Because otherwise this joke won't make as much sense. There we go.
If you need to look up the actual prompt itself, you can. I will allow that. Because it is also a meme. Lucas.
It is.
Is this the meme, the what if we took the Matoran and put them on a different island?
Incorrect.
Damn.
But that would be hilarious.
I wonder how many people will get to the, like, what I'm trying. Because I don't recognize this meme, so I'm going to make something that is slightly, like, maybe noticeable.
All right, we'll try our best here.
Chase1146 says, missed opportunity to throw Mahi at Tahu. I will add that next year. You cannot stop me, Toa.
Mahi are my favorite Rahi anyway. I would welcome it.
I have already added it to my notes.
That is a flower to the face.
Yep, arm's slightly off. Oh well. That's gonna be as best as I can get it, because let me see what the actual meme is now.
I believe you'll find it. It's an emoji in at least 2 servers.
Indeed.
If you're in them, that's great. If you'd like, I can DM you that meme.
Yeah, let's do that. Because this is the only thing I have for this.
Just making sure, okay, you can accept DMs. That's the important step.
Yeah. Should have we're in the same server. Yep, there it is.
That is the meme.
Alright, I can do a little bit more with that.
Yes, I think there's a very key feature.
And there it is.
And that would be the key feature.
Wonder how it... There's not too much more I can do, though.
Quite understandable, but we'll see if that works. Does anybody have any guesses? Come.
Is this the one ad where Jala and Aika bust into the room with 2 children playing?
Incorrect.
Unfortunately, no. Incorrect. I will also emphasize, all of these prompts are 2004 themed. Let's get that one out of the way. Because I think we're running low on time. I want to make sure people actually get a chance to get
points. A little bit, but I think we can go over if we have to. It'll throw everything else out of alignment, but I don't think Lahari will kill us entirely.
Probably not entirely.
I hope one person appreciates what joke I'm trying to go for with this.
Are there any more guesses?
Takua.
Go ahead.
I'm guessing what you were going for is like an up yours, like.
I can see where that is, but it's incorrect.
All right, I think I'm going to call it here. It is the Air Yay Nice meme with the AI-generated smile on his face.
So what I was going for, I had no idea what it was. I was doing the Joseph Joestar. Nice!
Oh.
Yeah.
I went ahead and sent it into General of the Bionicle Day server so you can see exactly which meme that is.
Indeed. All right. Skull, your prompt is incoming now.
I've never
you're doing that one.
I am.
Oh. This might take a second. Already getting the right technique going. I should clarify, most of these are indeed memes.
Yes.
Whether it be fan-made meme or based entirely in the fandom. Or, well, in canon.
Those are the same thing, Toa.
Shut up, bug thing.
Why don't you come up here and say that to my face?
Well, maybe I will.
You can't.
No, I really
you can't control your legs.
I'm kind of glued to this podium.
What's the matter, Toa? You were talking all that good shit a second ago. Summon up your demons. Hit me. Fight me. Give me a hug.
Really? That'll make a lot more sense in a couple hours. All right, we should start seeing some answers any second now.
I got nothing. I don't know the memes anymore. I'm too old.
I mean, Scum, do you have a response?
I can see it's Wenua. I cannot tell anything other than that.
You are very close. There is indeed an answer to that, though.
I've never heard this meme, so I made.
Any other potential answers?
Montaro.
I'm just gonna go with a Hail Mary. Is this Wenua's drill to the heavens?
It would be hilarious, but no, that is not that. Any other guesses? I'm gonna give it another 15 seconds.
Oh. I just looked up this meme and just... Why?
Yeah. Skull, you may want to put something like maybe a hint as to what this particular character is doing.
Mine.
I think we may unfortunately
He's drawing more. What is this?
Three.
I
Lucas.
buzzed. Yeah, is this like that trend that was going on at some point about like a horizontal Wenua memes?
That's it. You got it.
That is absolutely
you got
correct.
It. Congratulations.
Amazing.
I was gonna say.
I
thought it was gonna be like the council scene for Revenge of the Sith, but the scene is Wenua.
So wait a second, what was it again?
Horizontal Wenua.
Like some 5 or 6 or 7 years ago.
Yeah, so this was based off of the canister image when you're putting Wenua back into the canister in the 2004 set specifically. And the drill, the drill bits are basically like pointing towards the canister. It's so weird. Look that image up. I wish we had the ability to like pull it up immediately, but I think we would break everything if I tried.
Scumler, your prompt is coming in now.
Wow.
Oh no. I think this is probably the last one because Maxis appears to have dropped from the prompts.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Am I still here?
No. Okay, if you're still in, you may have to refresh it. Actually, well, no. Will you be able to draw? We'll find out later.
Right now, if you let me.
Yeah.
Let's just wait until we get this.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Dane Hansen asked Tahu, why does the bug thing exist? I exist because I say so.
Bug thing, could you do me a favor and...
Actually, I do want to acknowledge this real quick, because this is something that I mentioned the other day, we've never actually acknowledged. I am quite literally the spelling bee.
Oh,
yes. That was the whole joke originally. Bug thing, is this prompt the one you just happen to have your cursor on right now?
What?
Which one is this? Feel free to just cross out the one.
Oh, yes.
I thought so.
All right, there went my guess.
Once again, I will remind you, it is mostly memes.
I know. That's what I had a guess on, and then the second half of the drawing came in. I'm like, I got nothing.
Now this one, I'm just looking at my sets and seeing if I recognize anything.
I'll be honest.
I think I get what it is supposed to be, but I have no idea what the left side is anymore.
I think I know what both sides are, but not like.
Wait, no, I drew it completely incorrect.
Oh god.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Hold on, maybe I can like salvage it just a little bit.
Meanwhile, I'm just letting people know that the game show is running late.
What is that?
Okay, now I have less idea.
All right, I'm going to give it another 10 seconds.
Oh, no. I drew the wrong character.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Unfortunately.
Oh.
Hopefully those tentacle-like things will help you understand what it could possibly be. That's a hint.
I get that. Okay, now I get that part, but I don't.
All right, I heard it, Takua. Got a response?
So I know the right side is supposed to be like the more Buzak. Because the left side's supposed to be a clown.
I mean, you're pretty close on what the answer could possibly be.
I mean, that actor certainly is a clown at some point or another.
Yes, indeed, and there is indeed a reference to that particular clown, if you will.
Montaru.
I have no idea. I'm gonna take a guess. Is it Joker Trent Crom?
Not quite.
Not quite. You're pretty close on the Joker, but it's not necessarily the one you might have been thinking of. Lore, go ahead.
Is this clown like Pterodax?
Incorrect.
No?
I got nothing.
All right, I think unless somebody has an answer in the next 5 seconds, we're calling it.
Takua.
Go ahead.
Is it fucking more boozocking time or something?
It
like
is. That is correct.
Yes, it is.
Come on.
I forgot about the more Buzak. I thought it was a Vaki.
When you said tentacles, I'm just like, Tren Crom, I guess? I don't know.
Someone mentioned more Buzak, and he said it was a Joker, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't the Joaquin Phoenix one.
I very specifically said that he did play the Joker at one point, so...
Yes.
Or wait.
Remind me which one answered that. I need to double check.
Max's.
Thank you. All right, that puts you to 2 points on this particular round.
And Maxis, we may need you in here again to reload so we can see if you can draw.
Okay.
And if not, I mean, I could always try to draw something and see if anybody can guess it, but it's going to be very, very poorly drawn, and obviously my hands don't work. So, all right.
Well,
all right, well, I saw a line.
Gonna have to clear that real quick. Okay, gonna have to clear that again.
My bad.
Okay, try drawing something properly.
Yeah, try drawing like a circle.
Oh no.
Well,
okay, yeah.
I don't think that's gonna work.
That's not gonna work.
Yeah, that's not
All
gonna
right.
work. Okay.
All right. Well, Bug Thing, feel free to send me one of the prompts, and I will do what I can with it.
Okay. Sure. There you go.
I'm saying wait my turn. Let's see if it works.
Well, I sent you the prompt.
You sent it to Toa, correct?
Yes.
I may have to refresh.
Oh, I'm dumb. I sent the person as the prompt. There.
Oh, of course you would send me this. Damn you, Bug Thing. Damn you.
I aim to please the audience, Toa, even if that entails your suffering.
All right. I have a reference in front of me from my stone tablet on my podium. I'm going to try to draw this, and let's see how far I get before it looks really weird. It's already weird, but I think you can figure it out rather quickly. Bug Thing, you'll have to handle any buzz-ins.
Sure thing.
What am I looking at?
Scumler!
Is it the Tatarak?
Very close.
Very close. I think that's more than enough to say what it is.
Montaru.
Is it the Talk-a-Rock?
Incorrect.
Incorrect.
Takua.
Yes.
Go ahead.
What is the answer?
I'll allow it. The prompt was tell me the answer.
Tell me the answer.
My buzzer doesn't make. Sometimes my buzzer doesn't make the sound. Like it's not registering, by the way.
Tell me the answer.
All right.
Are we supposed to hear it every time we press it?
Sometimes you're supposed to, sometimes you're not. It's weird.
Okay.
All right, so who got that one?
Skull.
Skull, thank you. Because I was drawing.
All right, so
drawing.
where does that leave us for score?
Well, let's calculate some scores now. Let's go ahead and add the 2 from the previous category here. Let's add the 1 from here. So that brings you to that. This one brings you to there. And I'm just going down the list. All right. In first place currently is Maxis with 4 points total from the 2 games. Lucas with 2. Unfortunately, you didn't get any of these. Well, hold on. Did I do that? Yeah, I did that correctly because you just got 1. Skull with 3. Scum with 4 as well. So we have a tie for first place. And Montaru, Taro, and Laura each have 1 each. So I think we will be asking both of you to step aside. Apologies.
But thank you very much for joining us.
I got a JoJo reference in. I'm pretty sure I won the
true
moral
winner
victory.
because of that. You're a true
Your
winner.
winner.
Are you proud of yourself?
Yes.
As you should be. All right.
Well, thank you very much for joining us.
Bye. I think I'm gonna get some food.
Sounds like a good plan.
That sounds like a great plan.
And in the meantime,
All right.
we will go to standby momentarily, and we will be right back with the final game of our night tonight, the Spelling Bee, my namesake. We will see you all soon. Toa?
Yes, Bug Thing.
What?
So, I talked to our head engineer who decided the Enforcers need a little bit of humanity to be a little less off-putting.
That's supposed to make them less off-putting.
Oh, come on, it has a certain Austrian charm.
What even is that?
I don't know. Anyway, let's finish off the trivia. We're doing it live. Let's finish off the game show by
You done goofed, Toa.
Our Bug Thing, will you shut the heck up?
No.
Fine, shut the Carzani up. There, you made me use it. We're gonna do spelling now. Contestants, Maxis, Lucas, Skull, and Scum. Are you ready to go?
Yes.
Yep.
Excellent. I'm gonna go ahead and write down your names again, since now I know who's here. Gonna go ahead and write them down. Well, here we go. All right, we're gonna do spelling. So the way it's gonna work is I will read you a word. You're gonna buzz in and then try to read it back or spell it to me. I will keep following along, and then if you're correct, yay, we move on. If not, then we will allow another person to buzz in. First word will be New Rock. Scum.
Is that Nuhraak?
Incorrect.
Oh.
Skull.
Is it Nuhrok?
Incorrect. Oh, Maxis, go ahead.
It's.
I saw Scumlet on my end, but I'll clear the buzz
I
and roll
accidentally
out.
cleared it. and Maxis had buzzed in already.
Okay.
Nuurakh.
That is absolutely correct.
I play Bionicle.
All right, the next word, whenever you're ready, Bug Thing,
I am ready whenever you are, Toa.
will be Crawley. Skull.
Krahli.
Incorrect. Scum.
Krahli.
Incorrect. Maxis.
Is it Khralii?
Incorrect.
Hello?
Hello?
I pressed it twice. Oh, 3 times.
Did it not clear?
No.
All right,
you
well,
not
Lucas, I guess
Okay.
if you hit it, go ahead.
Yes. Oh, Takua. Kralhi.
That is correct.
Very well done.
Very
Next
well.
Only
word,
remember
Toa.
it because it's awkward.
Yes. Next
And
word will be-
don't wait for me, Toa. You can ask it whenever.
I will do so. The next word is Kihi. Skull.
Kihi.
Incorrect.
Takua.
Go ahead, Lucas.
Kihi. Or did that person just say that?
Yeah, unfortunately, Skull just said that. Give you a second attempt, but otherwise I'll let somebody buzz in first.
I have no clue. Sorry.
Would we like to move on, Toa?
I guess we're moving on. Correct spelling will be... Go ahead.
Keahi.
I absolutely looked up the pronunciation of that. It is, in fact, pronounced Kihi.
Moving on.
Moving on. The next word is Piatra. Skull.
Piatra. Sorry, I have push to talk on.
Oh, I understand. Yes, that is correct. All right. Next word. Pekui. Lucas.
Pehkui.
That is correct.
Indeed.
Next word. Motrek. Scum.
Mohtrek.
That is correct.
You are a true fan of Bug Thing. Bug Thing appreciates this. Why
What
is
even
Bug
is
Thing speaking in the third person? Bug Thing does not know.
Biddle was my first set. So.
Very nice. Should have been me. Anyway, next word. Scodinius. Scodonius. Scodonius. Skull.
SCOD. ONIUS.
That is correct.
Very
All
nicely
right.
done.
Next word. Acalini. Lucas.
A-K-I... I can never remember whether there's like a double L-I-N-I, I think, actually.
Bug thing, I believe I caught that correctly. That sounded correct to me.
Yes.
That is correct.
correct.
All right. Moving on. Next one. Paracrex. Scum.
Is that HERACREX?
I believe you may have misheard me. I'm going to try it again. Paracrex. Lucas.
I remember this because that's the one I lost on when we did the game a few years ago, so I think I'm gonna
somebody
get it
actually
right.
remembered it. This is unfortunate.
P-A-R-A-K-R-E-K-K-S.
That is absolutely correct.
That'll teach us for reusing words this soon, I suppose.
Yeah, well, that's fine. Next one. Mellum. Skull.
MELUM.
I really thought that would trip somebody up and they'd think we said Malum.
Yeah, I didn't try to butcher it, but that's fine. Next. Rorzak. Scum.
BORZAKH.
Unfortunately incorrect. Lucas.
B-O-R, Z or Z, whatever version of English you're using. A-K-H.
Also incorrect. I have a feeling my pronunciation did not go very well with the enunciation. I will try again. Rorzak. Maxis.
Rorzakh.
That is correct.
Oh, I know my Vaki.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have a feeling people said the other one, which is not correct. We are on our last 3 words for the night. Next. Kikanalo. Skull.
KIKANLO.
Incorrect. Scum.
KIKANALO.
That is correct. Yeah, you forgot the second A there, unfortunately.
You can't spell Kikanalo without anal.
Bug thing. This is supposed to be a somewhat family-friendly stream. Somewhat.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
Protocairn. Maxis.
Protobairn.
That sounded right to me.
Yeah, that sounds
Bug
right.
thing?
Yeah.
That is correct.
Our final word.
All right. Final word is Waikiru. Skull.
WAIKIRU.
That is correct.
Absolutely correct. All right. So let me go ahead and total up the scores. Bug thing, feel free to just kind of vent for a sec.
Yes, fuck you and your enforcers, Toa, there.
But I like my enforcers.
They
All
are
right.
creepy and weird.
But they're so charming.
That's one word
I have
for it.
Totals. Unfortunately, we have actually a tie.
Oh my
so
god.
we're going to have to figure that out for 5 seconds. The final scores are, I'll start low to top. Scum and Lucas are tied for in second place with 6 points each, and Skull and Maxis are tied first place with 7 points.
Okay, well, let me check my list and see if we have any extra words that we can just say. They won't appear on the board, but if somebody can spell them correctly, then I will allow it. So let me see, what do we have here?
That would be a pretty fast one.
Your final word for the tiebreaker is Tiribomba.
Akua.
Sure thing.
Tiribomba.
That is correct. Congratulations.
Unfortunately, you were in second place. Now that we have 3 people with first place.
Wait, what?
Maxis and Skull were the only ones in first place. The tiebreaker was for them. Lucas jumped ahead.
Oh.
I was not paying attention, clearly.
Clearly.
Okay, let me try another one. Your word is...
Perhaps this one is a good one.
What?
You're going that way? Okay,
no,
that's fine. That one's fine.
Okay, all right.
So, again, between only Maxis and Skull, please.
And before I forget, let me clear the buzz so I can actually have the buzz work, because I'm dumb. Okay.
Absolutely.
Your final word is... Fire Dracax.
Skull.
It is FIRCRADAX.
That is incorrect.
Incorrect.
Lucas, would you like to try?
Yes.
No, Lucas is...
But
no.
I'm not the one. It's Maxis.
It's
I am
Maxis.
dumb, clearly. Maxis.
It's FIREDRACAX.
That is correct.
That is absolutely correct. Maxis, you have won. Yay.
But never fear, the runner-up receives a prize as well, so we will certainly be in touch about that. To both of the winners, be sure to reach out to myself or Swert on Discord, send us your information, and we will get that sent off to you right away as soon as we can. In the meantime, we will be right back with our outro for the game show, and then we will be moving on to our second music event for Bionicle Day. So we will see you momentarily.
Well, that was fun, wasn't it? Thanks again to all of our contestants and to our winner, what's it, Maxis again?
Toa, how dare you forget our contestants? What is wrong with you? How could you possibly be so inconsiderate?
Do you see what I'm doing, Bug Thing? I just don't give any ficos. Unfortunately, though, due to comical relief, my enforcers somehow did gain sentience during that whole game, and I had to put them all down immediately before my future son somehow got into peril.
Toa, I've had some time to consider it. A brotherhood of one isn't going to cut it for me.
Well, I hope that you could use this opportunity to reflect and learn. Perhaps even grow?
What are you... Anyways, what I was going to say then is if a brotherhood isn't going to work, I guess what I really need is a giant legion of spiders.
What?
Oh, you will see, Toa. You will see.
In any event, that was our show for the year. I hope it was all worth it.
Stay tuned after the break for music inspired by Bionicle by a new participant in Bionicle Day 2024, Poker Mask. We will see you after the break.
I am a dark hunter. My friends call me Nadiki. Or they would, if I had any friends. The hulking figure next to me is Kraka. Not the brightest light stone in Metronui, but strong enough to crumble the knowledge tower with one blow. We came to Metronui for our favorite sport, Toa hunting. Capturing Toa Licon was too easy, but these Toa Metro, they were going to make us work.
Yeah, I don't see him anywhere down there.
Then try looking up. I smell Toa on that ship. Scared Toa. The best kind. I couldn't really smell him, of course. I'm not some Rocky, but I know how Toa think. Right now, they were thinking me had made a clean escape.
As soon as we land, we head underground and make our way through the archives.
Oh, underground. Dark, nasty. Sounds like a happy plan.
What about the Vaki?
With a little luck, we'll be gone before they know we're there.
There's our little luck. All of it bad.
More of them!
Don't you have more dark, serious things to do? Like watching for lowering lava eels? Well, ask a Vaki question, get a Vaki answer.
You realize that fighting Vaki makes us the outlaws Duma says we are.
Maybe we're gonna be legendary Toa villains then.
We're not your enemy! We didn't kidnap Toa Licon! We're trying to save him!
And much easier to reason with on small pieces.
Sorry for the interruption, little Toa, but I never could wait to open my presents.
You! The one who captured Toa Licon!
Yes, and he begged for mercy, little flame. Just like you will. First rule of Toa hunting. Get them angry. It makes them careless. Overconfidence must come with the canoe.
Liar! Cool off, Toa!
Once he hits the ground, even a poor Matoran couldn't put him together again.
Catch him, Mattel! If he falls, he'll shatter!
Got him!
But can you keep him? Or are you just a Matoran in Toa armor?
Ah! Have a twist so I can make the hard fall. Overkama is doomed!
We need to finish this quickly. No doubt our friend at the Colosseum is growing impatient.
The time is drawing near, and still 3 Toa plague me with their interference. They cannot be allowed to block the destiny of the Matoran. You know what to do. They will attempt to free their friends. They must not succeed. Nivok returns, with good news, I trust.
No doubt that Flying Rocky Beaverhouse is reporting on our progress. After we finish the Toa, Kreka and I will have to discuss Nivok's future. I wonder how Duma's little pet would look mounted on my wall.
Return to the airship. and make sure the Dark Hunters succeed. For the sake of all Matoran, the Toa Metru must fall.
Ow! Smash the Toa fire to fragments. I will deal with Nokama.
Fun.
Time to end this, Toa Water.
I agree.
Ha! You missed, little Matoran.
I'm not a Matoran. I'm a Toa. And I never miss.
No!
Stand still, Toa. Quicker that way.
Finally managed to generate enough heat to free myself. But Matau is in trouble.
Hey, no fair. You moved.
Notice that, did you?
You kidnap a Toa, threaten Matoran, and try to harm us. And you dare talk about what's fair? Take a trip, Dark Hunter.
You teleported him. But to where?
Hey, Toa.
Well, that was unexpected. I see you have spirit, little Toa. I hate spirit.
We will settle with you later, after we have freed Toa Likan.
And how do you propose to leave here? Do you think you can go through me?
Actually...
We were thinking...
Over you!
Let's go! Likan is waiting!
I could pursue him, but better to find Kraken. After all, I know where they're going, and I can get there first. Fly home, creature. Tell your master one battle was lost, but the war is far from over.
If the prophecy is true, you're the one we've waited for. Will you hear what I say to you and know what's been foretold? A darkness has infested our lands and put us on the brink of defeat. Don't know how long we can stand until the downfall is complete. But now you have come, my friend. We can put this horror to an end. On this quest you must ascend, 'cause now it's up to you to go and secure our freedom. There is no time to waste. Gotta catch the will to survive. It is true what legends say, that legends never die. Now that you have seen, my child, that in your hands rest our fate. With this knowledge you will find what destiny awaits for you. Promise to hold your head up strong. Stand up straight and carry on. Don't give in and move along, 'cause we all count on you to go and secure our freedom. into a dark black hole. No way they're gonna take me down. Gotta get out of this town before doomsday. Feel like I'm spinning out of control, sucked into a dark black hole. No way they're gonna take me down. Gotta get out of this town before doomsday. take me down. Gotta get out of this town. Before doomsday, feel like I'm spinning out of control. Sucked into a dark black hole. No way they're gonna take me down. Gotta get out of this town. Before doomsday. destination, a place to build new memories, to replace those of the past, the struggles that we battled, the challenges that we've handled, should be worth it for us to build on a new future that must last. And when we set foot on a foreign but so harmonious land, and when we set eyes on what we've been looking for, then it's here that we must stand. When the capsules have been opened and our travelers have awoken, that's when our mission has ended and we can start on something new. And words about a solution is met with a confusion, 'cause no one will know of our journey and the shit that we went through. And so we'll start building a life that is better than the one before. And so we'll keep persisting, 'cause whatever the threats we face will be haunting us no more. No, I never thought I'd feel this way again. No, I never thought I'd make peace with myself again. But in the end, and everything I've learned, and everything I might learn, I will take it as it goes. There's nothing in this new world that I won't want to explore. The years, they will pass us, the seasons that shall guide us through the challenges and obstacles that may very well come our way. But none of it will move me, and none of it will dissuade me, 'cause it's here that I've decided I wanna see old and gray. And when they start wondering, I will tell the tales of a time long gone. And when they left pondering, I'll tell the time that shaped me into the person I've become. For this land that we're approaching, we can finally call home.
Greetings, my friends. This is Toa Vakama. Within these past 20 years, we have all lived through lifetime journeys of our own. These past few years have indeed been difficult, in which many of you would question their worth. To all that, this cross-wired freak could only say, I have been in the same situations myself, and in the end, me and my Toa brothers and sister prevailed as heroes. Same will prevail for you, too. And remember, our destinies are not written in stone, set in place. They are something we have to find for ourselves. Wishing you all a happy Bionicle Day. Alessandro Giuliani.
What is it that makes good design? Is it the care for detail, the flowing of the shapes? Or is it the durability of the ball sockets? From the visionary mind that brought to you the Crawley, now comes a new milestone of engineering. Nuparu Design presents the Vaki. Redefining security, redesigning law. Bold, provocative, timeless. The new Vaki. Surrender or run. Wait, that's a slogan? By using our products, you agree to our terms and conditions and acknowledge that Nuparu Design and its subsidiaries may reserve the right to assume no liability for any and all direct or indirect damage inflicted to property and or individuals. Our products may not be used for malicious purposes, including but not limited to torture, intimidation, genocide, or the systematic manipulation and overthrow of an entire society through capture and impersonation of its political leaders. Each box sold separately. Also available in Bordak Blue.
In Metru Nui, the balance of power is shifting. The Vaki are spreading throughout the city. They claim to enforce the law, but instead, Matoran are disappearing. The Toa are their only hope, but hope is fragile. Bionicle, surrender or run.
My name is Vakama. This is my nightmare. The unconscious beings scattered around me are the other Toa Metru. The armored colossus in front of me is the reason they are on the ground. I'm hoping that I'm going to wake up from this vision soon, or I may never wake up again. My disc launcher won't work. He's not gonna give me time to fix it. This would be a really good time to wake up. Really, I would even be happy to see Onuwa right now. Squeezing, everything's starting to fade. Where am I now? Why can't I move? Oh, that's why.
You think you can save Metru Nui, little flame? You are just a Matoran with delusions of adequacy. Your time has run out. and you don't even know it. Ask my brother.
Well, at least I am out of the web. But where has this vision taken me? This place looks like Nuri's living room.
Stop asking where, Vakama. Start asking why.
Toa-Likan! But you were captured.
Why were you gifted with these visions? Why do you see what others cannot? And in Mata Nui's name, why do you resist acting on what you see? Beware, my friend. Listen to the warnings of your visions, or this is the fate that awaits the Toa.
Turaga Duma? But you ordered the arrest of the Toa!
Only in the world outside, Vakama. In your memories, I am still the voice of wisdom you have heeded most of your life. And it is wisdom you need now. Your fire generates heat, but precious little light, it seems. So you don't see what's right in front of you.
What is this place?
The path you walk leads here, Toa of Fire. This is your destination.
You know the biggest problem with visions? You can't shut your eyes.
Vakama, why did you lead us here?
It's your fault.
You were supposed to be wary.
Instead, you doomed us all.
No, I didn't! I don't even know where we are!
There is one cocoon left. Would you like to see what's inside?
There is an easier way, sister. Here, Vakama, look into the mirror. Do you want to see the future you will make?
I don't want to look, but I can't stop myself. I have to know the answer. No! No! No!
Vakama, what is it? Another vision?
More like a nightmare. I hope not a prophecy. Where are we?
You don't remember? You, Mato, and I escaped the airship before the Dark Hunters could capture us. But we have to find the others, and Toa-Likan.
And rabbit quick. The Vaki are sure to be looking for us thanks to Turaga Duma.
Yes, of course. Duma, the Vaki, Toa-Likan. We have to... Wait, do you feel that?
It's coming from the ruins of the Great Furnace. It couldn't be the Morbuzak again, could it?
I have a feeling it is something bad worse.
Who dares disturb the slumber of the Tatarak?
Figures, Matau. The one time you're right about something.
Don't blame me, I didn't wake him up from his deep sleep.
Oh yes, you did. Or rather, we did. Remember? The massive creature we saw beneath the maintenance tunnels in Onumetru? Our battle with the Kraka must have awakened him.
Woke up cranky, didn't he?
Tell me the answer, or I will crush this place to rubble.
The answer? I don't even know the question.
Be careful, Matau.
That was my plan, sister. Anytime you want to quick launch that disc, we'll be fine, Vakama.
Bothers a nut. Cry no more.
Too close.
Let's see if this helps.
Hope so, because we have company, Vakama. Nurok. And it's anyone's guess if they are here to fight that thing, or us.
You think to stop me with toys?
Have you wondered how it is this beast speaks Matoran?
Yes, but I doubt we will get a chance to ask him for an explanation, brother.
Nokama is probably right. The Vaki will make short work of this beast. Or not. It's up to us then.
But the other Toa and Likan.
We'll have to wait. We can't risk letting this creature rampage unchecked. And I think I have an idea. I have 3 weakness discs left. Nowhere near enough to end this fight.
Give me the answer.
If we were aiming at him, this may not be the answer, but it's the only one we have. No! The Tatarak is incredibly powerful and incredibly heavy, with the disc's power added to the damage he's already done.
What madness? The answer! Tell me the answer!
He is still falling through level after level. Is he gone for good?
He's gone for now. That has to do.
It's time we were gone too, before more Vakis show up. Come on, Vakama.
Sorry, I was just thinking. The Tatarak wanted an answer to a question we can't know. Its efforts brought only destruction, and destruction was all it found. It's a funny thing about looking for answers, Nokama. Sometimes you are far better off not finding them.
You're listening to Metro Nui Radio. From the bustling hub of Le Metro to the arid sands of Po Metro, we bring you the latest from our great city and everything beyond the seawalls. This ain't your Taraga's talk radio.
Glory to Taraga Duma.
Metro Nui Radio.
Welcome back to Metro Nui Radio. I'm your host, Fakiti, and we're coming to you all day, every day from the beautiful Le Metro Moto Hub. Today we have a very special guest. He's a freelance commercial Lego artist and owner of the largest Bionicle wiki on the Faiku web, Bionicle Sector 1. I am, of course, referring to the one and only Swirt Mastra. How you doing, Swirt?
I'm doing great.
Excellent. So, Swirt, tell me about BSO1. What's your history with the site?
So, BSO1 is the largest and most accurate wiki for the lore of the Lego toy line known as Bionicle. So I took over ownership of it back in 2006, and I've just kept it alive all this time with the help of a wonderful staff and generous editors.
That's a very long time to run a site, especially after the franchise has been gone for so many years. You must be very proud.
Proud and tired.
And of course, you work as a Lego artist. I've heard you've done everything from commission work to giant sculptures for public events. What's that been like for you?
Very, very challenging, but also very rewarding. To be able to create almost anything that I can think of out of Lego, it has its own benefits, but it's not very easy. I actually still struggle to come up with ways to do what I'm like to do, or just to make it my vision.
I can imagine. So what would you say is your proudest accomplishment, either with BSO1 or any other projects you've worked on?
Working on a 6-foot diameter Death Star, that's a pretty big highlight of mine. Coming up with solutions for how to build that purely out of Lego, that's a challenge. Granted, I am just but one cog in the machine of that, but once you're in the group, everybody has the chance to contribute, so I take pride all the same.
I'm told you also host some pretty big annual events. Tell me a bit about those.
So I am one of the organizers and producers of the annual event known as Bionicle Day, and that's the BIO at the beginning is 810. It usually spans about 2 days starting on August 10th. It's where we celebrate Bionicle and we get together as a community to honor its lasting memory. We're already underway in starting this year's event, in fact. Definitely looking forward to it.
Very nice. And how long has that been going on for now?
We are entering our 6th year of it, so we've got about 5 different events already from five years. It's incredible.
Very impressive. Well, I'm most excited to see how that's going to pan out this year. Well, Swirt, unfortunately we are running out of time, but is there anything else you'd like to add before we wrap things up here?
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm definitely excited for all the things coming up. Please, by all means, check out Bionicle Day this year. It's going to be on a weekend for us, which is going to be amazing.
Incredible. Well, thank you for coming on the show, Swirt. Pleasure speaking to you as always.
Thank you.
Once again, this has been Vakiti for Metro Nui Radio. Stay tuned after the break for weather and shoot reports. Has this ever happened to you?
Biotaka. My hut has been destroyed by rampaging Rahi.
Or this?
This giant robot part landed right where we need to build our new Coley field.
Then you need to call Barrag Contracting. Got a village to rebuild, an island to destroy, or simply looking to clean house? Leave the heavy lifting to our professional Borok swarms. Our track record is as spotless as the Great Spirit's face. And if you're not satisfied, our friendly Borok Va ambassadors will do their very best to ensure we're of one mind. So what are you waiting for? Call 1-866-CLEAN-IT. That's 1-866-253-2648. And remember our slogan,
Clean it all. It must be cleaned.
Or your widget's back. Barrag Contracting is not responsible for any damages caused by burns, floods, earthquakes, melting, or flash freezing. By speaking with our Borok Va ambassadors, you agree to give up your individuality to the swarm. Barrag Contracting is not affiliated with the Brotherhood of Makuta or its subsidiaries. Do you know what it takes to be a hero? Does it take a heart of gold, a powerful mask, great deeds, perhaps rippling manly biceps? Tino Nui, the self-ordained Toa of Beeg, would likely say all of the above.
Tino will eat you for protein. Oh, my bone joints.
Hailing from an Onumatoran village in the Trenkrom Peninsula at the time experiencing the largest protein powder famine the region had ever known, Tino first drew breath in a tumultuous time in the universe. The League of Six Kingdoms had fallen, and an unprecedented power vacuum had formed within Aropai society. When a rogue Baraki laid waste to his village and their only Toa fell in battle due to skipping leg day the previous week, little Tino was the sole survivor. It is said that his determination and dedication to gains were so strong that the Great Spirit himself bestowed the power of a Toa upon him for that one day he would become Matanui's glorious gym buddy. But this could be an exaggeration, and there's absolutely no proof to back this up. In his travels, Tino would meet an exceptionally massive Vizotai named Varuk, who would teach the upstart Toa about the power of unity, true heroism, and the unrivaled importance of muscles you could bounce a widget off of. These two mighty warriors of beef would go on to fight many successful campaigns together in the earliest years of our universe and forge a bond stronger than proto-steel. We spoke to Metro Nui radio regular and longtime friend of Tino, Swert Mastra, about his time with the mighty Tino, the struggle novice Toa go through in living up to the title of a hero, as well as some advice for those currently living an inactive and unmuscular lifestyle.
Tino and I go way back. We've been fighting alongside one another in as easy as a small skirmish all the way up to gigantic bosses. We're talking massive 12-foot tall titans. But he's always taller.
Naturally.
I remember hearing one time that he was kicked out of Metro Nui for using a knowledge tower as a battering ram to drive off a rampaging Nui Jaga. I don't know how he did it, considering how big those things are, but he picked it up like it was nothing.
And it must be difficult for new Toa to live up to such legends. What would you have to say to upstart heroes in our universe?
I would say work hard, follow the 3 virtues, and above all, don't be afraid to get a little dirty.
And would you happen to have any advice for any new heroes who are looking to live a more active, swoller lifestyle?
Tino has attempted to get me to lift weights on downtime before, but the problem is his idea of lifting weights is to just pick up actual Koros. And I don't know about you, but if I'm lifting a Koro, I'm just going to go ahead and use gravity. But Tino insists that he can lift 3 Koros before breakfast.
What would you have to say to other heroes in the universe who may not be able to heft an entire village above their heads?
Honestly, I would say don't feel so bad about it, but also maybe start small, and maybe you can pick up a Koro.
Maybe just lift 1 hut at a time.
I would definitely start with a hut, maybe a rock. Start with a rock. Work your way up to the boulder, then the hut. Pretty soon, you'll just be like Tino and lifting a Koro.
Or even a knowledge tower.
Possibly even a knowledge tower.
Is there anything else you'd like to add?
The Tatarok keep asking, what is the answer? The answer is Tino.
Later in his storied career, Tino would go on to reach even greater heights of brawn, beginning to wear his entire Suva as a backpack and upgrading his own armor with parts from Exo Toa. His future aspirations include acquiring a pet Kagarak so that he may summon the Zevon, one of the few creatures in the known realms to rival Tino's own strength as a mighty battle steed. Though so far, this has not yet come to pass, much to Tino's chagrin and the relief of many others. When asked if he had anything to say to his puny minority of detractors, Tino only had this to add.
You think behind the mask and hammer there is baby Mathoran. I laugh. There is only beef.
Welcome back to the Beef Zone.
Matoran and Toa heroes team up to boost their power. Makuta will match the Toa and release their secret weapon. Now the ultimate test of strength is approaching. Who will win in the battle for power? On BionicleStory.com. Ask your parents first.
Bionicle Star, le retour des grands guerriers. Le bien et le mal s'affrontent. Aide Tohataou à revêtir l'armure d'or. 6 éléments dorés à collectionner, 6 Bionicle Star.
Takanova, Toa de la Lumière, doit affronter son destin et sauver les habitants de l'île de Matanui. Réussira-t-il à vaincre Makuta, le maître des ténèbres? Bionicle, la légende continue.
Even when your hope is gone, move along, just to make it through. When all you gotta keep is strong, move along, like I know not to. And even when your hope is gone, move along, just to make it through.
Bionicle.com presents new 810NICLE Heroes. Ask your parents' permission before going online.
Am I on? You join me live as we are receiving these amazing pictures. Powerful earthquakes and energy pulses are shaking the whole island. After 1,000 years, the Great Spirit is awake and has revealed his true form for the first time. Awesome. Go online now and you can win at bionicle.co.uk.
Anything before. Created by Makuta and brought to life by the Krata. Alert, extremely powerful, agile, determined, unstoppable. Hunting a secret. Unleash the Rakshi. Bionicle. Each set sold separately.
Remember, kids, no eating in the car. Okay, maybe just this one.
Mighty Hungry, Mighty Kids Meals. And now a Mighty Kids Meal exclusive.
Your turn. Beat that.
Bionicle Upper Deck card game. 30 different cards to collect, only in a Mighty Kids Meal.
Sur l'île de Matanui, un ancien avertissement, des bêtes effrayantes. Prenez garde, les rails sont là, ils visent les masques du pouvoir. Les Toa doivent se battre face aux méchants Kanira, aux violents Arakapa et aux terrifiants Manas. Bionicle, trouve la puissance. Également disponible sur Game Boy Advance. From great victories, Mighty heroes arise. The Toa had repelled the Borok swarms and were forever transformed. The Toa received masks of greater power, improved body armor, and new enhanced tools giving them surprising dual-action abilities. Toa Nuva. Bionicle. Each set sold separately.
For many years, they've faced every enemy, braved every danger. They've challenged the forces of evil in all their might. Hideous creatures of shadow and science gone mad. And the Toa have triumphed. The faces of the foe have changed, but the power and courage of the Toa have always seen them through. Fighting for justice, whatever the risk, whatever the odds. Now they must face the ultimate test. You can vote for your team and see who will win the battle for power on BionicleBattle.com. Ask your parents first.
À Mitronoé, la bataille des titans a commencé. Le légendaire Kitongu affronte le roi Sidorak et la reine Rodaka. Leurs armes, leurs pinces rotatives et leurs hélicodisques venimeux sont une vraie menace. Kitongu pourra-t-il les vaincre? Bionicle, la légende continue.
To see
question is, how do I control it? Isolate it.
It's more Buzak time.
Hello, Bionicle community. This is Lahari from Red Star Games. And welcome back to the Darnay Nui one-shot for the wonderful, amazing year of 2024. This particular one-shot is going to be called Metru Noon, which is going to be a follow-up primarily for Ruva Midnight that we did back in 2022. But before we get into all of that, this is going to be a shorter than I think many folks might expect set of announcements, but just to update you all on what we've been doing over the last year here at Red Star Games. The big thing that we are going to be releasing here pretty well shortly is Darnay Nui version 0.11.1, which is a hotfix version of 0.11.0 that we just put out on the 4th of July a little while ago. It's got a bunch of hotfixes for the most robust version of the game that yet exists. Lots of quality of life features, clarifications, all that type of stuff. The other thing, well, I think probably the most fun thing for the majority of our digital mockists out there, we are going to be releasing a pair of masks for free for downloads here also very shortly. First and foremost is going to be the Kinohi Arta, the Generation 1 Mask of Creation, worn by Artaka, designed by our most wonderful 2D designer, Perpetual. And, not to leave the G2 fans in the dust, as sadly the fandom so often does, we also have the G2 Mask of Ultimate Power, available free of charge on our Patreon page. Quick little update about the Forge shop. We have not yet reopened, although we are working on updating some of our infrastructure on the back end and getting done with some backlogs. We're tentatively hoping to have the shop back up in September of 2024 and definitely before the end of the year. And to give you all an update on what happened over the course of Brick Fair Virginia 2024, which was, as always, an absolute blast. Big shout out to Moon and his little cadre of friends who are who absolutely made the con for me in particular, because they were absolutely ravenous for our masks. I do hope to see as many of those mocks as they are capable of making in the next couple of days. They said that they would, and boy oh boy am I going to hold you to it. So keep that in mind. Additional to all of that, we did contribute to the Slade Child charity auction that occurred at Brick Fair 2024 again this year, as we do every year that we physically go. We don't have the exact number for what our lot went for. It was at the bare minimum 40, but I saw that like 2 or 3 days before the end of the auction cycle. So it was, if I'm being generous with us, probably somewhere in the $60 to $80 range, which went on to contribute nearly $18,000 collectively to the Slade Child Foundation's efforts to try to make the lives of disenfranchised children across the globe better. But beyond that, and that being a grand old time, and us staying up until 3 a.m. painting stuff like the true punk rockers that we are, that's pretty much all we have from the announcements front here at Red Star Games. So, with all of that, we begin, as we always do, in medias res.
Well, first thing before that, we should probably give the audience a bit of a recap of what happened last year, I think.
Oh, absolutely.
So, without further ado, let us find out what happened last time.
Last time on New Dawn.
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the fuck is that? What is that?
Game Master.
Sir!
Arakshi.
Sir!
Arakshi and an Ektan.
Sir, yes, sir! How did it get here?
I added a construct as a treat.
Sir!
Keep you, buddy. What's your name?
Kofoy.
I'm doing my part.
Ah! 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 Ah!
Keep you, buddy. What's your name?
Sword.
In the arms of the angel, fly.
Come on! You were talking all that good shit a second ago! Then I blew your fucking legs off!
What the fuck?
What's wrong, demigod? Just grow back your legs! Summon up your demons! Hit me! Fight me! Give me a hug!
Really?
Oh god, no! Hey, we're here on epic meal time! I'm the False Boss! And tonight, we're eating this blonde little wannabe demigod bitch!
Keep you, buddy. What's your name?
Tino.
And we're back.
And so on and so forth.
I regret nothing.
Who's this Kofor guy?
I don't know,
Sounds like an interesting fella.
Cool. Doesn't he? So, with all of that, the boys somehow made it off the island. Well, not somehow. I mean, there was a boat and all that. But where we currently sit, as far as Metro Noon is concerned, is shockingly not in Metro Nui. I'm seeing Petrus notice stating that his loss of legs was calculated, and I really should. Exactly.
The risk I took was calculated, but man, am I bad at math.
So I'll tell you what. As opposed to memes, and Joe, we're gonna have you go last, just that way you have time to muster up. Let's have everybody here introduce their characters. To those of them on the stream who might not know who the powerful Tino Nui and the gravitilicious Swartmastra might be.
Well, hello, I am Swartmastra. I am the toe of gravity that basically wields a giant frickin' sword. It is heavy enough to be basically a bastard sword, but it is light enough that I can wield it basically like a dagger.
And you may have seen my introduction by that puny baby man Vakiti at the end of the last break, but I am Tino Nui, the mighty Toa of Big. And that is all you need.
We're basically just memes. We are the memes.
And then there's a somewhat genuine character over here.
The straight man.
The lodestone that's actually going to make any of this happen.
Yeah. So I am Tutu, the mutated Toa of Psionics. I wield a soul scythe, and I wear a great onweku. That's how you pronounce it.
Mm-hmm.
Which is fused to my frame, so I actually technically have 2 masks. I also have a road. It's interesting.
He's just like Vizon for real.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like him for real. FR.
FR. Yeah. So yeah, I'm a bit got a bit of an interesting backstory. Do you want me to go into that, or?
Just a small amount. The stream should, for the most part, at least be moderately familiar with Swart and Tino. They're veterans of the prosecution of the League and have gotten into a lot of shenanigans in the last couple of years. So, yeah, if you wouldn't mind giving it a little update.
Gotcha. So, Teutu is originally from Stelt. He is one of the last members to join the Hand of Artaka, and was sent on a dangerous mission in which he lost his entire Toa team to the island of Trin Krom, where he was also mutated. And once he returned, the Hand of Artaka was falling apart, and Helrix offered to have him join the Order of Matanui, but he refused. And he said that he had to go off and avenge his team by finding the true form of Trin Krom.
Delicious, delicious revenge. I like mine cherry flavored. So, with all of that, let's get into it, shall we?
Indeed.
We begin, as we always do, in medias res, for real this time. And the scene where you are all beginning, you're in a customs house and the port of the beautiful white city of Romari, which was at one point the capital of the Baraki Pridax Empire of Minota. It's currently under new management since the prosecution of the League ended a couple of decades back, and the Makuta are trying to figure out the best way to incorporate the Byzantine ruling structures of the Ihidari people into something resembling a functioning state. So things are in a little bit of an upheaval, especially here in the capital. The reason that you guys are here is because you are on the trail of some black market antiquities deals that are supposedly taking place either in or near Romari, one of the two. Specifically, a whole bunch of artifacts purported to be related to the history of the Western universe. Things from ancient and very, very powerful states run by independent Visotai warlords. So, what do you do? Where do you go? What questions do you ask? The building that you're in is made out of wood, and there's a whole bunch of shouting Ihidari, some Matoran, and some, rather thick porters, mostly Steltians, running to and fro, doing the business of a port.
So I would assume that our best choice would be to go try to figure out the commotion and try to figure out what we're looking for here.
Have I, at this point, am I already just, part of the team? You picked me up along the way somewhere?
Pretty much. You heard ancient and powerful artifact shenanigans, and that kind of was like, oh, Trin Krom might probably have something to do with that. Let's take a look.
Sounds like a piece of candy.
Whether or not you've told Swart and Tino that is entirely up to you, but that was more than likely the impetus behind all of this.
Yeah. I'm just along for the ride at this point. Okay.
Tino just live here.
Okay, well, as far as the hustle and bustle is concerned, that is just the standard operating of the actual port itself. It's ships loading, unloading, people yelling, whistles, flags, all of the wet and wild stuff that makes commerce occur. So nothing, no one is in dire need of any help unless you want to, grab a line and start hauling.
Well, Tino will follow Swart's lead because Tino wasn't paying attention while he was adding the stream avatars. Tino smiles and nods.
I guess the simple solution is there any building that would look like sort of a leader's hut sort of building? Something that I could go talk to somebody in charge.
Just scream at the top of your lungs, "Take me to is your Taraga present?"
The Ihidari, which for anyone out there in Streamland who does not know is the name that Red Star Games has for Pride Act species, all just kind of look with maximum disdain at the rather loud pair of Toa with the quiet Toa in tow. And and one of them who has a great big red crest on a helm that he's wearing and a large pike walks on over and says, who are you people? What the hell, what in the world do you want?
Okay. I mean, I could probably speak.
Yeah, I think at least between the two of us, you're the better one to do the talking.
You're not wrong. Greetings. We are Swert, Mastra, and Tino.
Why are you doing the Onua thing when he entered Onukaro?
The Ihidari sort of just narrows his eyes at you. Are you having an episode? Is your skull cracked? What's going on here?
I apologize for my friend. He hit his head on the way here.
It has been a very long voyage. We had a bit of a boat problem.
A boat problem. What type of a boat? Okay, what is it you want? Out with it. And he sort of like leans on his spear with some impatience here.
All right. Out of character. Remind me again. We're looking for somebody specific, right?
You are looking for hints and leads to the black market here in Romari.
Okay.
I think we're trying to track down some antiquities that have been traced back to Tren Krom or something like that.
That's for me.
Yes, right.
So you remember that big scary member Rutaka species at the end of 2021?
Right.
Yeah.
The big bad Bizotai. Yes.
Okay. We are in the market. We are looking to get into the market to sell some rare antiquities. I'm basically just bluffing the hell out of this. Basically, try to get to where we need to be. Is what I'm saying.
He narrows his eyes again, and he looks around. What type of antiquities? And as he sort of stands up a little bit straighter, you see on the flowing shawl, which is sort of a little bit like the Turaga ones, some fabric. You see monogrammed on his right breast. It says Customs Inspector.
We should probably choose our words carefully.
Yeah.
What is the provenance of these artifacts that you are attempting to sell here in the glorious ivory city of Romari?
We don't have a whole lot. We just wanted to see if we could barter with a couple of light stones, got some cable. We just wanted to kind of shop around.
He does a little hand gesture to a couple of his buddies up at the front. Who are also wearing similar shawls, but with smaller crests on their helmets. And two more Ihidari come over. Hey, guys. It looks like these Toa here are trying to offload, and he does little air quotes.
The fucking Christopher Walken voice, I can't.
They're trying to offload some antiquities of some type of providence, such as light stones and fucking rope. So
fucking rope.
The main one looks over and is like, "Is that what that is what you just told me? Is it not, Toa?"
I mean, at this point, I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, how naive is Swert? Is he trying to use the code words or not? That's the question I want to ask myself.
I swear to God, if we get like 10 minutes into this campaign and the entire rest of it is just, we've been arrested.
That's why I'm trying to be very careful, and I was looking at what was in the combat backpack just to see if there anything that we could just show that we have and prove that we're not being evil here.
They're going to inspect the boat. There's no way around it at this point.
How about this? Teotu leans over to Tino, since he's not actively in conversation, and says, "You wanna? Well, let me actually think more. I should say. I have an Onwoku. Do you want to dip here?"
Where are we gonna go? We're standing on a dock, surrounded by guards.
You're just gonna fall through the dock and just. Oh, what are you gonna do?
Right. Just slip past him. I don't know.
It makes us intangible, not invisible. And even if it did, they're gonna notice a giant fucking Toa disappearing right in front of their eye.
Intangible. Do you fall through the floor? I feel like that would be a little problematic.
Swordmaster is a master illusionist. Watch as I transform these Toa into pure clouds. I don't know. We got to think of something.
Oh, we're so fucked.
I don't know. I'm really bad at diplomacy. Sorry, I can't help.
We've never been so fucked so quickly.
I'm actually probably the worst at diplomacy in this case.
Don't look at me. I'm just big.
I have a total of 9. My charisma is actually built for this stuff. Bluffing and diplomacy are what I'm built for.
The guards all look very bemused at the three of you. Toa, what is the name of the vessel that you arrived here on?
I say we just be honest at this point. We're fucked either way.
Yeah. So what was the name again? Or do we have to come up with the name?
What name? What are we talking about? What name? Name of what?
The ship.
Were you asking me?
Yeah, I was asking.
The USS Beeg. There we go. Or the USS Beef.
Yes. It is Beef Nui.
Did Tino own this ship?
I don't know. We haven't established who owns it, I guess.
You know what? Swart and Tino bought it using the money that we got from a Taraga or something. We don't know.
We got the reward from our last mission after Varuk got his legs replaced. We used the remaining widgets to buy a boat.
It's my Toa cousin's ship. I don't know.
Swith, what is a cousin?
The guard holds up a hand. I'd like the three of you to come with me, please.
All right, now we've done it.
Now we're arrested. All right. We're gonna follow carefully.
There are about 10 Ihidari guards, all with spears now, just kind of posted up around you guys, because they're not idiots. They were fighting Toa a couple decades ago. They know precisely what the fuck y'all are capable of. And they lead you away from the pier and down a couple of streets to the Portmaster's, not palace, but Portmaster's, main office building. It's very ornate, very beautiful, very shark-shaped, all of that good shit. And they basically say, would you mind waiting here in the lobby for the chief inspector to come out? I feel like he needs to speak with you guys.
I guess we don't really have a choice.
We just talk. Yeah. We're just talking here.
Why are you mocking his accent, Swartz? We're already in deep duty.
The lead customs official that has been speaking with you for the most time rounds on you whenever he was about to start walking away. Do you think that I am fucking funny, Toa?
No, unfortunately I have.
Do you fucking scare me? Do you think that even for one singular fucking second that I have not seen exactly what the fuck your type is capable of?
Yes.
I have a syndrome. I accidentally pick up accents. You should hear me.
He looks
accents Koro.
He looks at to you too.
Tino just face palms.
All right, clamp him in irons, boys, and the rest of the guards sort of move towards you with some handcuffs in their hands, and they approach you. What do you guys do?
I mean, I think it's in our best interest to cooperate and not continue to mock the guards.
I wasn't saying anything. I didn't say I was going to say that. Lahara just jumped on me.
Well,
I didn't-
choose
I
your
didn't- I
words
didn't
more
do shit.
carefully.
Clearly, I didn't do shit. The guards did shit. So.
And my response to that was very in character. Just to say.
No, it was. That's good work.
I mean, hey, you're the one with the advantage here. At any moment, you could just turn intangible and drop the cuffs.
Yeah, but I can also share my intangibility.
True.
Yeah.
But let's not do that for now. It is in our best interest to cooperate for now.
I'm gonna put
and maybe they'll understand after we explain what we're actually doing here.
I'm going to go ahead and say I would like to consider putting a gravity barrier around me so that they can't touch me, but then I will put my hands up to prove I'm not going to attack them.
Absolutely not. We cannot guarantee that they won't detect that and immediately throw you in a cell.
Yeah, that's
like, how are they going to get to me if I put up a barrier around me? They can't.
Then they'll just kill you, Stephen.
It's kind of like It's
All right,
kind of like pulling out your sword to say, "I'm not going to attack anybody."
Exactly.
So it's either I allow them to arrest me, or I try to do something defensively to try to fix the situation.
Just cooperate. At any moment, we can turn intangible and drop the cuffs. We are in no danger here until you put us in danger.
I put my hands up so that they can put me in irons. Okay.
Yeah. The same, and I mean, they can't even. I don't know if they can disarm me from my Onwiko. I don't think so because it's fused into my.
It's fused your head. They can't take it off.
Yeah. Unless they have some sort of magic field.
The only thing that they do is put your wrists in chains and then link those with some loops that are in the floor. So the loops are about
We're just
6
in the
feet
center
long.
of the room.
No, like they're in front of a row of chairs. So basically, you're an intake now. Did not expect this to wind up being NYPD roleplay, but here we are.
I was trying to break us out of this so we could just go explore, but evidently we're just getting arrested.
Look,
and for the next 30 minutes, we're going to play Law and Order.
Well, once again, at any moment, we can basically leave whenever we want to, but it's in our best interest to cooperate until we have no other choice.
So that we don't break the entire political system here.
Yes.
Right as we arrive.
All right, fine. yes, we're getting... So now we're being placed in irons because apparently I can't say something out of character.
Well, in fairness, you didn't say out of character.
Yeah, I didn't realize I was supposed to be out of character.
Doesn't matter. Put me in irons. What the hell? I'll just break out of it later.
Okay. Then you guys are chained up in intake. There's a couple of Paxarek, which is Karapar species, also in irons, along with a couple of Matoran, actually, who look way more scared than anything else.
Tino looks over at one of the Matoran and asks, "What are you in for?"
Is the response?
Oh, you too?
Quite a common crime.
Yep, it's a Matoran making that noise, and then there's a Gamatoran next to him, and she's like, "They think we are caught up in some of the in brick fraud. It's weird.
How long have they had you in here?"
The Gamatoran says, it's 5 hours. It's a long line to get to the dockmaster.
Teutu's just sitting there seething. I knew this would happen. I knew this would happen if I traveled with you.
One of the Paxarek looks over at Tino specifically. What about you? What are you guys in for?
My brother here tried lying to the guards.
In my defense, I was not lying.
You were lying.
You just insulted them.
The desk officer, who is very much in earshot, perks up. Hey, you did what?
Well, look, it's in our best interest to be honest at this point, I think. And I didn't agree to the lying anyways.
It wouldn't hurt to look into what supplies they had, Tino. And yes, we were here for some information, but that's beside the point.
Tino just shrugs.
I've been here for 3 days.
Well, that is very unfortunate. Hopefully not much longer.
Hey, whenever the next shift comes in, the guy at the desk, he likes to play this little rock game with me, and I think that's fun. So really, it can kind of take however long.
Right. So, being honest was a good thing, huh, Tino?
Well, I mean, they're going to question us eventually.
We really don't have the time to wait for them.
14 hours pass.
In the middle of a sentence?
Well, I mean, 14 hours pass after Sword finishes his sentence.
Oh, God.
The blubbering Ko-Matoran and the god Matoran get called up after those 14 hours.
Wow, the Matoran changed race? That's in 14 hours? Amazing. Is he an Av Matoran by chance?
No, I said Ko-Matoran and god Matoran.
I thought you said Po Matoran before.
Oh, no, Ko.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So Ko-Matoran, god Matoran, they get called up to the main office after about 14 hours of just kind of sitting there.
That was fast.
So, it's in jail. And the god Matoran just rolls her eyes as they come on up. And then another 25 hours pass.
Oh my God. Oh, dear.
I love bureaucracy.
I'm gonna die of old age in here.
No. It's only been about 5 seconds.
Brothers, do we have any information on us that might expedite our questioning?
Well, that is a very good question. And I guess I should point to... Is there Tantu?
Yeah, Tantu.
Tantu. I'll just look at Tantu. Have you any idea?
I've never been here, I don't think.
Cool.
Do we know anything that might be of particular interest to these people? Let's put it that way.
So, for a frame of reference, and these are things all over the universe, especially on the coast, where you guys physically are is a portmaster facility. Basically, they are the people who make sure that nothing that is banned enters a port, and nothing that should not leave leaves. So, all manner of boat crime. So, if that helps you at all.
Maybe we
So, let me ask you this. No doubt they've already searched our ship, and that's part of the reason why we're just being held here, right?
I mean, whether or not they have searched your ship is something that I cannot divulge at this time.
I guess I'm asking out loud to the group. So, they probably looked at our ship by now, right? They'll know we haven't done anything wrong.
Who could say?
Yeah. I mean... It hopefully won't take too much longer for them to come and let us out with a warning.
Maybe we could...
I don't know if that's going to happen, but we'll see, I guess.
I mean, the only other alternative is if Tantu facilitates.
Is that what you're getting at? It's not because I'm not very good at diplomacy, so you're...
No, that's not where I'm going with that. A certain ability, if you will.
I mean, if we're planning a prison break, I should also point out that last I checked, there was a guard watching us. So
there won't be a guard very often.
It's been like a day, so no telling what time it is.
It's been about 2 days.
There are windows. It's like 8 o'clock in the morning now.
Are there any guards around us? Are we being watched? Are there any cameras? Do cameras exist?
Cameras do exist. There are none, but there is a desk sergeant watching you guys.
There you go. So if we try to escape, it's going to just bite us in the ass unless we wait until the... I don't know if we know when there's a shift. Hold on. That one guy that we talked to, Carapar species, whatever his name was, he was aware that one of the guards comes and plays a game during shift changes. Is there a way we could find out when the shift change is?
The shift has changed 3 times, by the way. It's once every 12 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. We've been here long enough to figure that out.
So
how long how long is there between the shift changes where there is nobody there? Let's put it that way.
Well, they turn over at the desk.
Okay, let me ask you this. Have I been able to study their patterns to see if I can formulate a plan?
I'll tell you what. Give me an insight check.
All right, my insight is 5. So that is, let's see. Roll. Let me see if I remember how to do this.
Yeah, I've completely forgot.
1 and like offset is 5, yes? Because I have an inside of 5.
Yes.
One thing that I'm very disappointed about now is I'm very disappointed that the text on the character sheets that is not the fields is not actually text, so it's impossible to search for things like insight.
Anyway, I got a 22 on that.
Okay, so it is a very, there's a 30-second time or so, maybe like up to 2 minutes, depending on how long the turnover actually takes, where both the person leaving and the person arriving kind of have their head down behind the desk in such a way that they would not be looking at the intake cells.
Real quick, let me ask this. When we do use intangibility, I assume we don't fall through the ground, right?
Correct. You have the ability to decide what things you do and do not go through.
Right. Okay, good. Okay. So yeah, we could just walk out through the wall, literally. We just wanted to.
Okay. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a little bit of double talk towards Teotu, just to kind of emphasize where my plan's going to be. That way the guard doesn't necessarily... I mean, the guard's going to know we're up to something.
Well, hold on. I should ask as well. Are we in any way familiar with the land that we found ourselves in? Because we could very well walk outside that wall and immediately be surrounded by guards again and end up in a worse position than we're already in.
None of you ever have been to Romari.
Well, we can always stay intangible for a little bit longer if we end up going that route with it.
Right. But again, intangible, not invisible.
No. But here's the thing. Intangibility means they still can't shove, pointy things at us.
No, but all they have to do is follow us until the mask power wears off, and then they immediately kill us.
But we also become silent, so we can probably run away and hide pretty easily.
If we know where we're going.
That's true.
So we're going to have to wait until nighttime, and we're going to have to hope that there's nobody outside watching guard, because, let's be honest, there shouldn't be a guard on the other side of the wall, theoretically.
As a quick note, after assuming you guys are talking in some type of a battle cant, which is just a thing that all of you guys would know, and having this discussion out in a way that the guards don't really understand, you see the door open and the Komatoran and Gamatoran leaving the interrogation room, and the Komatoran is no longer sobbing. He's sniffling and being a little bit of a bitch, but the two of them are just kind of walking out at this point. The Gamatoran waves at you guys, and they say, "Next!" And the chains fall from your wrists.
So it sounds like cooperation was the best plan so far.
Okay, well, I mean, at least we had a backup plan.
We had a backup plan, so let's go ahead and just, I guess, silently, carefully walk into the interrogation room. Let's just...
Sure.
Single file, everyone.
Tino last, as the beef needs to protect us.
Tino ducks under the doorway.
The room is dark and lit by a set of recessed light stones across, kind of running along the bottom of the walls. And there is one big shiny wall and a table with 3 chairs on one side and 1 chair on the other side. On the side with the single chair sits an Ihidari wearing a sort of black shoulder covering with a gold stylized metallic letter M over the right breast. All you hear is, "Take a seat."
I guess I'm going to sit down.
Are there enough chairs?
Yeah, there are 3 chairs on the opposite side of the table.
Tino also complies.
I'll sit on the outside. Just in case.
So, Sergeant Pukali is telling me that you guys are acting weird and suspicious. What the hell are you in my city for?
So, here's the deal. We're here to find someone. We're looking for clues as to whether or not they were here. The clues, the trail led us to your fine city, and we're just trying to lean forward. In the meantime, I was going to hit the market since it's right there, but apparently I insulted him.
He tends to be a little bit jumpy. You have my apologies for Sergeant Pukali's behavior if he acted untowards to you, and the apologies of the department. Who is it you are looking for here in the eternal city of Romari?
Tino's going to pipe up here. I don't, out of character, I don't remember the name of the Vizotai that we fought before. I don't even know if we know his name, but Tino's just going to... Kudaxi? Okay. So Tino pipes up. We are looking for a Vizotai named Kudaxi that tried to kill us a few years ago.
The Ihidari just kind of looks at Tino. That is made up. What the fuck are you actually here for?
No, really, that is what we're here for.
The ancient warlord or whatever, that it's a myth told by kings to make sure that all of their peasants did the right shit. Like what
it's not a myth.
He's not here. What?
Okay, out of character. Do we have any proof that we had this fight?
No, you don't.
Crap.
Yeah. Teutu pipes up and says it's not a myth because he tends to take issue with people saying that.
Okay, so what makes you believe that this Kudaxi or whatever is actually here is here?
All right, out of character.
Do you know a guy?
Out of character, what led us here in the first place?
Yeah, I was going to ask the same thing.
Because I don't remember either.
A bunch of rumors about antiquity sales, with those antiquities specifically being related to the early years of the western part of the universe where Kudaxi ruled.
Gotcha. Mostly it was antiquity sales. All the traders there, they just gave us the rumors, and it all led to here.
So what you're telling me here is that you are here on a hunch.
Essentially, yes. But we are being honest that we had this fight. I know you don't believe us, but put a road on us. You know, you'll see that at the very least we believe what we are saying.
Okay. And he smacks a button that's in the center of the table that you didn't really notice before, but Now he's lit up for a minute, and a crystal sort of descends disco ball style from the ceiling.
Well, putting our money where our mouths are, I guess.
All of you feel awfully compelled right now to be as 100% honest and truthful as it is possible to be. Are you here to bring harm to the eternal city of the eternal city of Romari, or any of its inhabitants?
Only the inhabitant happens to be who we are looking for.
And even then, it's up for debate. It depends on whether or not he tries to kill us again.
We're mostly here to just fight them.
He looks at you two.
Yeah, that's my response.
You do intend to bring harm to the people of Romari?
No intention whatsoever. Only if that particular being is in your city.
To clarify, we only intend to bring harm to that being.
Okay, duly noted. Do you honestly and truly believe that you fought an ancient demigod, essentially, of Western universal myth?
Out of character, I just want to imagine that everyone in the room just simultaneously says yes in unison.
Yeah.
Well, you two do.
We definitely do.
Yeah. He looks at you two and points. So you weren't there?
Them. Yeah, I believe them.
Okay. Did you, in the words of my sergeant, and he looks at Sword, call Sergeant Pikui a little bitch boy who needs to get his mask washed?
No.
God damn. Okay, well, cool. I'm writing him up. Wonderful.
I may have accidentally picked up his accent, but that's a condition.
Nicely done, brother.
He asks you a couple of more sort of general intake questions that I'm not really I don't feel like role-playing out right now.
Fair enough.
Okay, fine. You can go. Just don't cause crimes. Otherwise, I'm going to have to send you up to real PD, and they're way less nice than I am. Sorry for the wait. There's only one of me, and these things tend to take a while, especially whenever you have a Komatoran who is blubbering as though I am about to suck the blood out of his body. So
we may have noticed him.
He was in here on some strange trumped-up charges about mud bricks that might have not actually had silt in them or something. I don't fucking know. Turns out everything is fine. There's nothing untoward, and the receipts all check out. So just apologies. Please grab a little. We call them zapstones. They're in a bowl on the sergeant's desk on the way out. Grab one. They feel nice.
Tino bows and gives his thanks.
All right.
The inspector just sort of nods back. Yep, thank you. Please send the next guys in. And if it's the big fucking palooka that is constantly causing brawls down on Dock 8, tell him to wait and send in the one after that, please.
So we're on our way out the door now, I'm guessing, yes?
It's up to you.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I guess we're heading out.
I mean, we'll stop by the sergeant's desk and grab the thing. I mean, wouldn't hurt to have it.
Mm. And Tino looks over at Swart and says, "I told you so, brother."
I got prison gift bags.
We are awfully progressive here in the wonderful eternal city of Romari. Now, please get the fuck out of my office.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and take his advice and grab that Zapstone, I think is what you said it was?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You hear from the room that you just left. Next! Then one of the members of car part species gets up and he walks into the room. Not you. Next.
Out of character, I would love for Tatu to just walk over, clap him on the shoulder, and be like, "It'll be okay," and then just walk away. I'm not saying we do it. But it'd be hilarious.
You might get a broken arm out of you for all your effort, but yeah, sure.
So gives him a contrite nod.
Yeah.
Well, on the way out, Tino looks over and says, "Best of luck, my friends. I'm sure you'll be out of here soon."
Bye.
And does a dramatic bow.
The sergeant that the member of Car Species likes is there, and they're playing a little game that kind of looks like Chinese checkers, or what's that other one with the cribbage, I think.
Oh, okay.
I was thinking Go, but that also works.
Oh, we're not going to try to play Go with one of those.
No.
And then there's a little bowl full of tiny, like finger-sized yellow stones, just kind of sitting in a crystal bowl on the desk of the watch sergeant. And whenever you pick one up, they feel pleasantly shocky. They make the brain happy. Yay!
All right, I guess Tino will gently pick one up on the way out.
Yep, I'm definitely picking one up.
I guess I'll take one too.
It makes my brain feel tingly.
It does. Okay, so you guys are a little bit closer to the city center of the district center of the port district of Romari. That's a whole lot of activity going to and fro again. There's porters loading and unloading in the loading and unloading areas, and lots of lines drawn on the ground, all of this, that, and the other. There's also a couple of weigh stations that are used for weighing cargo and are used as temporary quarters for sailors that are in between voyages, and then there's a bunch of streets that lead out into Greater Romari and the wilds beyond. What do you do?
Do we see any okay, our goal here is to find the traders, market, whatever, so we can follow our leads. So is there anything nearby that we think could be a good lead to that end?
Well, you're looking for an antiquities market, black market, a place where expensive things are bought, sold, and appraised. Near the port would probably be a logical place for some of those operations to be set up, or at the bare minimum would be a good place for you guys to look for leads.
I will say out of character, it feels to me like, actually not even just out of character, I'm thinking out loud. It would be in a place that's a little not obvious, like a rundown area, so that they can keep their operation on the down low. It wouldn't be a fancy place, because that's still too obvious.
Just one moment real quick, out of character. You guys figure that out real quick. Tino needs to take a proto-tinkle and get another Bionicle, so Tino will be right back.
All right, me too, honestly. But
I'll just pick Tino up with gravity and drag you wherever we decide to go.
Yeah, so I was thinking we could probably just, take a stroll through the bazaar and sort of, browse the shops and ask some questions of the shopkeepers. They might know the area pretty well.
Okay.
We're going to definitely avoid that one sergeant because,
yep,
he's really not going to be happy with that write-up.
Do not speak to any of the guards.
Nope.
Rabid, frabbling, damn Toa. Making me do an extra shift. Oh, I'll show him. Is what he might theoretically say if you could be listening in on his thoughts right now. Will he come up later? Who knows? Okay, so if you guys want to start working through the rows of shops near the port, there are... let me take a look. Oh wow, there are a large amount of shops. Most of them are dealing primarily in wholesale stock, so lumber, stone, large amounts of metals, all that type of stuff. So, and basic essentials for sailors, like canvas and rope and nails. There's so many nails.
Lamp oil.
You got no idea
rope,
how many nails.
Bombs? You want it? It's yours, my
It's
friend,
yours, my
as long
friend.
as you have enough widgets.
Exactly.
Can we see any shops that are a little bit more like rare, sort of looking with smaller items, individual sort of stuff like that, you know, crystals or something?
Everybody give me a perception check real fast.
Ah, crap. Gotta find that on my sheet.
Perception is... Okay.
I always have trouble. Oh, there it is. So it is... What am I rolling for that?
1d20 plus whatever the total bonus for your perception skill is.
Okay.
28.
How do you do this again? What's the command?
It's /roll, and then you could just do
offset the number.
Yeah, count. Yeah, offset.
I think
and
that's
then
right.
whatever your number is.
Hell yeah!
Yep. So I got a 28. You got your 20. And a 21. So we're all basically over 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And shockingly, that's a bad roll for you two.
Yeah.
He's got a bonus of 15. So
yeah.
Well,
okay, so all of you
9, so I had a 28, but still.
I just had a bonus of 2, so I'm not doing too bad there.
Meanwhile, I'm gonna take a pee break as well. So
okay,
go ahead.
Okay, so while he's on the pee break, you guys are walking through the bazaar and are, seeing different stores, again, mostly wholesalers, but sometimes more finished goods and a la carte items. They're staffed, again, primarily all by Ihidari. Matoran are actually a minority in this particular city. There are still some, and a lot of them tend to be working directly with the Ihidari, but very rarely will you see an identifiably Matoran name up over top of a shop. So there are also a bunch of tents and other pop-up stalls just kind of in the center of the street, and it's a big open environment. So. And I'll explain what you guys see after the perception check whenever Joe returns.
Fair enough.
Oh, I'm back.
Very good.
Joe has returned. Yay. Okay.
I will also say it sounds like chat's having a lot of fun with the avatars. So yes, that was a good idea of putting them in there. Thank you, Lahari.
I am a genius, and I am the one to thank for you being able to continue to use these beautiful little avatar thingy-mabobs.
And thank you again to Lemony Leopard for making these possible. This is great work.
Oh yeah, absolutely amazing. Love them. Would love to implement them a little further, but it might just mess with the vibes down the line.
We'll see.
For
we'll workshop
the rest of the stream. For the rest of the stream, that is.
Wow.
So, what you guys see as the result of your perception check is a little half-width hole-in-the-wall shop called Bears. Baerr. And in it, the entrance is covered by a modest but obviously very high quality textile curtain. And it sort of pops out and speaks to y'all on some level.
Seems like as good a start as any.
Is everybody else seeing that?
Yeah.
We should go look at that area.
Should we do something? We should do something.
The problem is over there, so we should go over there.
Sometimes people die when they are killed.
It's snowing on Mount Fuji. Let's go that way.
Okay, so you all enter Bears, and you pull back the curtain, and you are immediately overtaken by the scent of very, very strong incense that has a peculiar southern continent smell to it. Specifically, and basically, it's one of the most popular scents from the south central southern continent, Jabuji wood. It's sweet, and it sort of sticks around, and it's in your head. Not to make any rolls on anything, but you can tell that this place is an exotics store, if nothing else. And behind the desk.
Sorry, go on.
You good? No.
I was just gonna say, like, if I recall correctly, we were in the southern continent when we encountered this guy, right? Or around the southern continent.
Kudax?
Yeah.
No, you were in the right arm.
Oh, well then, fuck me, I guess.
No thanks. Let's keep this professional.
The behind the desk, you see a member of Elex species manning the counter, and he's got his Abraham Sapien ass looking head ass thing on, and he's just kind of blubbering. He's just sitting there. He's looking at you.
How is he doing it with all the claws, or are they just kind of tucked away somehow?
They're Wolverine back a little bit.
Fair enough.
I'll never forget that, like, the only difference between Alec and his normal, like, unmutated mode is just that he's smooth.
Yeah.
Him's
All
a
right,
goblin.
I guess we should walk up and try to introduce ourselves carefully.
Tino, like, before we go in, Tino just kind of looks over at Swert and just kind of whispers in his ear, "Don't do anything stupid this time."
Hopefully they don't have an accent this time. Hello there.
Shut up.
Swert fights. We're just looking for information if you might be able to provide any.
He narrows his eyes.
You fucking cow?
Out of character, what?
Tino kind of steps forward a little bit and says, "We are looking for some information on a warlord that many around here consider to be a myth that tried to kill us a few years back."
The fuck do you want?
I'm out of character. I have no idea how to approach this at this point.
Yeah, it's same.
He looks at the both of you like you've got three fucking heads.
No.
He's stoned out of his mind then.
Out of the forge and into the furnace on this one.
Is there anything we can do to try to sober him up beyond just attacking him?
No, we're not doing that. We are not doing that.
Why do you think I'm drunk?
Tino just kind of looks over at Teotu. Is that how you pronounce it?
Teotu, yeah.
Yeah. Just kind of sort of looks over at Teotu with like a desperate look on his face.
I mean, I could slap him.
No.
We're trying to communicate.
I don't know. I could tell if he's lying, but I don't know if that'd be useful here.
Do we have anything on our person that could help us understand this guy better?
I didn't know how much like
So he
diplomacy is gonna be.
He takes a second, like he's looking at you like you guys are from fucking aliens, but Then his eyes go wide. Oh, hold on. Then he presses a button on his face. And he's like, ah, shit. Hi, sorry about that. I forgot I didn't have the fucking speaker on. What's good? What the fuck do you need?
Oh, well, that explains a lot. Hi, we're hoping that you might be able to provide us some information.
We're looking for Kudaxi, and everyone thinks we're insane for thinking he's real.
You are, but I don't care. Your money's good. Probably.
As we explained to the guards earlier, a few years back he tried to kill us, and very nearly did.
Sure, why not? How? As you can see, I am a purveyor of fine, weird shit. I don't know if I have any weird shit related to him, so... What exactly are you looking for?
We're mainly looking to see if you might have any leads on where he might be.
He did not leave a mailing address whenever he was last here, like 2 days ago.
Oh,
so he has been here.
No, you idiots. He doesn't. He's not. He doesn't exist.
You know what?
Did you check the back to see if you have anything?
Can I use some perception on this guy to see if he's lying?
Well, I can just use my road if you want.
Yeah, I was about to say, you have the lie detector right next to you. You can, but...
Yeah,
I didn't even know you had a road.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my secondary.
Right. Tier 2,
why didn't you just give that to the guards earlier?
Because they had other things.
I could give it to them.
Plus, they probably took it away. Or then again, it's in hammer space. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
All right. Fuck it. Fuck it, we ball.
Throw your mask on.
Okay, if you activate your road, take one of your KC off. You can tell that he still thinks that you guys, right side of the page, right side of the first page, about halfway down.
Ah, thank you. Yeah.
You can tell that he does firmly believe that he thinks that you all are morons. However, he is absolutely holding something back that he has so far not had a reason to lie about, and you kind of get an intuition for that.
Okay, out of character, how much money do we have? More to the point, is it enough to get this guy's attention properly?
So, funny thing about that.
Oh dear.
Yeah, none.
Widgets, between all of you, you guys have maybe about 200 or so widgets. They're not on your sheets, sorry about that, but...
I'll just write that down real fast.
You are in the capital city of a recently destroyed empire. It kind of all runs off of fun bucks right now. So
okay. New question then. What exactly did we come with on our ship, and has it been confiscated by the guards or not?
You don't know what the guards did to your ship because you haven't been back since they may or may not have done something to it. So.
Okay.
But what did we come with?
That is a good question. Do we...
Yeah, we should know that.
1 second.
He's checking.
I'm looking in the back, you know? By that, I mean I'm getting a slice of pizza.
Meanwhile,
pizza
he's
sounds
checking
amazing
the back.
right now. Unfortunately, I'm just doing leftover nachos because I have
at least a Timbits that I ordered earlier because I'm the Canadian of the group.
I still have a pound and a half of taco meat left over, and I could also have like a can of refried beans. I'm gonna have.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Timbits, half a bottle of Canada Dry, and 2/3 of a bottle of Black Label beer. That's what I got on me.
While he's checking in the back, I communicate to you guys what I learned from the road. Sorry.
I mean, I already kind of have a plan based on that. I know what I'm going to try to do. If we're going to first ask about anything we have in the ship, and if the ship doesn't have anything of value, I'm just going to apply some, like 5% gravity and kind of pressure.
No, I don't think it's a good idea to, like, intimidate the guy, because that could get us in trouble with the guards again. And I don't want us getting arrested twice, okay?
That's why I'm going to say if he doesn't take what we have on the ship, depending on what we have on the ship, then I can look into the options.
I think we should just, if he can't help us and we don't have anything that can open his mouth, I say we just look around the market and see if there's someone else who can help us. And if there's not, then we can come back and intimidate the guy.
I mean, I suppose, and keep in mind, we're
and look at it this way: if anyone's
going
to be able to intimidate the guy, it's Tino.
True. I'll tell you what, we'll try one thing. We will offer something, and if he says no, he doesn't want it, then I'm going to use my bluff to try to convince him that we'll just go somewhere else with that money.
What money?
Meanwhile,
with whatever we have.
While you guys are like trying to make a deal with him, I am gonna kind of like explore around the shop and maybe try and get in the back to see if there's something they can.
Hey, you know there's an idea actually. Out of character. Well, can I do this out of character?
I mean,
What is it?
Okay, no, I was going to try and communicate a plan, but we can't really do that out of character. So I think we should just leave if he can't help us, and then after we leave, I will communicate the plan. In character, properly.
I do see kind of where your plan might be going, though.
Thank you. You understand.
I see it.
So I reiterate. We have a lot of fine imports. We have good luxury stuff. We got wood. People love wood. It's great stuff.
I guess we're asking, out of character, we're asking what would be on the ship that would be worth it to this guy. Do we have anything on the ship that you know of?
Well, as far as stuff that you have on the ship, you have provisions, you have stuff to repair the ship, you have a bunch of charts, and that's pretty much it. You guys did not come here with merchantry in mind.
Do those charts point to anything that might be of interest? Like any unknown lands or mythical places, things like that?
We might actually be able. We might actually be able to barter the stuff to repair the ship because of this is like a port town. They need essentials.
That is true. But if this guy's an antiquity dealer, I'm not sure if he would be interested in that.
Yeah. But he did just mention wood, so...
He did mention wood.
I fucking love wood.
Me too, Lahari.
Me too.
We really should have brought a Toma Plant Life. That would
bring me fucking wood and oil.
I mean, I think we have that, right?
Well, we could just go find a couple of things and I'll just gravity it down into oil. It'll take a few minutes.
Just go chop down some trees.
Go chop down some trees.
Tino kind of looks at the group and looks back at the guy and says, we think we might have something to sell to you, but we should go check our stock first. So we will be back in a little bit and we will hopefully have something that would be of interest to you.
Okay.
Okay.
You should clarify what we're trying to buy.
We're trying to buy information. I think that's pretty obvious at this point.
I've got fucking wood. Wood's pretty nice. I got lots of that stuff. Lots of wood. Oh, actually, you know what? I've also got some sand. Some really nice sand.
I've had enough sand since last year, so let's just move on. Of
course, Russ gets everywhere.
Yeah.
We'll just
no. He stops you before you guys leave. No, what I'm trying to say is, I've got some rusty sand. He looks very pointedly at the three of you.
I'm picking up. I mean, should we just kind of
perception check?
Maybe insight check.
Insight, yes.
Insight would be a good idea.
I have
Swart and Tino make an insight check. Tier 2 make an insight check, but with disadvantage.
So D20 plus bonus?
For insight, yes. And Tier 2 disadvantage is roll twice and take the lower one.
Okay.
I'm not going to complain about that.
I'm going to complain about that. It went right over my fucking head. That was a 2.
Okay, I got a 9.
So it looks like Tino is going to be the only one that actually picks up on this.
Tino realizes that the reference to rusty sand is a reference to Ruva, which had rusty beaches.
And to confirm, we have wood on the ship to trade, yes?
Yes, you have wood.
Okay. I assume it's still on the ship. We have to go back there before we can actually make this exchange.
Correct.
Maybe Tino, you should clarify you understand what he's referring to.
Yes, Tino kind of looks at the guy, and his face kind of perks up, and he says, Tino understands exactly, but unfortunately we still have to go back to our ship to acquire our trading goods, but we will be back within the day.
He points at Tino. You stay. The other two go. He's got a very deadly serious look on his face.
Tino nods his head and looks back at his brothers and nods at them in agreement, that sort of kind of silently acknowledging that this is something that should take place, yes.
Okay. There's not much we're gonna do otherwise. Might as well go get the supply.
Okay, give me 1 second here.
Yep.
You guys get to the ship unmolested and start gravitying and telekinesising the some of the wood stores that are in the bowels of the ship off of it. And whenever you do, and whenever you get back down the gangplank from your ship to the pier, a gentleman with a pissed off look on his face and a red shoulder covering made out of cloth that says customs on the right breast stops you.
Oh God,
It's
not
the same
again.
guy.
Have you declared these imports to the city of Romari, eternal and illustrious it is? He looks pissed off and tired with the day.
Just bluff. Just tell him yes.
I would, out of character, I would recommend that you just play along, because we've had this song and dance already, but Tino can't actually offer his advice if he's out in the shop just shooting the shit with the merchant, so...
Out of character, hear me out. I do
Steven!
have 9 offset in bluff.
Steven! It's just wood! It's not worth it!
What do you recommend I do? Go check.
What kind of rigmarole do I have to go to actually, sign it through customs and everything?
We don't know that information.
That's true. So it might not be that bad, or it might be really annoying.
Is it really worth getting arrested again while Tino is just kind of sitting there with a thumb up his ass?
Hear me out. We can try to make it work.
Oh my God, why are you like this, Steven?
And if not, I'll just push him into the water. It's fine.
Oh God. Tino's gonna lose a brother today, isn't he?
All right, fine. I'm gonna answer honestly that apparently we have not checked it in, and how long would it take to do that?
The guard heaves a heavy sigh. How much of it are you bringing into the city? We already inventoried your ship whenever you were taken to the customs house a few hours ago.
Okay.
Just tell me how much of it that you are taking, and you can fucking leave, and we can both be at one another's face.
I gotta point out in chat, just Lay coming in here saying, cause of death, bureaucracy.
Remind me again, how much wood do we have, and are we taking... go ahead.
You have enough wood to repair about 30% of the ship if 30% of the ship were to be fucked up, which is a bunch. It is at your discretion as to how much of that you're actually taking.
I'm going to say no more than
50%.
I was going to say half, but that feels like it's a bad idea. I was going to say probably about 20%. That's still a good amount.
That is a fairly large amount of wood.
Yeah. Maybe 10% is enough.
I mean, honestly, I would say 20 just in case we don't have enough to get information out of this guy, but I can't genuinely offer my advice given that I'm not here.
Right.
That's kind of what I was thinking as well. We should probably overstock and under.
We'll overstock and always bring it back if it turns out to be too much. It won't be too much. All right, I'll just say, we're taking about 20% of the inventory.
Okay, please fucking go, so that way we can both be done with this interaction. Also, go fuck yourself.
Thank you. Have a blessed day. Matsune, we forgive you. I just want to dig him just a little, not much, out of character. I just want to dig him a little.
Why are you like this, Steven?
I mean,
he stares off into the distance, wondering whether or not his life choices that he has made up to this point are worth the potential retirement that he's going to get in 500 years.
Oh, he's retiring tomorrow. Love it.
After you pass him, he straightens up and continues his patrol down the pier.
Very good.
You.
Local Toaster says, I love how the Game Master is in the form of the GSR. Thank you. That was Swart's idea, I think.
I believe so, yes.
When he's muted, he goes into a sleep state.
Yep.
Oh no, not Pterodax. Oh, fuck.
That's still one of my best ideas.
That does remind me, though. We forgot to update the RSG logo for the talking animation. I apologize.
Yeah, it's still the original. That's our
not a big fucking deal. The whatchamacallit. Yeah. Oh, hey, it's 2008 now. It looks like I get to go play Mad Max. Anyways, you guys move back through the city again unmolested, beyond the slight interdiction with the customs guard, and you return to Bear's Oddities.
It turns out getting arrested was beneficial in the end. It's like they inventoried our ship for us.
Everything happens for a reason, you know?
Yeah.
So, actually, yeah, there is a real shit option, I think, with the Maranui head, is there not?
I don't think there is.
No, there's like an eye glowing one.
Oh, what?
Oh, well, there is a Beag version, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There's a Beag version. We'll get to that eventually.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, you return to Bear's Oddities. Both of you give me an insight check.
Oh, me and Sword?
Yep, you and Sword.
Insight is...
Insight. Do I do it with disadvantage?
No, just regular again.
Sure.
And
24.
Your
9.
offset is actually 4, Joe.
For insight?
Yeah.
Oh, it just wasn't filled on.
It goes off of your wisdom score if there's nothing in it. So.
Okay.
Or your wisdom bonus.
I will offset.
So 14. Swart.
20.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. I'll buy that for $1. I was just going to add it to the 9, but that works.
I'd buy that for $1.
I'll buy that for $1. So, you both kind of do a double take, and you notice that it was just called Bears earlier, but now it's called Bears Oddities. Like the sign appears to have changed ever so slightly.
Maybe
that's one of his oddities.
Perhaps.
Maybe.
But regardless, the Bloopin member of LX Species and Tino are still waiting for you in the shop.
All right, I guess we're casually walking back in. We've got the stuff.
Welcome back, brothers.
What's up? And then the bear, the
This is not over! Bears!
Bear the Ursare comes out from behind the counter and walks up to the front of the store and takes a look at the lumber that you have left in front of his shop, and he's like, yeah, okay. All three of you get the back.
Whoa.
Okay. I'm going to offer to drag it inside so nobody else walks off with it. Is that okay?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
This is enough.
I kind of want to keep some of it with me, just before the transaction is finished.
You realize this is like a 2x2 by like 16, right? Like it's a big ass.
You realize our hammer space is pretty vast, right?
I mean, I don't think it's going to be a huge loss if he double crosses us. It's only 20% of what we brought with us.
That's fine.
True.
Yeah.
Oh no, we can't fix approximately 12% of our ship.
And besides, it doesn't sound like we're going to be leaving here anytime soon anyways, so...
Yeah.
Alright, yeah. So let's just go ahead and walk to the back as directed.
Okay, so as you guys get behind the counter and to the back, there's a wooden door, which is rather uncommon to have in a freestanding building. But there's a wooden door that opens up, and the Ursari sort of waves you inside. Let's head downstairs, boys, because I think we need to have a fucking talk.
All right.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Okay.
Okay. As you guys go down the stairs, the lights become again slightly dimmer, and there are lightstones ensconced in recesses in the wall, and the stairs themselves go down probably about 40 or so feet into the earth. There is a door at the landing. This one is made of stone, and the Ursare reaches his hand behind one of the sconces that contains a lightstone, twists it slightly, does a little jiggle with his hand, and the door slides open to the left, silently, revealing a larger and well-lit room full of old shit. All of it laid out on very, very ornately carved wooden tables.
Does
and
Tino recognize any of these artifacts?
Well, there's a bunch of masks, for one, which is pretty obvious. Bunch of things that very much look like Toa tools. They have a certain sheen, and the three of you sort of sense a little bit of a kinship with them is probably the best way to say it. Tons of tablets, tons of papyri. There's a couple of organically written pieces of work on rollable material, which is weird and scary to you guys. There's even some brown flexible stuff that I don't know that any of the three of you would have seen outside of some pretty strange rooms on Odina whenever you were touring there during the prosecution campaigns. Suffice to say, there's a lot.
Quick question, sort of out of character. Am I the oldest one here?
Toa-wise, yes. Being created-wise, also yes, but not by quite so much.
All right. Well, so then, kind of same question. Do I actually recognize any of these specifically, or just same as them?
A few of the other pieces you actually do recognize from the early days, but most of them, to your eyes, knowing what they would look like whole, appear broken or in parts.
All right.
So a few esoteric power sources, a weapon or two that is really just a part of a larger whole, despite looking usable to the untrained eye. Stuff like that. And As the three of you walk in, Bear does not come with you and seals the door behind you.
I mean, I guess that's to be expected given the circumstances. Can't be too careful, right?
A tinny voice rings out from nowhere in particular in the room. I have some people that I need to call. You all can peruse the stock while I'm making those calls around town. I'll be back in about 2 hours.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna look. I don't think we should touch any of it, though.
Probably a good idea.
Yeah. I'm gonna kind of scan along the walls and see if there's any other entrances, exits, or sort of any kind of mechanical devices around.
Yeah, Tino also just kind of tries to take mental note of just about everything in the room and, the structure of the room itself, things like that, just for security's sake.
Yeah, I'm just kind of making sure that there's, no way to gas us or, any other secret entrances that somebody could ambush us through,
I would recommend Tino maybe also use the ground, use the earth to kind of sense for anything that might be untoward underneath us.
Yeah, like any secret chambers or things like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, Tino can...
They're good.
Tino, using his seismic sense, can actually see 300 feet in every direction. And it's pretty obvious that there is a second set of stairs that goes even further down, and the complex goes to the edge of his vision. This place is big.
Huh.
But he also can tell with a pretty decent amount of certainty that they are the only beings there that are actively up and moving anyways.
Tino just kind of looks towards his brothers and says, that there is nobody else around us, but this room is only a very small part of a much larger complex.
Good to know. Good to know.
Is where the additional stairs were, the ones we just saw, is there a mechanical sort of interface, or is it just...
Well, it is hidden...
If I can use my hacking.
It's hidden to plain view. So you would have to find the mechanism that is associated with it. And
can Tino detect anything like that?
Give me a perception check at disadvantage.
Okay, how do I roll at disadvantage?
Roll it twice, and we'll go with the second. And we'll go with the lower number. Yeah.
Okay. For some reason, it's not detecting my previous thing, so. Oh, that's why. It's because it's holding my microphone cable is holding down a key. Whoops. There we go.
All right, so that 18.
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Yeah, the fidelity of your seismic sense and the fact that the complex itself is made more out of stone than packed earth. You don't have the fidelity to be able to detect where any of these fine structures may or may not be.
Okay. So I do have a suggestion to make, which would be, theoretically, Teotihu could phase through the door, knowing where it is, and see walking down the stairs. However,
that might not be the best idea, considering that we're very close to actually, making a deal here, and that this guy seems to want to cooperate with us, so we probably shouldn't make any...
And that's what I was going to mention.
Yeah.
Yeah. If they invite us downstairs, it's one thing, but in the event the deal goes south, I highly recommend all three of us go intangible and run through that door and figure out...
Here's the plan in my eyes. Tino is gonna make a mental map of what he's seen of these other chambers, and if it comes down to it, we leave peacefully, come back at nightfall, and just kind of phase in here.
Alright, yeah. I doubt that.
Alright. So let's go ahead and just, I do want to look at some of the wares. Is there anything that I could personally use that we could potentially buy with this stuff?
What are you interested in?
Well, another mask would not be a bad idea.
Yeah, do we recognize any of the masks that are on the walls here? That's a question to be asked.
That's the question. Are the masks of any Toa we already knew?
Well, I was more interested in just what the masks are.
Well, that too.
Yeah, and are they functioning?
Well, you guys can reach out and touch them, and that will kind of tell you whether or not there is any power sort of flowing through them.
Okay.
And you will also be able to instinctually tell whether or not it is a mask that you are familiar with the power of.
Go ahead, touch it.
All right.
There are a few ones that you recognize. You recognize a Great Kirill. You recognize a Mask of Rahi Control, Koramau. You recognize a Calyx, and also a... Not that one. Oh, God, no. And a Nakaku. And then there's about 4 or 5 others that you don't really recognize because they're modified pretty heavily.
Is there any way we can, kind of, sort of intuit their power?
You would have to touch them to do so.
Okay. Let me go ahead and touch the first modified one that I do not recognize.
Aren't you the first person that said, let's not touch anything?
Look. We're running out of bad ideas here.
So let's use one of them then.
Yep. So I will go and touch the first. Just touching it. I'm not going to pick it up or anything.
Fair enough.
Okay, so you poke it in the forehead, basically.
Take 2 steps back slightly.
Give me a... Look at your sheet real fast. Give me an insight check, first of all.
Sure.
And then also give me 3 perception checks.
Perception is... All right.
You hear a small click.
Well, that doesn't sound good.
Nothing that you are aware of happens.
Silent alarm?
As far as the mask is concerned, you feel your spirit, you feel your soul, and your body separately for a moment.
Oh.
So it's an Iden.
Ooh.
As though a barrier had grown between them for a split second.
I can't imagine how exactly, off the top of my head, I can't imagine how an Iden would be useful to us, but it's good to know that it's there.
Yeah.
So that's the first one.
Tino walks over to one of the other masks and kind of does the same thing, just sort of gingerly brushes his finger across the nose or something, I don't know.
I think I know what this is, but I'm not going to say anything because I don't technically know it in character.
Do we need a dexterity check for Tino on that?
We need Tino to make an insight check and 3 perception checks.
Okay, so it's just basically going to be the same thing 4 times.
Or whatever.
Wow, that's terrible.
Yeah.
You can feel violence. But that's it.
Okay, so that's probably what's considered an immoral mask, then. Maybe, I guess I can't think off the top of my head what it could be, but it seems like something I don't want to get involved in.
Yeah, out of character, it sounds like it might actually just be a mask of scavenging. That would make the most logical sense. but obviously Swart wouldn't know that.
Can I do a perception check to see if I heard a click from that when he touched it?
You may.
All right. How do we do this again? Perception is 15.
I'm going to go ahead and...
21.
21.
Mm-hmm.
You
21.
You hear a click.
I do hear a click.
You do hear
All
a
right.
click.
So I think
I think I'm going to do the same. I just want to make sure that I heard it as well.
Okay.
It doesn't hurt to have more information. So that's the insight. So
Yeah, go for it.
Not 54, just... Nope. Apparently I didn't listen.
Not paying attention.
That's a nat 1.
Wow.
You are so entranced by these shiny new masks that your finger reaches out and pokes another one.
Uh-oh. Okay. So
give me an insight check and the 3 more perception checks.
Okay. Oh, shit.
Well.
So, as you touch the mask, you hear, for you, a second click. And you put it together that there might be something going on.
Yeah. Teotude was, after the second click, he was kind of onto something.
I'm pretty sure I'm the only one that heard 2 clicks so far.
Well, I heard the one from Tino and the initial one that you did.
Okay, let's be real here for a second. This guy knows we're Toa. He knows we can use Kanoe. He wouldn't have left us in here with his wares of Kanoe if he wasn't... I mean...
Well...
I can't imagine he trusts us. So there's something else going on here.
Well, from just touching the masks, as far as we know, we haven't seen any sort of alarm or security system activate. So I am pretty sure that this is how we open that door.
I was going to say, this sounds like a combination lock to me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if that's the case, do we really need to fuck around with it? Why don't we just cut the shit and phase through it? If we can find it, anyways.
Well, first of all, what have I learned from touching this mask?
You feel very dusty. Also, the lights go out.
Well, I mean, at this point, Tino is probably the only one who can see straight.
Yeah.
You feel dusty, and the lights have gone out.
Is that just...
Are any of us capable of generating light, or do we have anything on our person that can do so?
Oh, I definitely have something on me.
Or
I have a lamplight.
Oh.
Might be a good time to use it.
I can certainly turn it on. It would just make the light level of my immediate area brighter by 1.
It's better than none.
0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and turn it on. So obviously I need to... Is that just since we're not in combat, don't have to worry about the AP?
Correct.
All right. Yeah, I'm just going to turn it on.
Wow! Bakama Hordika jump scare!
With us, you said feel dusty. Was that because of falling dust? After that?
No, that was only Swart felt that whenever
Just
he poked
Swart.
the third
Okay.
mask. Yes.
And the lights went out for everybody or just for me?
For everybody. Like, the light stones that are in the wall dimmed. They're off.
I am in your walls.
All
Quite
so yeah,
literally
I turn
soon.
the light on. I turn the light on. Hopefully I'm not distracting Tino with that, but light level...
About how long after this guy left has it been?
About 20 minutes, so you can... There doesn't appear to be anything else happening after a minute, so... You can just sit around in the dark, if you like.
Didn't he say he'd be back in 2 hours, or am I imagining things?
He said that's what he said, yeah. But considering the lights went out...
I have to
don't
see
know.
this through. I'm almost wondering, should we touch the last mask anyway?
I mean, it's better than... I'd say Fuck it and see what happens.
I'm not doing it.
Tino will do it.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Tino, who can actually see right now, like easily, even if Swart didn't have the extra light source, pokes the third mask or the fourth mask. So give me an insight check and give me 3 perception checks.
So just roll it 4 times.
Yeah, pretty much. Not doing great today, goddamn.
Oh, that 21 helps.
He just barely hears the click. And whenever he touches the mask, he feels his hand pushed back. Just the slightest amount.
A how, perhaps?
Interesting.
Huh.
Indeed.
It's not. Right. Oh, okay.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not confirming that it's a how. I'm just saying the indeed.
Okay.
Yeah. All I'm writing down for my own notes. I recognize the one is definitely an Iden, so I'm just writing that down. Not that Swart necessarily knows it's an Iden, but I'm definitely calling it an Iden. The second one I've written down is just immoral. The third one I just wrote down the word dusty ? And then lights went out. And the fourth one I'm just saying repulsion ? And then shielding ? Just I'm just throwing it down.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is maybe repulsion.
Does Tino recognize any pattern to this assortment of masks?
The two that he felt and the two that Swart felt all feel recently made. And by recently, I mean in the last 50 years.
That's basically like yesterday.
Yesterday.
Brand new, yeah.
So what are they doing here?
And they're like in perfect condition. They're not damaged or anything.
Is there any way we can intuit like where they came from based on their craftsmanship?
You can attempt, if you would so like.
Well, let's see here. I do have at least 1 point in history. I just wish I could dump it into Yuskanohi. Because that wisdom Yuskanohi is 23 offset. I love it.
I am very quickly trying to find what Tino's history is.
It's under knowledge.
He has basically nothing. So
yeah, weirdly being as old as I am, I have no points in any knowledge.
So it looks like out of all of us, Swart would probably be the best to be able to intuit this.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the understanding I have. So, what would you like to
do any of you have
there?
anything in knowledge society?
I do
have
not.
One in society.
I have nothing.
Okay. I
do have a 6 in powers, by the way, but that doesn't necessarily help us.
Not here.
Or science.
So,
6 in science, too.
Then if Swart is electing to do this, so Swart, I need you to give me 1 perception check per Kanohi that you want to look at.
Okay.
And then, well, I'd do that first, and then I'll let you know what else to do.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and roll that 4 times, because I want to know about all 4. Or is it just the 2 that I have?
They're all sitting on a table, presuming that you haven't done something as silly as try to pick them up.
Okay. Well, there's my 4 offsetting 9. So, in the order, I'm just going to say the Iden, Immoral, Dusty, and Repulsion, for lack of better terms. In the order that we read them. That's my perception.
Okay. I want you to give me 4 knowledge society rolls.
Okay.
And the first one I want you to do at disadvantage.
Okay. So that's a 12.
Okay.
Then there's this one, which is the second. Here's my third. And here's my fourth.
2 crits.
I got 2 crits on that.
So that's for, what did you say, Dusty and...
Oh, no, that's for Immoral and Repulsion, officially.
Gotcha. So, you can't tell what the Immoral and the quote-unquote Repulsion mask actually are, or anything along those lines for sure. You can, however, tell that both of those two have the Maker's Marks. No, actually, I'm sorry, that's the wrong thing. You can tell that the both of them were repaired in the last decade or so. There are minute but still noticeable signs that they were both gashed and beaten and bent out of shape at some point. They were, at least so far as you can tell, likely used in the war.
Taken from down Toa, perhaps?
Well, I mean, if they were made within the last 50 years, it's hard to say. I can't imagine they would have been taken by down Toa unless the war was that short a time ago.
Taken from down Toa.
It's only been roughly 30 years since the prosecution ended.
Okay. Are we able to detect any, like, residual life energy in these masks?
No, you are not. I don't think any. Well, actually, what were you about to say, Joe?
I was going to say something about, like, don't I have, like, some sort of energy tracing sort of thing? Not sure.
You do. Your soul scythe has. It's made out of Kabomo metal, which is the Kanoka of energy tracking, which is spin axis power, but it's a really watered down version of the power.
Right. So I have out of character. I have a dumb idea. You like dumb ideas, right?
Oh boy, here we go.
What if I were to slap it with that zapstone?
That sounds like a horrible idea. But I do have to imagine that those were given to us for a reason. Or it's just a red herring.
It could also be. You know what, though?
They're candies.
We have. I mean, they are candies. Yes.
Ooh, piece of candy.
But you gotta admit, it's an idea. And we're
candies I stole
low
from
on them.
Sigma.
Yeah, it's an idea. It's a dumbass idea, but it's an idea.
I did say you like dumb ideas, right?
You're not wrong.
Can we maybe start by pushing the dusty mask again to see if that does anything to the lights?
I'm not opposed.
Yeah, feel free to touch it.
All right. Yeah, I'll push the dusty mask again.
Everybody, give me a perception check.
Everybody, okay.
Here we go.
All right. God damn.
Okay, that's.
That happens. You press it twice.
Well, I got a 16.
Hold on. Perception 15.
Well, at least someone didn't beef it.
I was on edge while pressing this.
Ever so slightly. Well, Joe and Swart both hear a thunk.
Did we guess the combination by accident?
In another room. No, you did not. Nothing else happened. You just hear a thunk.
All right.
I'm gonna relay that to Tino and ask, can you do another seismic check?
I do another seismic check. Because at this point, I've already made a bit of at least I think I've already made a bit of a mental map of what's going on around us, so I should be able to see if anything's changed.
You notice that a large granite sphere in a different room about 3 floors down has moved up from up on a shelf into this vertical trough thing. That's the only change that you can notice.
Oh god, it's a massive puzzle, isn't it?
It's really not.
Okay.
But
so we're just being dumbasses, is that right?
Yeah, yes.
Here.
This is like that one time where we spent 2 hours trying to figure out whether or not we should break through a mud wall.
That was rough. That was real rough.
This is almost as bad as when we decided to try to dig underneath the island because I didn't want to deal with what was going in front of us. And trying to make Laurie pull his hair out of his head.
And then we all got kicked in the neck by Parak.
Yep.
Oh god.
So far as you can tell, there is nothing else moving within this complex.
Okay.
Whenever you don't touch things, you can continue to try to touch things and continue to press your luck, or you can wait in the dark for another little while.
How much time has passed now?
Like 45 minutes, I presume.
Fucking hell. So we're not even halfway through the period where this guy said he was going to come back.
Just open up the menu and click wait. It's that easy.
Yeah, I guess that's probably our best bet at this point.
I'm going to do one more touch.
Oh, God.
I'm going to touch the calyx. I want to see if anything happens when I touch that one.
Okay. Same as before. Insight, then 3 perception checks.
For all of us or just him?
Just him.
Okay.
All right, so
Meanwhile,
my
Tatu's
insight
just gonna
is
go
5.
Meditate in the corner.
And then my perception is that. All right, so I got a 21 on the insight, and then I got all of that for the perception.
You hear another click and then a winding sound. And that's it. But the calyx does feel like a calyx.
Yeah, well, I've got one slapped in my face. I knew exactly what that would feel like.
Well, it's not a mask in the shape of another mask, is what I'm trying to tell you.
That's true. That's true.
Tino, you want to do another seismic check?
May as well.
See what else changed?
Nothing at the fidelity that your seismic sense can tell you has changed.
Okay. Well, there's 3 more masks.
At this point, I say we just wait it out.
Yeah, Tato is just already committed to waiting it out. He's just meditating over the corner.
Same.
All right, fine. I will drag down the drop menu and hit wait.
You're really on edge today, Smart. You know that?
I just want to get
like
through
every
things, but
every single encounter, you're like, we should kill someone.
I'm
adding that to my notes. Word of Cicero.
To be fair, I do want to kill someone too, but like, I want to find the right person to kill.
I just want to do something sneaky, okay? We tried to do the whole be boring thing once. That didn't go so fun. I then tried doing the let's try to circumvent all of Lahari's things. That didn't go so well. So now I just want to break through it because we got a mask that lets us break through it.
Look, this is Lahari we're talking about. You're not going to outsmart him in his own game, okay?
I have plans for everything, so it's kind of like whatever. Like, you guys could have gone completely off the rails here and decided to on-Weeko it up. I don't care. Tino is the moral fiber here, is what I'm getting out of all of this. However, since you guys have...
Tino knows when to fight and when not to, at the very least.
Will you at least accept that if something goes south, we're going through the other door, right?
Absolutely. I just think that we should come back here at night and do it stealthily.
So, now that the time is up, the door clicks back open about 2 hours and 15 minutes or so after he said he would be back. And
sends a death glare towards Tino.
And Tino
smiled.
The member of LX species just looks into the darkness and rolls his eyes. I felt like the whole don't touch shit thing was implied, but all right, fine. I gotta go downstairs here in a few minutes. And he punches the wall in a couple of specific places with the tips of his claws, and the lights turn back on. I'm going to go downstairs. You're going to go talk to him. And he jams a thumb behind himself, and walking down into the showroom that you guys are currently in is a hunched and incredibly, like, off-puttingly, ornately dressed Ihidari, who is wearing an entire robe, which is uncommon basically anywhere, even back on Versuva, where you guys spent some time, made entirely out of red and gold thread. And he looks at the three of you, and he asks, I hear you are looking for some antiquities.
I believe that I can help you with that, my enterprising young Toa. However, there are rules to how these types of interactions occur here in my beautiful eternal city of Romari. Please, tell me what of my potential wares you are interested in perusing.
So, out of character, we're mainly looking for information. I'm not sure if that's being implied here or not.
It is.
Okay.
Okay. Tino, you have the
Yes, my
information.
brother?
Please ask.
Huh?
Out of character. Liam, just ask.
Ask what?
About the guy we're looking for that I can never remember the name because we didn't write it down.
Gadaxi. And rather than reiterate everything that I've told to like 2 different people at this point, I'm just going to say Tino relays the information.
That it appears that you are chasing a myth.
A
However,
myth that almost killed us. Apologies.
he looks at Sword and he just nods. These myths, you see, well, they have unsettling legacies here in this part of the universe, Romari specifically. And I believe that I might be able to assist you what's with your quest that you are on, trying to find this one. I have a tablet, you see, downstairs, and it is rather valuable, and I have several buyers lined up. And if you are seeking out this particular myth, legend, legacy, whatever it is you would like to call it, then I might be willing to part with it, provided, of course, that you does me a little favor.
What is it that you are looking for?
Hold on. Out of character. Okay, so we're just making a mob deal.
Hey, at this point, look, at this point, I don't care, all right?
I mean, we really should care.
This guy tried to kill us, Steven. And this is our
Technically,
only lead.
Okay.
Everyone else thinks we're insane. And we are. Make no mistake, we are.
I think yous are all bonkers.
We're still talking out of character. Thank you. Hold your tongue. Literally just starts screaming that at the top of his lungs.
No, that is out of character. That is out of character. We are not doing this again. The last thing we need is to be arrested and then whacked by the mob the moment we get out.
Plus, this guy might have information about Trent Crom.
Oh God, here we go.
My own personal side quest.
Well, you're gonna have to pay for it with something not my wood.
I'll ask him after you guys are done. It's fine.
All right. All right. I guess we're asking, may we know the nature of the favor before we say yes or no?
I wants you to go kill a guy.
Oh.
Okay. Out of character. I know that's what I want, but
No, you can't get cold feet now, Steven. You asked for this. This is what you wanted.
Can we know the guy's name?
His name? You don't need to know his name.
Out of character, it's going to be the listless guard we met earlier.
Are we allowed to know why he wants him dead?
You are Toa in a very non-heroic location, asking a lot of very heroic questions. I just need you to kill a guy, to get a thingy that guy has, and to bring me that thingy. Do you understand?
Then couldn't we just get the thingy and not have to kill the guy?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay. Let me ask you this.
Him's continuing to be alive is exactly parts of my problem. It just so happens that he also happens to have something that I want.
Okay. Let me ask you
What
this. I just want to know one thing.
What is
Does
the one
he
thing
fly?
that you wish to know?
Does he fly?
He can, although I do not know that he does.
There goes my first plan.
What if he
I
was
mean,
just
okay, out of character, I say we just agree to this, and we'll wing it until we find this guy and figure out later what exactly to do.
I mean, we're not getting away with
yeah.
that tablet until we agree and then do the thing. That's just how this works.
Right, but
can't
my
just say,
logic
yes,
is
now
my
give us that
logic.
thing and
Okay,
then get out of
hold on, hear me out. My logic is maybe we won't need the tablet if this guy that he wants dead also happens to have the information that we want.
That's a good point.
I would like to break the 4th, 5th, and 6th wall and address chat for a moment. Kim Jong, you are not allowed to have sex with no comma. That is illegal.
What? Excuse the fuck me?
I'm looking right here at the chat. Yep, that is what it says. More or less.
That is illegal. You are not allowed.
I mean, Taraga no Kama does have those badonkadonks on her chest.
Pino, that is a colloquialism for ass, not for titties. I
Well,
know you are
look,
gay, but keep up.
I'm also like half drunk. Give me a break.
Only half, brother.
Yeah, clearly I need more.
Yeah.
All right, let's. I use my gravity to put the fourth wall right back up. We're not dealing with that right now.
All right. Yeah. So, I do think that we should agree. Yeah, because we could go and we could see if the other guy has the information, and if he doesn't, and if he's an asshole, we could just kill him, and if not, then we could just steal the thing and disappear it. As in, like, you force him to leave somehow. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not. I think we should just go along with it until we're given reason not to.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, and before you goodies think that you can get out of this, I want you to bring me this man's head in a bag.
What about his mask? We just bring the mask?
Nope. I need the whole ass head.
Why?
What about the whole head ass? That's out of character. Clarify.
I'm incapable of identifying this man by his ass. I need you to bring me his head.
I'm just saying how funny. I'm sorry.
I am
Who
not.
do you
I am
think
not
you
a
are,
haha
gatherer? That
All right,
was
well,
also
let's
out of
do it.
character, by the way. I was talking to Swerve.
All right. Yes.
The whole ass head.
Again,
All right.
I think we just go along with it until we. Yeah.
To be fair, we do not know out of character. We did not know.
You stop that! You stop that right now!
No, stop! I'm saying we don't know what species this is, so yes, let's accept and figure out information.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even know for sure if this guy even has a head.
Yeah. Maybe this is
I am aware that this guy has a head. He has at least one head.
At least.
Okay.
At least one head. Likely no more than one head. However, I do not know what he has been up to lately, so I cannot confirm that he does not, in fact, have more than one head.
He took a proto spa day.
Gained an extra head. Nothing else.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and accept. Although we're gonna need a little more information about what he looks like and where he is.
He is a Kumo pack, and he is out there in a mine around about 3 Kyo southwest of Romari.
Okay, so
He is
first
unmissable.
off, out of character, I don't know what that species name is, so you're going to have to be slightly more specific, I think.
Kraka species.
Oh.
Oh, sorry, not Kumopak. That's Kumopak is Kraka species.
Huh.
Tino
All
gets
right.
to fight a Kreka.
Beeg versus Beeg. Tino perks up a little bit at that idea.
He is rather extra thick, and he has been causing trouble for me and my associates, wherein he does the violence to my guys.
Okay.
He's dummy thick, and his ass cheeks have been alerting the guards?
Well, you see, that is exactly the problem. He is extra triple deluxe thick, and none of my gods appear to be alerted whenever his ass cheeks are clapping in the vicinity, and therefore he has been beating the shit out of all of my guys that work in the mines to the southwest of Romari. So, what I need you to do is I need you to go take his head off and get the little thingy that's in a bag around his neck, and I need you to bring that here.
What's the thing?
Post-haste.
So,
it's a bag. That's all you need to know. If you look in there, then the deal is off.
So he's big, he's violent, and he's currently in hiding.
I'm in.
Yeah,
He is big.
I'll take it.
He is big, he is violent, and he is potentially in hiding. However, it's not so much that we don't know where he is, it's that he tends to be a rather sneaky little fuck, a sneaky big fuck.
Okay.
And he tends to, go out and do the violence to my guys, as I said before.
All right. I think we can take on the mission.
Yeah.
Extra thick indeed, C03-T3.
One out of
Sir,
moment.
can I
one
please
out of
request
character
you not
thing for a
break the
moment.
eighth wall?
I'm just gonna grab another beer real quick. 1 moment.
Okay.
Beer is in fact mandatory for this particular mission. You all have to be shit-faced, otherwise the deal is off.
Damn, I don't got any.
Oh no, it is my last beer.
Drink some for me, Tino, because I have none in this household.
Oh, well, that's a shame.
And drink some for me as well, because I have none.
Tyrell Rager, you are not allowed to have sex with Kreka. That is illegal.
Why? Chat.
I will
Chad,
give you
Chad
precisely.
Chad is just down bad tonight. What the hell?
It's all about them thicky boys, Bonks, all of the horny in chat. I will put an end to all of you. Mark my words.
Why am I just thinking like Shadow the Hedgehog? Death to all who oppose me.
If respecting women makes me a gay idiot, then I'm the gayest idiot that ever there was.
Also, the question is, what's with my character? I mean, what about my character? It's just me.
Anyway, as I was saying, what with the crime? Go and commit the crime.
Be gay, do crime.
Yep. Be gay, do crime.
All right, guys, let's go do crime.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and. So, do we have permission to leave?
You have my permission to depart this particular facility and then go do the crime I told you to do.
Thank you.
Tino just like excitedly claps his hands. All right, let's go whack a bitch.
So far, out of all of the Toa that I have worked with since the collapse of the glorious Menotan Empire, you all are, well, not my favorite, but I can at least respect what you are about.
Yeah, I was about to say, out of character. This is not the first rodeo between Tino and Swirt. They have absolutely broken the Toa code once.
Yeah.
And then once again.
And in the interest of time, I'm going to just have you guys, having picked up a map from the member of LX species, and he's like, all right, go there, do the thing, have fun, bye, get the fuck out.
All right.
Also, we're taking all of your wood.
Small Jack Sparrow salute, and then walking out the door.
Okay, it is now the early evening on your second day, short side, in a little while. And you are in the hills just to the northeast of a Traxa mine, which is it's a rather important alloying metal that this particular part of Minota has a decent amount of. And you are posted up on a forest-covered hilltop. What do?
Could Swart maybe like fly us there? So we can get there a bit quicker.
I mean,
something like that.
Wind fly.
I do technically have the ability to manipulate gravity, but do I have enough to manipulate all that?
My God. Okay, I need to put this on screen for a moment, something I just saw in the server. Here is some fan art from Jack/Tommy in our community art Discord server of Game Show Tahu. This is beautiful.
Oh!
Wow.
Oh, that is amazing. that's going on the wall next year.
Yeah, that's going on the wall next year along with the other one. That is beautiful. Thank you very much for that. Anyway, continue.
Yeah. Sorry.
So you guys are in the vicinity of the mine that was mentioned, where this Kumo pack is running around, and you notice that the population in and around the mine is almost exclusively Onu and Po Matoran, and a few Fae Matoran, with a few Ihidari overseers and a few member of Mantax's species, the Algafi, as well. You don't see any Kumo pack running around, and they tend to be relatively common sights in mining facilities.
So it would probably be best to go down and maybe ask probably the miners, maybe not the foreman or something, probably just like the actual Matoran, and see what's been going on with this particular guy, see if they maybe know anything of like when he might return to harass them, so that we could just grab him.
Okay. You run down to the foreman's office, and you see a couple of Matoran and a couple of Algafi and a few of the Ihidari around, and you go in and you start asking some questions, and the foreman is actually one of the Algafi, because they have a pretty significant stake in mining across the world. And he is big, hunched, and kind of smells like methane.
Methane exists in Bionicle? Interesting.
Yes.
Hello. How can I help you?
We're looking for, what's the guy's name again?
Kadaxi. Or we don't know the guy's name that we're actually
we
looking for.
don't know the guy that we're looking for. We're looking for whatever the species of Krek is.
We're looking for a Kadaxi that's been harassing your people recently.
That's not the guy. That's the myth guy.
Oh no, okay. I meant the guy that we're supposed to be killing there.
Yeah.
Kumo pack. Right. Kumo pack is the name of the species.
Kumo pack. Okay. Yeah. So we're looking for a Kumo pack dude that's been harassing your people here. What's been going on?
Every 2 or 3 weeks, he comes out of the forest, and he just breaks all of our shit. He just smashes it all up, and then he flies away. He killed 2 of my sub-foremen 3 weeks ago.
So he does fly, but
They
that
do
does
fly.
bring up the question. Oh well, I guess. Yeah, I guess Kreka was able to fly.
Species could fly. They fly now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
2 or
fly
3
now.
weeks. 2 or 3 weeks probably can't wait that long for him. How long has it been since the last attack?
About 3 weeks. He's due any day now.
Okay, good.
Okay. So I think it'd be advantageous of us to wait in the shadow, like in the cave, wait for him to ransack, and then we'll bum rush him. Why not?
Just sort of like stake out nearby in the trees or in the shadows or something.
Who sent you?
We were
Some
sent by.
guy.
No, no. Do we know the guy's name that sent us out of character?
Well, he never asked, but
Some mob boss guy. I don't know.
he asked you to call him the old man.
Okay.
Yeah. We were sent by the old man.
He blanches.
What do you need?
We just need a little space, and we need a moment of opportunity.
And also
You
to have maybe
Whatever you need.
and also to maybe have your Matoran, run away if we get into a battle. Just,
Yeah, that might not be a bad idea to probably keep some of your labor out of the way.
Yeah.
That will impact productivity.
For a time.
It will certainly be worth your while when the disturbance is no longer in your area.
It is unacceptable to lose productivity for this. I will not take them off the job.
They can.
Swear,
at
can you
least have-
convince him?
I'm definitely trying to.
Yeah, you convince him I don't have the stats first.
Oh yeah, no. My straight up diplomacy and bluff are both 9s. I could try my best to do one of the two.
But give it a roll.
All right. $12. Oh, that does jack shit. Maybe.
They will have to meet their quotas and make up for the days lost in the previous attacks. To take them off of my own volition is outside of my best interest.
Okay, may I make a proposal?
Proceed.
What if only 1/3 of the labor worked off in shifts?
Unacceptable.
Okay. We are going to go ahead and say, for the safety of everybody and so that they're not overworked, they can stay. But if the brute comes running, we will need them to at least attempt to hide.
They will take cover in accordance with our emergency procedures, but only if it is required.
I can just look around at Tino and Ketu. Just trying to do a bit of a nod of reassurance. Is this the right choice?
Tino has been giving the chat uppies, so he just doesn't really know what's happening.
Tino is excited to fight. Got it.
He's just blanked out until the fight begins. He's completely useless. So
Ketu, what do you think?
So what have you convinced him to do at this point?
Well, my original plan was to try to convince them to allow them to not be here, knowing that they're going to be safe later. But unfortunately, I rolled a 12. So they would have to meet the quota, and that's about the best I got out of it. So I decided to renege on the proposal there, and instead just say, if the guy comes running, just drop and run, which seems to be working.
Yeah, that's good enough, I think.
Okay, so I got the nod of approval.
Yeah.
Okay, that should be acceptable then.
Excellent. Let me know when your preparations are complete. We will work around you to the best and most efficient effect.
May I ask you if you have any forms of defenses already in place?
The Earth protects.
Okay.
That's fair. Well, out of character, I think Tino can absolutely do something with the Earth. And I also think Tino needs to stop making Matoran fly.
Look, the chat gets what the chat wants, okay?
Puppies are a human right.
Okay. I'm actually gonna pay attention now.
Yeah, pretty please with sugar on top.
I'll just do my own uppies.
Uppies are the way of the Great Spirit.
This is the way.
Yes. Anyway.
As fun as that is. So you guys have elected to set up and wait for this guy to come around, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I'm going to say in the preparation time. I'm going to say, I'm going to direct Tino to create a couple of earth traps.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is there any traps we could lay?
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
And that way we can at least try and make some type of... If we can get him into a pit deep enough that we can still get out of later... I mean, okay, no, he flies. Shite.
Yeah, I was going to say.
If we could form a dome around him, he's trapped. Tino could go in there one-on-one him because Tino could see. He may not necessarily be able to see in the dark.
Couldn't you be able to just increase his gravity so that he can't fly as well?
Well, I mean, I can also do that, but that allows Tino to have the one-on-one fight on somewhat even terms.
Can you make like a gravity trap so that like the second he lands, he like dramatically increases his gravity?
The two abilities that I have definitely written down here for my thing is craft and control. So maybe?
So what I'm hearing here is gravity well combined with earth wrapping up his ankles.
I unfortunately don't have gravity well anymore. All I have is gravity hammer, which allows me to increase my attack.
Hey, that's my attack.
I have gravity hurts, where the target fires a weapon, I can spend 1 AP to redirect their attack. I can do a ground slam, so when I would take fall damage, I would, as a 0 AP reaction, just use elemental energy to just kind of, divert some of that damage away. I have Halo, high altitude, low orbit. As 1 AP action, I could spend XEE, where X is equal to the target's size modifier, to grant a target immunity to fall damage for 5 minutes. And I have orbital realignment. As a 1 AP action, I can spend 1 EE to either double a target's jump distance for 5 minutes or to allow them to walk on walls, ceilings, etc. for 5 minutes.
So,
might come in handy.
You do have the ability to make a trap, but that would require you to very quickly become familiar with the equipment creation system. So,
fuck it,
I'm just saying, I'm not saying we build an actual trap. I'm just saying, like,
no, but that's how it would work. So we just you tell me what you wanted to do, and we'll kind of rough it out.
I mean, okay, so we're just gonna build based on first of all, we're all familiar roughly with his size, right? Based on knowledge of the species, or do we really?
Yeah, now you know that they are the thickums.
Fair enough. So we're gonna build a pit large enough to contain him, and then to be able to put a dome around it in real time so he can't get out. So I'm hoping that enough suspense will shock him into not reacting quickly enough, and then he just gets closed in. And then Tino could just kind of morph his way through the dirt to go fight him.
And also, I know, you're going to deal with that first, but I also want to look around to see if they have any sort of like equipment that I can potentially hack into like something dangerous.
They have a bunch of forklifts and other various heavy loaders, and that's pretty much it.
Oh no, he's forklift certified.
Oh no, we're playing forklift simulator.
Hack those so that I can just like press a button on my wrist and they both drive forward with their blades.
All right, give me 2 hacking checks then.
Okay, plus 11. All right.
CAMP song.
First one does not work out. You bricked it. Congratulations, and then the second one did.
Great.
All right.
So I have one song.
Anyway. Okay, yeah, you have a remote start on one of them. You're good there.
Huzzah! 50% is still glass half full.
Yep.
Hey, Gabby in chat. Thank you very much again for your work on Tahu this year. If there's anyone to thank for that beautiful model, it is him.
Indeed. Very good work.
BFIRESONG song.
Okay, Dr. Claw.
Yes. Bring me gadget.
Dr. SpongeBob.
Oh, jeez.
Inspector Widget?
I am ready to just eat this entire stream.
I am dead. And also fairly priced.
Okay, let's just build the trap. Let's just do the trap and let's just yeet this guy to oblivion. Let's just get going.
Cool. All right, so trap is built. I'm not going to make you roll anything for it, but take, we'll call it 20 EE out of your elemental energy squirt.
Also, I just, out of character, I just had a silly idea. Chat.
Okay.
I want you all to turn this into a virtual mosh pit. Everyone just attack each other at the same time.
We can also just dance.
True.
Are you ready for some coffee? I want some coffee. Yes.
Oh, okay. Can we?
Yeah, sure.
It is literally almost midnight. Well,
okay,
very true.
So it's been, it has been a couple of hours. The sun has fully set, and I want you all to give me a perception check. Also, heartless, nobody, corn smiles upon you.
All right, perception.
Oh, 16.
Just looking at the screen every so often, I'm just seeing Matoran flying everywhere.
Yeah, I got a 1.
Just fade me.
Okay, well, it would appear that the only one hearing the smack of his ass cheeks as he approaches.
It is Tino?
Is Tino, yes.
Yeah.
He hears the thick, meaty man approaching from the forest.
Tino's ears are acutely tuned to the clapping ass cheeks of thick, manly men, after all.
Okay. I need to pull up a very important thing.
For corn.
Yes?
No. It's fine. I have what I need.
Okay. Alrighty.
I know. I think I know what you're doing.
Oh, we're gonna try. It's gonna fail, but I'm gonna try.
Okay, and from the forest, you see a taller than average, green with a big cocked hat on the side of his head, covering one of his eyes. Gigantic Kuma pack just kind of swinging on a vine, saying, "I am here to free you. I am the mysterious stranger, and I am here for your..." And he fails. He can't think of anything else to say, and it just lands in front of you guys.
Okay.
That's you, Toa.
Are you telling me that we just had a Kreka fly in here on a vine and fedora tip us?
Yes. Roll initiative.
All right.
Oh,
So
I am way too drunk for this shit.
So I have +6 on my initiative, so it's offset of 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus 3, so D20 plus 3?
Correct.
Oh, that was almost horrible.
Oh god.
Oh no. Okay, no. This works for us. This works for us.
Yeah, actually, yeah. No, I'll take it.
I'm very fair with this.
All right. Well, he does actually get to go first, so that's might be a problem for you guys.
We'll adapt.
He draws a long, thin sword, and sort of puffs up a little bit and points it in your direction. I know why you're here. You want villains. He doesn't seem to be fully able to put a full sentence together, but he knows what he's about. And out of a little out of a pouch that's hanging sort of about midway down his side, he pulls out a little remote control. Ooh, and he clicks it, and the entire forest behind all of you guys lights up like a fucking Christmas tree, and it's on fire.
Oh, sweet Matanui, what is going on?
And I'm gonna need each of you guys to make a will save. So roll me a whatever the bonus is on your will save.
Where on the sheet would that be?
Pretty much smack dab in the center of the first page.
Oh,
and
really
squirt for you, it should be 8.
Ah,
I don't know
11.
why it's listed as 0
Got
for you.
it. So it's just that number for the D20 plus 11, or?
Yep.
All right.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, 31.
Okay.
Joe is completely and entirely unfazed.
Yep.
Swart and Tino are not.
Very in character.
Swart and Tino both make a dive for the dirt because they're like, oh god, what the fuck, shit, fuck, blubbering.
Well, Tino's just having war flashbacks.
Joe keeps his footing and presumably Tio2 just sort of maintains eye contact with this Robin Hood ass motherfucker that has just appeared before you all.
Yep, exactly.
Cool. He does, however, still have some time left because while you were all doing setting up your trap, he was basically preparing the forest line to explode with this exact entrance. So he does close the distance with you, Joe, and he tries to make a big, broad slashing attack against you with his rapier. What's your armor class again?
It is. I mean, if you could find it for me, that'd be fine. But
it is. Your total AC is 17.
Ah, okay. Yes.
Which he does actually hit, which I'm a little bit surprised at.
I don't have time to react to this.
That's not how any of this works.
Okay.
And he does. Oh boy.
Oh no! I don't like the sound of that.
He does 18 damage.
Oof.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So he does 18 damage.
How much does Tutu actually have? Like, how much does that hurt him?
I've 114 hit points, so
okay, not too bad.
Yeah,
it does.
Yeah.
It's enough, but you're gonna live. It's not a Farouk losing his legs moment.
Yeah.
18. So
18. Oh, okay.
he closes the distance with you, and he gets one really good stab in, and then he gets back onto his back foot and says, "I know precisely you're here to villains." Yeah. And then it is actually, Joe, it is your turn next.
Okay. I like to think that Teo2 just stood there maintaining eye contact the whole time and just took that stab without moving. And yeah, he's just standing there. Yeah. So yeah, I'm going to. I did kind of want to like ask him about the, if he had any of the information, but
Yeah,
he
I was gonna say like
he
I
wouldn't,
think I think we should attempt diplomacy still, just because from the sound of things, he's very uncertain about what he's doing, and he has no idea who we are or why we're actually here.
Well, either that or he's just very dumb.
I mean,
Yeah.
Little from column A, little from column B, right?
So,
yeah,
if I may suggest, though it's up to you to decide, maybe switching to the road and trying to ask something would be a very good idea. I don't know what to ask, because that's up to you, but that's what I would recommend.
Yeah, as good an idea as any, I think.
Okay, so, what's the name of the person we're looking for? Like the main villain. I need to write this down.
The name of the guy that you are on this antiquities hunt for,
yes,
if we want to call it that, is Kudaxi.
But this guy, we don't know this guy's name.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. We're
Right,
just going to ask him, I guess, basically, do you know Kudaxi?
I mean, I feel like it would be a bit strange to just come in here and it's like, hey, do you know about this myth? I think we should like lead into it with diplomacy first, and then after he stands down, maybe we can ask further questions like that.
Well, I'm actively kind of terrible at diplomacy, so I mean, I could.
I mean, a simple, we're not here to fight you might be a good start, but...
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. But I do kind of want to ask him the question, ask him a question with the road. So, yeah, let's just start with the kind of diplomacy and say we're here to protect these workers. We're not here to harm you.
I wouldn't say.
Give me a persuasion check.
Yeah, we're bad at. I'm bad at it.
Well, I'm not going to make you do it at a disadvantage. So, that's the charity I'm giving you right now.
Persuasion, you said?
Persuasion.
Is there a persuasion?
Or, I'm sorry. It is
diplomacy.
Probably be
diplomacy. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. So total's 8.
How dare you forget elements of your own game? Disgrace! Shun!
Shun!
I am ashamed. Yes. He actually stands down. Holy shit. Okay. Oh,
damn,
cool.
all right.
Wow.
What? What? What do you mean you're fighters? You're sick men. How could you not be? How could you not be here to fight?
We were sent here on a mission, but we want to see. Things are not as they seem here, clearly, so we're trying to figure out what the hell is going on.
He looks down at the remote control for the explosives that he used just a minute ago, and then his sword, and he's like, well, if we're not doing this, then he just sheaths the sword and puts the remote control back in his back in the little pouch on his belt, basically. He's like, fine, I guess if we're not doing. What are you here for?
Well, go on.
We appear to be tracking down a myth that we swear exists, and we have fought, and it almost killed us a few years ago. His name is
in truth,
Kudaxi.
In truth, I was just gonna say, in truth, we were sent here to kill you, but we really don't want to do that.
He looks down again at himself, and then the fire that is raging behind all of you, and then he looks over at the. He noticed the trap that you had set, and he's like, "But why are we talking? Fight me! You're sick men. This is how it works."
But we are also Toa. We don't like killing people if it can be avoided.
I was in the war. I know that shit's. I know that's bullshit.
Well, I mean,
it was unavoidable
most of the time.
We're not at war now.
Tino just kind of drops his weapon in a sign of good faith and just looks at him as like, "Look, what? I just want to talk this out. I want to figure out what the fuck is going on, okay?"
He stands still for a moment, and he just nods. Okay, I guess if you're not into it, I'm not into it. Let's talk or whatever. Oh, these days.
I mean, out of character, we're gonna totally die right at this point, right? Once we go back to the other island.
I mean, hey, I'm down to spar with this guy at some point. He seems cool.
I mean, you can offer.
Yeah.
Just a light battle.
Tino just looks at him and says, "Look, if it's really that important to you, I'm down to spar at some point."
No, it's not the same. I want you to kill me and me to kill you. One of the two of those things to happen. That's just... It's like you don't even care about the murder. Ugh.
Anyway, yeah, well, with the forest burning down and all that, I'm assuming the fire brigade will be here shortly, so if we're talking or whatever, this is probably not the place to do it, yeah?
Yeah, sounds about as reasonable.
Yeah, and then you all skedoodle down into the direction of... he starts leading you guys further south, deeper into the part of the forest that's not currently on fire. After a little while, you guys get to a clearing, which is where he decides to stop.
Heartless nobody says, "I want to fight to the death, not friends."
That one gets me.
Look, we'll get you a battle later. We'll just talk first.
All right, but you better not be lying.
Oh,
Tino has it in his agenda to eventually summon the Zevon. You will be the first one Tino calls.
And are you doing that, this weekend? Or, I'm soon? If you're not going to fight me in the next 10 minutes, then let's...
Fair point.
I don't do this layaway shit.